Hello, it is me, your goth mother, Madame Goth, the patron of terrible literature, Flowergothic. And because my first video of 2023, Mystery Date, involves me reading actual literature, I figured I might as well just record myself reading the whole damn thing so I don't have to go back and read shit if it turns out I forget something or anything. And also, I thought this would make for a fun bonus video. And if you're wondering the little bookmark, this is how far I've gotten in my notes for the book. I've read the entire thing and I annotated it. I just, you know that I outline before I write the scripts. I have a whole process and everything. Anyway, let's read. Prologue, October 4th, 2011. I'm crying. No, I'm sobbing. An ugly, drippy, wet, pathetic sob that has my sheets soaked more than they would be had I decided to sleep outside in the rain. My head is throbbing from dehydration and my chest aches from a sickness that most all humans have the misfortune of experiencing. Love. It's an evil that creeps inside its victims and squeezes until there's nothing left. It has a power unlike any other. For some, it makes them invincible. Nothing in this world or the next can harm a person when they're in love. But for others, like me at the moment, it can tear them to shreds. This kind of love is most commonly known as the unrequited love. A love that once was beautiful and thrilling and then suddenly gone. That love no longer loves you back. It no longer takes you in its grasp. It tells you that nothing can harm you as long as it's by your side. As a result, you find you can't run, can't walk, can't stand, can barely even breathe anymore. All bodily needs, aside from bawling, don't exist. You hurt so bad that you think you're dying a slow, agonizing death. But no, that would be too easy. That would be welcomed. For all the heartache to just stop. Not feeling anything at this moment would be better than feeling anything at all. Side note, I love how I'm far away from the mic, but I'm just such a loud fucker, it just keeps peaking. I need to leave this place. Memories of him lurk in this room, in the whole apartment. If I don't leave now, I won't make it to work. I'm already past being late. If I don't show up at work, I'll lose my job. If I lose my job, I can't pay my rent. If I can't pay my rent, I lose this place. But I already lost him, so does it really matter? My cell phone rings. It's Kent, my boss. I decline the call, and when he calls again, I shut the phone off. I can't talk to anyone right now. I sink deeper into the covers that once gave me comfort when he was here, but now only cause a twinge in my chest at the memory. Cry myself to sleep. Okay, and then there is a time skip. I wake with a start to someone pounding on the door. "Rain!" a familiar voice says. "I swear to God, you better be in there." He pounds louder and I look at the clock. It's 10 a.m. What day is it? Have I been asleep for 24 hours or 24 seconds? The neighbors begin hollering at him to shut up. I hear him bark back angrily, which seems to silence them. But to my demise, and probably the neighbors as well, he goes back to pounding and hollering. My head feels like a 10-ton balloon. I stand and realize that was an even bigger mistake because the room starts spinning and I see black spots everywhere. Oh, yeah, I've definitely been asleep for 24 hours. They say too much sleep is a sign of depression. I never believed that to be true. I make it to the bedroom door and I'm able to steady myself against the frame and then keep going. I walk behind the couch so I can use it to lean on, past the kitchen and to the front door. When I open it, there stands my best friend. Panic on his face quickly changes into then anger, faster than a tissue burned when you threw it into fire. "What the hell is wrong with you?" He grabs my shoulders hard. I don't know if it is out of anger or just to reassure himself that I'm real and not a ghost or hallucination. "Nice to see you too, Ollie." My voice is hoarse. It doesn't sound like me. A large empty feeling in my stomach has control over me and sends me to the kitchen. Ollie follows me in and shuts the door behind him. I hopped in the taxi on 5th yesterday, just like always, and do you know what happened? I got a fine for harassment because I jumped into a taxi with an old lady and her dog. She looked and acted as though she was the Queen of England, but we both know she wasn't worth more than you or me. Regardless, after going to the police station and going through all the paperwork and trying to find a way to keep it off my criminal record, I decided to call you to see what happened. Imagine my worry when you didn't answer. 1 in the afternoon and my best friend won't answer her phone. I had 5 missed calls from Kent and 2 voicemails of him asking where you were because thanks to you, neither of us showed up to work. I called Jackie and Edward and everyone from our floor and none of them had seen you since the day before yesterday. How could you do that to a person, Rain? I'm only half listening to him as I search the cupboards for the biggest container I can find. I settled for an empty 2-liter soda bottle that I meant to recycle, but never got around to. Due to my bad habit of laziness, I take the cap off and start filling the container with water from the spigot. It doesn't even get half full before extreme thirst takes over, and I'm standing in the kitchen, guzzling as much water as my body will allow. I ran all over town, checking the bistro and the coffee shop, asking everyone I saw if they had seen you, and then when I called Adam and he didn't answer, I had this awful image flash in my mind of the both of you being brutally murdered, and Ollie finally stops his ramblings as he realizes that I'm drinking water from a 2-liter bottle. What are you doing? I hold a finger up as to say, give me a minute, and keep drinking until the container is empty. I set the container on the counter and wipe the corner of my mouth with the sleeve of his sweatshirt and look right at Ollie. I think now is the first time he's actually taken notice that something is wrong. Wow, you look like shit. I snort. Thanks for stating the obvious. I turn my back to him and slide toward the bathroom. He follows me in and I shut the door. When I realize he's followed me into the bathroom and I desperately have to pee, I open the door and shove him out. At least he had a soft landing on my bed, something I didn't plan, but it worked out perfectly. A few minutes later, I emerged from the bathroom, now relieved that I've dehydrated my body even more. And without even acknowledging Ollie, who is now sitting patiently on my bed, I head back out to the kitchen. He follows me and I give him a good view of my backside as I bend over to look in the fridge. I'm still wearing the same little black dress underneath his sweatshirt that I had worn the other night because I was too sad to change. So I bend over, I can feel my zebra print underwear being exposed. Not like I care right now anyway. I suddenly feel as though there's not enough food in this world to cure my hunger, let alone enough food in this fridge. Sorry, he says, realizing now that the whole rant he gave me a few minutes ago came at the worst possible time. What's wrong? I find nothing desirable in the fridge, so I go up a level to the freezer and find a couple bananas that I'll never use, because I hate bananas. I only bought and froze bananas because you like them in the smoothies, and that's what you do when you are dating someone. You think of their needs before yours. Tears began to well in my eyes again. I didn't think I had any left. I pick up one of the frozen bananas and just barely get my words out. What's wrong is that I have frozen bananas in my fridge, but no one to eat them. I hold a banana out to Ollie. Want a banana? I fall apart and Ollie walks over next to me just in time for my knees to give way. He wraps his arms around me and we sink to the kitchen floor together. I continue crying. Then I tell him everything that happened. He had been avoiding me for a few days and I didn't know why. He only called me once each day and even then he was distant. We talked, but he was somewhere far away. I could sense what was coming, but I willed myself not to believe it. I take a minute to cry into Ollie's sleeve and then continue. Then he called me and said he wanted to take me out to dinner and said it had to be that kind. I felt no prize within me, but he refused to pick me up. Said he'd meet me at Ed's Grill at 9. It was a weeknight, so yeah, I thought it was strange that he wanted to meet that late, but still, I went, spent 2 hours picking out a dress, putting on makeup, and brushing my hair. Ollie cut me off. Whoa, excuse me, miss, have you seen my best friend? She looks just like you, only she doesn't put that much effort into getting ready, ever! I laugh and stiff back some tears. Yeah, I know, that's completely not me, but I was worried I was losing him. And you thought putting an hour and 45 minutes extra prep time would make you not lose him? I don't know what I thought, but would you please stop interrupting me? I can barely think about all this, let alone speak it. He's taking my mind off my pain, which I love but hate all at the same time. I don't want to be harsh with him, but I need to finish the story before I completely fall apart. Again. Sure, sorry, he's serious again now. I got to Ed's and found him, but he had already ordered his food and arrived, but he hadn't touched it. That's when I knew something was wrong. I have to talk about a mood killer. But he had already ordered his food, had arrived, but he hadn't touched it. That's when I knew something was wrong. I could see it in his face. I sat down across from him and didn't say a word because I knew what was coming next. I'm breaking up with you. He said it so bluntly. I don't think he knew how else to do it. I asked him why, and he said, I don't know. Oh, come on, you must know. Is it another girl? No. Another man? No. He seemed slightly offended on that one, which, now looking back at it, is pretty funny. Ollie laughs and I give a faint smile. Not really up for laughing along with him at the moment. But in the end, after I begged him for an answer, he said it was because we were both headed down two different roads and he thought it would be better if we ended it before things got too serious. My opinion, though, obviously didn't have a say because no matter what I said, his mind was made up. He even said that he didn't love me anymore. I ran out of there at that point because I couldn't let him see the tears that were beginning to fall and wouldn't stop until I slept the next day and are now starting up again. I buried my face in Ollie's t-shirt. He's never seen me like this before. I know he doesn't care, but I do. I feel weak. He wasn't ever supposed to see me cry. He was supposed to see me as the fun big sister type, not cry on the shoulder, lay in bed for 2 days type. He's a jackass, you know that, right? I laugh lightly. Not sure I'm quite to the stage where I can hate him just yet, Ollie. I wipe away tears before the floodgates are slowly starting to close. Right, well, then when you are, let me know. He helps me up off the floor and hugs me, then turns to the freezer, opens it, and says, but until that time, he spins around with a grin on his face and a quart of ice cream in his hands. The doctor has prescribed ice cream and a binge watching Gilmore Girls. I look at him, and for the first time in 48 hours, I truly smile. But Jesus Christ, I did a lot for that chapter. Anyway, chapter 1, 1 year later. Jackie, I need the script sent to Mr. Huntsworth immediately. We want to get to him before Heather Hatch and her team does. Yes, ma'am, she replies. It takes a thick stack of papers from my hands. I walk down the hall and turn to the common room, or as I like to call it, the coffee room. I pour myself a steaming hot cup and add half as much cream and sugar as there is coffee. It's the only thing that gets me through the day anymore. Rain. Ollie walks over to me. Ollie, I can't talk right now. I have 2 scripts that need reviewed, and I'm waiting on an email that if I don't respond within an hour of receiving it, could determine whether or not the company gets promoted to Broadway status. Hey, no worries. This will only take a minute. I know better than to believe anything with Ollie will ever take a minute. I've got a guy here who's interested in your capabilities. Is he from the New York Times or the Gershwin? Because anything less than that isn't worth my time. He's not from either of those places, but he has great opportunities for you. The look on his face makes me curious. I hate when he does that to me. I mull it over in my mind for a moment, then, regretting the words before they even reach my lips, I say, okay, fine, but only 1 minute. Ollie's face beams as he pops his head around the corner and gives someone the okay to show himself. In front of me stands a tall, dark-haired man who looks to be about in his mid-20s and a smile from ear to ear. Jack, this is Rain. Rain, meet Jack. Ollie, I say through gritted teeth, I didn't mean I would give him 1 minute right here. I meant send him to my office. I know, but he was already right around the corner. Plus, I figured this will be a better story to tell the grandchildren. Story? What story? That you two met at the coffee pot in the common room and the rest was history. He gleams like he's telling a story about princesses and fairy unicorns with rainbow tails. Whoa, wait a minute. Is this a setup? I glare at him. Pretty sure my face is bright red. He just smiles and shrugs his shoulders. Ollie, I cannot begin to tell you how inappropriate this is. Arranging a blind date at my place of work? Are you insane? Well, I don't know when else to do it. You're always working or at home in bed. You never go out to meet people. Exactly. So don't do it. Did it ever occur to you that maybe I don't want to meet people? I keep rambling on, but it's the same old argument every time he does this. He can't get it through his head. I'm fine. I don't need anyone. I have you, I have Jessica, and I have me. That's enough. I turn back to Jack. I'm sorry, Jack. I'm sure you're a very nice person, but Ollie here has once again overstepped his boundaries. I'd go back to Diane if I were you. I storm back to my office, coffee in hand, fighting the urge to go back and rip Ollie a new one. He thinks I'm lonely, but I'm not. I'm fine. I sit down at my desk, looking at the stack of unorganized papers in front of me. Ken put me in charge of the company last year when I came back in determined to show everyone what I was capable of. He was so impressed with my work ethic that he retired almost immediately. It's everything I've ever wanted. I say what scripts gets into the big guys and which ones don't. I'm in charge of all off-Broadway productions in New York. I'm the director above the director. It couldn't get any better than this, unless, of course, Playbill chooses to take on our scripts. Then we wouldn't just be off-Broadway. We would rule all of Broadway. That's what we are aiming for. But besides that, how can I possibly want anything more? The same pain hits my chest every time Ollie decides to concoct one of these stupid arrangements. He doesn't get it. I tell him I'm fine because I have to. I mask the pain because I have to. I say I'm not lonely because I have to. The second I let these emotions creep in is the second all of this, the success, the determination, the will to live goes away. I can't let that happen. I can't let it all disappear over something that's in the past. That's why I don't go on dates or try to meet new people, because every time I do, the pain comes back. I'm reminded of it, and it always hits a little harder than it did before. A knock outside my office door draws me away from my thoughts. I look up and see Ollie the matchmaker walking in, not waiting to be invited, just waltzing in like he owns the place. I really can't talk to you right now, I say, trying to act focused on my work when he knows I'm just staring at a screensaver on my desktop. I'm pretending to type something as he begins to speak. Okay, then I'll talk. I know this past year has been hard on you, but it's been hard on me too, and I don't think you see that. He pauses a moment, maybe expecting me to say something. I don't, just keeping my eyes on the computer. Just keep typing, Rain, I think to myself. It's been a long time since I've seen the light in your eyes, Rain. You say you're fine, and I want to believe that, but I don't. All you do is work and sleep. Sometimes you don't even sleep. Sometimes you just work until exhaustion takes over and you can't work anymore. I just want to see you happy again. I stop typing, but I still don't move my eyes from the computer. He stands there for a bit, then, when I don't say anything, turns to leave. Thank you. He stops in his tracks, nods, and then continues out the door. A part of me was screaming for him to come back and close the office door so I could fall apart next to him like I did on my kitchen floor a year ago. But I know that's not possible. To go into hysterics now would only make matters worse, so instead, I move the mouse on my computer so the screen stops blinking its default screensaver and bury my thoughts in my work. Whew. Chapter 2. That night. FYI, there aren't like actual chapters here. The chapters are mostly just the really big time skips, but I added chapters just for your convenience and my sanity. Chapter 2. That night. I lay in bed trying to sleep, but the thoughts and the heartache consume me. I can't be alone tonight. It's 9 p.m. on a Friday night and I'm at home in bed fighting off tears. I pick up my phone and call Ollie. He answers on the first ring. Rain, can you come over? I say, tears filling my voice. Rough night, he asks. I nod, then realize he can't see me through the phone, so I manage a weak, yeah. He hangs up the phone, and 15 minutes later, I hear a knock on my door. I get out of bed, walk over to it, and look through the peephole and see him in a tux? I open the door and look him up and down. Either he was planning on attending the Ritz today, or, oh my God, you're out with Jessica. Ollie, I am so sorry. Please, go get her. Go. Go on your date. I feel awful for ruining his plans. No, I'm here for you. But this isn't an emergency, and I shouldn't be cutting into your personal time. God, Jessica must hate me. She doesn't hate you, Rain. Jessica knows you're like a sister to me, and you always come first. He sits down on my couch, and as for cutting into my personal time, you're my best friend, and it can't get much personal than that. He passes the seat next to him. Now, come on, sit down and tell me what's wrong. I feel horrible for cutting into his love life, but at the same time, I'm so weak I can't care anymore. I sit down next to him, rest my head on his tux-covered chest, and as he wraps his arm around me, I say, "Today would have been 2 years with Adam." I don't bawl. I let my tears trickle out slowly as he squeezes me tight for a good long minute. I'm so sick of seeing him everywhere. I think I could get past it and move on from him if I just didn't see memories everywhere I look. But every day since he left, I've seen his name, the age he was when I met him, and his birth year on street signs and license plates, and forgive me in a book, because every time I read the page number of his birth year, I pay close attention to every detail on that page to look for a sign. Any sign about him, about us, or what we had. I can't even listen to music anymore because every long love song reminds me of him. The happy love songs remind me of the good times, and the sad, well, they just depress me even more, and I can't take it anymore. I can't take this pain. We sit in silence a moment, and then I ramble on. It's not that I don't appreciate your effort to try and help me find someone else, but every time I try to even consider being with someone else, the pain comes back and hurts twice as much before. It's a vicious cycle I can't escape. I think I'm done talking now, but is a girl really ever done talking? This time of year is always going to be especially hard for me. I thought I'd be okay by now, but I'm not. I curl up on the couch into my best friend, silently dripping tears. We sit in silence for a while, and then he says, "Okay," and gently pushes me off of him. He stands up and walks into my room and comes back out a minute later with my laptop. "What are you doing?" I ask him, totally confused. "We are going to make this day a good day for you." He sits back down beside me and opens my laptop. "How?" He doesn't answer me, and I watch as he opens my internet browser and types in www.dateme.com. Oh no, I am not going on a dating site. Who knows what kind of creeps are on there? One minute I could be getting ready to go on a date, the next I could have my intestines on the outside of my body. Ollie rolls his eyes. You don't have to meet any guys if you don't want to. Just start talking to some of them. Take your mind off him. You can be happy again, Rain. All you have to do is want to be. I don't know why, but I'm actually listening to what he's saying. I'm actually considering it. Aren't these things usually just for people who want a late night booty call? Not all of them. Some of them actually want to find someone, not just a one-time fling. I think a little bit longer. DateMe.com seems a little desperate. He cocks an eyebrow at me. And you're not? I gave him a look. I don't know, Ollie. I've always looked at people that use these things to be wacko. He sighs, as though he's getting ready to say something he doesn't want to. This is how Jessica and I met. Really? I'm very intrigued now. Ollie and Jessica have been together for what seems like forever. Surely DateMe.com wasn't around during the Stone Age. Yeah, and don't get me wrong, there were a few crazies I met out here before Jessica, but you just have to know how to spot them and not actually give them your phone number. Just chat on the website, he points toward the computer, until you feel comfortable enough to give them other means of communication. I think long and hard until finally Ollie says, So are you going to do it or not? My silence answers him. He closes my laptop, sits it down on the coffee table, and says, All right, well, you asked me to come over, and here I am. I'm trying to help you, but you don't want my help, so what do you want me to do? I close my eyes as one more tear falls down my cheek. Go home, Jessica. Chapter 3. Later that night. After Ollie left, I try to keep busy to keep my mind off the pain. I did the laundry for 10 minutes and ran the dishwasher, and then I stared at the vacuum long enough to realize that housework is not only boring, but also redundant. I mean, the house is just going to get dirty again, same with the laundry and dishes, so why waste time cleaning them? If you listen very closely, you can hear my dryer. Do your fucking laundry, kids. All this ended with me hearing Ollie's words replay in my mind. You don't have to meet any of the guys, just talk to them. I stare at my laptop. No, I'm not desperate. I pick up one of the scripts I have to review on the coffee table and start reading it, but all these words are overriding my concentration. Some of them actually want to find someone. You can be happy, Rain. Shut up! I say to the Ollie that isn't actually there as I put the papers down. I look at my laptop again. Oh, for Pete's sake. I roll my eyes, grab my laptop, and sit it on my lap. The website's still up from earlier, and right there in big letters it says, "Fall in love today!" Huh, how cheesy is that? I click on it, despite its cheesiness, and it takes me to a sign-up page. Thank you for using dateme.com. You are now one step closer to your happily ever after. Tell us a little bit about you so we can match you better. What is your name? I feel like I'm signing up for a dating site that would only exist in a Shrek film. I did not add that line in. This is literally what's in the book. Type in Taylor Jones rather than my real name because if anyone I know finds me on here, my reputation will be ruined. Not only that, but if the Playbill people found out that the leader of Playkind Incorporated was desperate enough to be on a dating site, they'd refuse our proposal for sure. I can't have that. Should I really be doing this? I look around my apartment for a moment and hear the deafening silence, and then confirm the fact that yes, I need to be doing this. When were you born? October 9th, 1989, Tuesday, 4 days away. How tall are you? 5'6". What is your weight? Really? Is that necessary? Do you mean before or after the cherry pies I consumed over the past 2 days? I press the skip button. What are some of your hobbies/interests? Working, sleeping, crying, staring at a wall for 10 hours? My actual answers are reading, watching movies, and attending Broadway productions. I didn't mention how I dreamed of one day attending one of my plays on Broadway. That would be way too much of a giveaway as to who I am. There are only 2 top script distributors for Off-Broadway in New York, and we are one of them. Okay, now for the fun part. Is there really a fun part to all of this quizzing nonsense? Take a picture or choose from one you already have on your computer to be your profile picture. Then we will begin matching you. They make it sound like they're playing poker, with people as the cards. I go into my saved photos on my laptop and begin searching. I don't want to post a picture that anyone would recognize me in, so I probably won't post a picture of myself or a person. There's a picture of Ollie and I from a few years back when we dressed as Thing 1 and Thing 2 for Halloween. Jessica was sick that year and Ollie didn't want to dress up for that office Halloween party alone. So I agreed to get dressed up in something stupid with him. That was a huge mistake because now he expects me to do that with him every year. This year we are going to be Ariel and Sebastian from The Little Mermaid. I stared at the picture longer than normal. Everything was so much simpler back then. Can I just take a time machine back to before I met him so I don't have to feel all this pain? I keep scrolling and find another one of Ollie and me in goofy sweaters at Christmas. Jessica's job as a photographer caused her to have to travel a lot. That weekend she was in LA taking photos for a spring fashion show. You can find photos on my laptop over the years of Ollie and me when Jessica couldn't make it. The 3 of us never seemed to hang out together. I never quite understood why. Because then I'd be a third wheel, which is totally understandable. In the end, I choose a photo I took on my phone of my favorite theater. It's not the best in the city, but it is to me. It is one of our off-Broadway clients that own it, and I have gone to see every play there since I've moved to the city 5 years ago for college. In the photo, it shows the vertical marquee sign with big letters vibrantly spelling out The Simmons. Nothing I've seen to this day has looked more beautiful than that sign. After choosing that photo, my setup is complete and the site tells me I have over 40 matches in the city. I begin scrolling through pictures of men that are around my age, but none of them look appealing enough to have. Suddenly, a message pops up on my screen that interrupts my scrolling. It's from someone named William Tills. The message says, "Hey, what's up?" Before responding, I click on his profile to look at his picture and read more about him. He looks decent, short dark hair, glasses, hits the Adam's apple is very pronounced, and he has a small bit of stubble on his chin. But overall, he looks nice. His hobbies include reading, biking, and going for long walks in the pretty parts of town. Sounds a little cliche to me. It says he works as a police officer for NYPD. That's kind of cool. I respond with a, "Hey, not much. Trying to figure out whether or not I made a mistake listening to my friend when he told me to join this crazy Vegas deal." He responds immediately, "Haha, yeah, this sort of seems like the creators of this site are playing 500 rummy with us humans, doesn't it?" I smile as I respond. I was thinking more along the lines of poker, but yeah. So are you free tomorrow night? All red flags rise. Crazy stalker alert! Stop responding now if you want to live! Danger, Will Robinson, danger! Oh, I'm actually just on here to talk to people at the moment. I'm not interested in meeting up for a while. Sorry. Okay, no worries. Best of luck to you. May the programmers play their cards well. I smile again and type, same to you. Well, I was right. This was fun. I keep scrolling through my matches and find a cute tall blonde who says he loves Christmas, Fiddler on the Roof, and riding roller coasters. I haven't been on a roller coaster since 5th grade when our school took us on a field trip to Six Flags. My feet were dangling, my arm was racing, and my food was coming out of my mouth the whole time. Things may have changed since then. I messaged him with a simple, hi. His response was utterly revolting. Hi, show me your boobs. Bye. And then I put a red flag on him so that he can't message me anymore. I keep scrolling and begin to find myself wishing I had stuck to talking with William Tills. I don't know why I'm doing this. I should know better than to start a relationship with someone on a dating site. They're all sick, twisted people. One guy even messaged me asking for nudes. It's like, what's wrong with people? One thing Ollie was right about, though, is it is taking my mind off the pain. It helps me focus on trying to understand why in this century or the next a human being would ever consider signing up for a dating site. It's like going to Google and searching for Moby Dick. You're going to have to sort through a bunch of results before you get to see an actual whale. I'm getting ready to call it a night, but a final profile I see makes my blood run cold. It stops me in my tracks. I click on his profile to read more about him just to make sure my eyes aren't deceiving me, and sure enough, they're not. The dark hair I used to run my fingers through, the face that used to smile at me with those eyes that would sparkle like the stars, right there on my laptop, staring back at me, was none other than Adam Lyons, my ex-boyfriend. Bum, bum, bum. Jesus Christ. Alright gamers, I'm back. The next day, it is officially Sunday. My working hours are Sunday through Thursday, deal with it. And I'm going to read the next bit of Mystery Date for y'all. Yay! So, let us continue. Chapter 4, the next morning. I stared at my ceiling all night long. Yes, I know he has moved on, but seeing his profile on a dating site makes it all too real. First came the pang feeling right in the middle of my stomach, as though some foreign substance were permanently lodged there. Then came the tears, the hot, wet, sticky grossness running down my cheeks. The part that came last, I wish would have come first. That was the amazing, possibly crazy, insane beyond anything I would ever do had I not been lobotomized by love idea. I'm not Rain on this site, I'm Taylor Jones. I could message anyone I knew in real life and they'd have no idea it was me. So what if I messaged him as Taylor Jones, but was still me? What if I can make him fall for me again? No, Rain, what are you thinking? That would never work. He'd see right through Taylor and know it was you. He'd just know it, but maybe he wouldn't. This had been my night. There was a constant flip-flop back and forth between my hopeful mind and my realistic mind. But at the end of it all, there was only one of them that my heart was going to listen to. It's 7 a.m. on a Saturday morning, and I don't know if it's the exhaustion from being up all night or the constant headache I seem to have had for hours from crying, but I get out of bed, go out into my living room, and open my laptop. I stare at his face for a good long minute. That beautiful face I know so well. The face I will never forget. And then I type something in the message box, and I press send. By 2 p.m. that afternoon, I had 9 cups of coffee with very, very little coffee and lots of sugar. I don't think I've ever had that much coffee in one day before. The anxiety over whether he will message back or not is driving me nuts. I can't live like this. I don't know why I do this to myself. It's like a sickness trying to find someone else, and you keep falling back in a trap for the one who still does it and will never love you like you love him. The jitters are hitting me hard now. I literally cannot sit still. I'm watching How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days, the way men watch football games, with the cheering and the ranting and the booing. I feel drunk. That part is in the book. I haven't liked drinking all morning. It's a work day. I don't like drinking on work days. The movie ends about 3:40 p.m. and the crash from the sugar and caffeine is coming hard and fast. Adam still hasn't messaged me back. He probably never will. He's probably spending all day in bed with some other chick that he went out with last night. I start crying again at the thought of this, but this time when I cry, it's like how a woman who's PMSing that's had way too much wine would cry. I've never experienced PMS before, so I don't know what that's like. I don't recognize myself. What am I becoming? I want to go back into my room and lie down on the bed, but something tells me I won't make it that far, so I lay down on the couch instead. I slowly close my eyes, and just as they close, completely, I hear a ding sound coming from where my laptop is sitting, and my eyes fly open like a springboard. I sit up looking at my laptop on the coffee table in front of me, but I don't see a message. I hit the refresh button, and when I hear the ding noise again, I realize it's coming from the device sitting to the left of my laptop, my phone. There's a text from Ollie, but I don't read it. I just pick up the phone and call him. Hey, he says on the other end of the phone. Hi, my voice is stuffy. I don't think I've sounded like myself since before Adam left. Sorry about last night. He cut me off. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been cross with you like that. It's just, sometimes I feel like I can't even get through to you. We used to know each other so well, but now I feel like you're not you anymore. I know, Ollie. It's okay. No, it's not. I'm going to be a better friend from here on out. No more trying to set you up with people. No more dating sites, none of it. I'll just be there for you, and you grieve for as long as you need to. I just wish there was something I could do to help. But if comforting you when you're upset is enough, then that's what I'll do. Ollie, I say softly. It's okay. I listened to you. I joined the site. You what? I joined dateme.com. I'm not on there as me, of course, because I don't want the Playbill people to find out, but I'm on there. There is silence. Ollie? Wow, I'm stunned. Wait, what do you mean you're not on there as yourself? I'm under a pseudonym, Taylor Jones. Everything else about me is the truth, like my height and interest and such, but I didn't want my face or name on my site. I didn't want my face or my name on the site, I bet. Well, that's great news, Rain. How is it so far? Met anyone worth talking about? I am silent for a moment. Should I actually tell him? Well, actually, yes. Really? Who? He sounds so excited. I hate to tell him. He's going to be upset. I just know it. Well, you see, I think I made a mistake. I messaged him, but he hasn't messaged me back yet. I'm thinking he might not be interested. I didn't mention his name, hoping he would let it go. Well, when did you message him? 7 this morning. Wait a minute, you're up at 7 a.m. on a Saturday? You must really like this guy. Who is he? I cringe, debating whether or not to lie about this. Then after a good long minute, I say, Adam. 10 minutes later, chapter 5, 10 minutes later, Ollie's standing in my apartment, furious. Rain! What the hell are you thinking? This is the same asshole that after 1 year is still shoving your heart, and you're here on a dating site trying to win him back? Are you out of your freaking mind? Possibly. I'm surprised at how calm I've remained. I think it's because everything he's saying, correction, everything he's screaming, is right. And I know it. I know he's right. I know it's insane what I'm doing, but I really just don't care. Oh my God, Rain, he runs his hand over his face. I think I exhaust him sometimes. Think about it though, Ollie. Do you remember how much he loved me? Do you remember how happy we were? I know all of that couldn't have just gone away for him. What if I show him that he could fall for me again? What if he fell for Taylor like he fell for me? And then when we finally meet up, he realizes it was me all along. He'll leave, Rain. He'll see you and he'll leave, and you'll be right back in the same spot you're in now, spending your days with your head in a script and your nights with your face soaking in the pillow. I look at him, hurt as I shake my head. You don't know that. Yes, I do, Rain. You know that. I know that. Even he knows that. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into. Pretending to be someone else online? This isn't like you, Rain. Maybe not, but I'm still going to try. He's silent. He just looks at me, contemplating something. So, what did you say? I was confused. When you messaged him, what did you say? Back when we first began dating, he took me to this fancy restaurant. It was Christmas time, so there were lights shining everywhere, and this place we were at had a balcony. I wouldn't have seen it if
The restaurant hadn't been completely packed that night. Normally they don't see people upstairs. It's for private parties only. But they were so busy, they had to start sending people up there. Anyway, there was snow covering the balcony and the black iron tables that sat on it. But when they tried to seat us inside, I said no. I want to sit out there. Instantly, the waiter and Adam began protesting, saying how cold it was and that the balcony was closed for the winter. But I wanted to look at the lights. They're much different than the city's usual billboard lights we see every day. The Christmas lights remind me of home. Even though I don't particularly like my crazy family, I like where I grew up. I wanted to be reminded of that. I wanted to feel the cold and know it was Christmas time. So Adam, being the gentleman that he was, took off his coat and draped it over my shoulders as he opened the sliding glass door onto the balcony. Ollie interrupts me. Actually, the word gentleman is kind of a redundant term now. It's used to refer to someone who was of high importance and wealthy, but as time wore on, people began using it to describe a man's kind personality. Because of that, the word now has no meaning, as it is worthless. I know I am not supposed to show my notes, but for this particular bit, I just drew that 3D nerd emoji. Seriously, Ollie? I laugh. Where do you come up with this stuff? Have you ever read Mere Christianity by C.S. Lewis? Oh boy, it's time to start flexing your literary knowledge. No. Interesting. I just thought everyone had. Okay, well, continue your story. I just know that the word gentleman is now a useless term. I shake my head. His practicality astounds me sometimes. Anyway, he turned to the waiter and said, "Send me out 2 hot cocos, please, with extra marshmallows." I gave him a look as if to ask why the extra marshmallows, and it was like he read my mind. "It hides the dirt color of the cocoa," he said. I smile at the memory of him. And then we sat on the snow-covered iron seats and drank hot cocoa that sat in front of us on the snow-covered table and ordered our food on the snow-covered balcony. It wasn't until later in our relationship that he told me he hated the cold and he hated snow and he thought he was going to die of hypothermia that night. Ollie laughs, but he said it was all worth it to see me smile. I smile again, lost in the memory of that night, but it quickly fades as I come back to reality. To answer your question, when I messaged him, I said, "Snow in the city makes me think of marshmallows and hot cocoa. This beautiful white fluffiness is being forced to merge with this dark, mucky-looking substance. But if you put enough marshmallows in the cocoa, it overrides the muckiness and makes it beautiful. Just like when enough snow falls in the city, it hides the pollution of it all. What does snow in the city make you think of?" Wow, that's deep. A simple hello wouldn't have done the trick. I mean, don't you think by you saying that, it will give away that it's actually you who messaged him? No, because, oh God, it's time again. No, because I took it to a deeper meaning than what he did. He just told me he couldn't get past the fact that the cocoa looked like dirt, so he'd cover up with marshmallows. I, however, turned it into a simile. I see. He seems confused and impressed at the same time that my intelligence level is that high. Jesus fucking Christ. What have I done to myself? I still don't get why you're messaging him, though. After all the heartache you've been through, it just doesn't feel right. Don't get your knickers in a twist over it. He hasn't even responded, and he probably won't. I just wanted to try. I look at him. He looks at me, seeing my pain and loosening up on me a little. He says, "Okay." I walk over and embrace him in a hug, and as he hugs me back and rubs his hands up and down my arms, he says it again. "Okay." Time skip. Ollie stayed with me the rest of the day to try and help keep my mind over whether or not Adam was going to respond. We played Grow Fish and Mancala, a game where you try and get all the marbles on your side of the board in a big semi-cylindrical shaped section at the end of the board. But when I bring out Mystery Date, that's when he bails on me and says he has to get home. I beg him to play with me, but he makes a good point that I am kind of playing Mystery Date in real life and losing, so I let him go. But just before he walks out the door, I say, "Hey Ollie." "Yeah? When are you going to marry that girl?" "What girl?" I roll my eyes. He can be such a boy at times. "Kate Hudson." Now he looks even more confused. "Jessica, your girlfriend?" Oh, he laughs. "Oh no, Rain, we've never really talked about it." I smile. "Well, you should." I should talk about it. With her, I mean. At least one of us deserves a happy ending. He smiles, nods, and waves, and then he's gone. 2 hours later, Adam responds. I read his message over and over, tears filling my eyes, happy tears for the first time in a year. I have happy tears in my eyes, I'm giddy and girly and so happy, it's wonderful. Snow in the city reminds me of one of the best nights of my life. I took this one girl I dated to a restaurant in Soho around Christmas time. There were lights everywhere and she couldn't get enough of them. It was her favorite time of the year. Just talking about Christmas would make her eyes light up. Anyway, we get to this restaurant. They have a balcony that's completely covered in snow. I hated the snow back then and the cold, but somehow she persuaded me to sit on the snow-covered balcony with her drinking hot cocoa with more marshmallows than cocoa and watching her gaze in awe at the Christmas lights. Sorry to talk about previous date, not the best way to start an online dating chat, but you asked, so I wanted to be honest. Obviously, I respond immediately. Oh, no worries, I appreciate the honesty. Sounds like you had a special relationship with her. Mind if I ask what happened? What led you to join dateme.com, I mean? The note I wrote in this part was, okay, I am reading this at work and I am cringing so hard. I sit there here, chewing my fingers anxiously. I am going to hear the story as though he is telling it to someone else. Maybe. We just grew apart. Sadly, life took us in different directions. She was an amazing girl, though. I loved her. And again, I'm starting this conversation out totally wrong. LOL. I laugh. It's okay. You can love other people and still love her too. You just have to be ready to move on. Something I've been having trouble doing lately. Okay, maybe I will still get the same story, but life didn't take us in different directions. He forced them in different directions, but he did say he loved me, so if he loved me, why did he leave? Wait a minute, did I just tell him it's okay to move on from loving me? Because it's so not! I'm confusing myself now. Is that why you joined Date Me, trying to move on from some jerk that hurt you? Ha, this is so ironic. Something like that. I'm sorry to hear that. Hey, why is your profile picture of a theater and not of you? The question I was dreading and unsure of how to answer popped up all too quickly. What do I say? What do I say? I'm going into panic mode now. I don't know. I kind of feel embarrassed being on here and I don't really want anyone I know to find out about this. He responds faster than I can think. That's completely understandable. Could you maybe send a picture of you though? I'd really like to know the face of the person I'm talking to. A part of me wants to end it here so bad. A part of me just wants to tell him that isn't me and I knew and I loved him too and we could try again. But it's too soon. He'll run, no doubt, if I tell him now. The fear inside me knows, despite everything he said tonight, that's exactly what will happen. So instead I say this. Do you believe it's what's on the inside that counts? Not on the outside? Absolutely. Then if you don't mind, for right now, I'd like to ask you to see me for the person that I am on the inside rather than who I am on the outside. I'll show you what I'll look like eventually. Just not right now, if that's okay. He waited a minute to respond, perhaps hesitating continuing this out any further, but then finally, I like you already. I breathe a sigh of relief. 7 a.m. Monday morning, chapter 6, 7 a.m. Monday morning. We talk all night long Saturday into Sunday morning and then continued talking for most of Sunday afternoon. When evening hit though, he told me he needed to go to sleep because he had to get up early for work. I didn't want to stop talking to him, but I knew I had to be up in the morning too. So we said goodnight. But today at 6 a.m., on the dot, I woke up to a message that said, "Good morning, Taylor." I can't stop smiling. It's amazing having him in my life again. I can feel my world brighten with every step I take, and it's all because of him. Even on cloudy days, the sun seems to still be shining. We talk about everything from why taxis are yellow to how stressful it is when the coffee maker won't work when you're in a hurry. It's almost as if it's saying, "Don't rush me, woman. I meant to make 4 cups of coffee in 5 minutes. That's pretty darn fast for a coffee maker. However, if you would like to replace me with one of those fancy new Keurigs, be my guest. Maybe then I'll finally get some peace." Hey, don't shit on Keurigs. I own a Keurig and it's fine. He seemed to find it amusing when I brought inanimate objects to life back when we were together, and my coffee maker bit proved that nothing has changed. I download the Date Me app on my phone so I can message him while I'm on my way to work. I catch a taxi and give the driver the address. In good traffic, it takes about 15 minutes to get there, but everyone is always bumper to bumper at this time of day, so that gives me at the minimum 30 minutes of Adam time. This traffic is absolutely awful. I know, but hey, it gives me more time to sit here and talk to you, so it works. I smile. I love him. He's so great. I begin to type that, but then I remember he doesn't know me. As far as he knows, we've only known each other for the weekend. So I hold back and simply say, I was thinking the same thing. I'm sitting here looking around at all the taxis with girls sitting in them and wondering if any of them are you. I look up at all the taxis myself, hoping to see his face, but I don't. There's a girl on my left with her straight brown hair down, reading the New York Times, and there's an older lady diagonal to me talking on the phone with her lips pursed and stained red. But other than that, I can't really see the people in the other taxis around me. I don't think so. Oh, you're not that older lady incessantly blabbling on the phone, are you? I laugh while looking at the lady with her red-stained lips remain at the mouth before I realize he just described someone I am looking at. I try not to look around too much because if he sees me, he'll know who I am then, but there's no man in a taxi in sight. Wait, are you on Fifth? Just then, the back taxi cab door on the passenger side opens and I begin to protest that this taxi is already taken until I notice it's Ollie. Driver hollers back something about the same thing, or Ollie responds with, not to worry, sir, we're both headed to the same place. I quickly put my phone away as though I'm hiding something, which is strange because I never hide anything from Ollie, not to mention he already knows about Adam. Messaging Adam, I look at him shocked. How did you? I saw the dating app on your phone before I opened the door. Also, the fact that you can't stop grinning from ear to ear is a huge giveaway. Not to mention you always pick me up on Fifth, or should I say I always jump in your taxi on Fifth every day. But today you seemed almost alarmed when I tried to get in. I'd say someone has a serious case of love brain. Love brain is what Ollie and I call it when you like someone so much that your IQ goes from the standard 118 to 30 in a matter of seconds. He begins to think love is in the air and I can feel myself turning red. I smile at the floor, then back at him. Is it really that obvious? He smiles too. Yeah, it is, but it's good. I'm happy to see you. I just smile at him. I think it creeps him out because after a minute or so he says, what? I'm going to say something you never thought you'd hear me say. Okay, and what might that be? Thank you for making me join DateMe.com. He laughs. Yeah, you're right. I never thought I'd hear you say that. We both smile from ear to ear and I don't stop talking about Adam and all that we've talked about all weekend until we finally reach Playkind Incorporated. Ollie pays the driver and we walk back into the building. We enter the elevator and I'm still giddily babbling as I press the button for the 4th floor. Finally realizing I should probably stop if I don't want Ollie to die of annoyance and if I don't want the entire office to find out I joined DateMe.com. So when the elevator dings to say we've arrived, I silence myself and walk straight to the common room. I pour myself a cup of coffee, not sugar or creamer this time, and head back the hallway to my office with a smile on my face that I just can't seem to get rid of no matter what I do. I hear mutters of what's with her and someone must have finally gotten to her pants as I walk by, but none of them bother me. They can tell that I'm happy and that's all that matters. I sit down at my desk and quickly check to make sure no one is watching before I pull open my browser and go to DateMe.com. I click on my messages folder, but still no response from Adam. I begin to worry that somehow he found out it's me he's been talking to. I mean, we were close enough to see the same lady in the taxi. What if he saw me? I look at the clock, 8:04 a.m. I look back at the message I last sent and what time I sent it, 7:36 a.m. It's been 32 minutes since we last spoke. No, I can't let anxiety take over now. I'll work and in no time he'll get back to me. I check my emails, no response from Playbill or Mr. Huntsworth, so that most likely means they haven't looked over our scripts yet or they aren't interested. I stare at the stack of scripts on my desk that just keeps growing every day and figure if I don't take a whack at it soon, it will probably eat me alive. I pick up the script on the very top of the pile. It's titled Mary Beans and Stranger Things. The synopsis tells of a young woman from the 1940s who gives her heart to a farmer. He grows and sells beans for a living, which isn't what her family approves of, but she doesn't care. She wants to marry him. But another man whom her family does approve of loves her, and when she finds out she is to marry the bean grower, he feels heartbroken, betrayed even. So he goes out in the dead of the night and kills the bean maker and clothes himself in the bean maker's clothes, disguises himself so that she will not recognize him, and she marries him thinking he is her true love. I am in shock. The story has me moved before I can even begin to read the script. Very few scripts have done that in my short 5 years of working here. I quickly find out, though, that the stage directions aren't up to par and the lines need a little bit of help. Rather than just scribe it, I write a letter to the writer telling them to make the dialogue a bit better and update the blocking and I will approve it. I give the letter to Jackie and ask her to fax it to them. She does so and then I go back to my office. I read script after agonizing script. None of them as good as the first. To pass the time, finally at lunchtime, I get a message. Hey, sorry, I got a call from work saying our servers are down, and I spent the entire rest of my taxi ride trying to talk Jason, my manager, through it. He couldn't figure it out. So by the time I got there, he had tried every possible thing, which made the problem even worse. I'd now just spent all morning trying to fix it, and now I'm headed out to get food and come back and sit in the office to continue destroying my brain cells. Oh, the life of computers, gotta love it. He sends another message immediately after that. Anyway, I'm probably not going to be able to talk until tonight because I have a feeling this is going to be an all-day project. I'm sorry. Have a great day, though, and I look forward to this evening. Smiley face. I respond quickly, hoping he will get to read it before going back to work. No worries. Best of luck, and talk to you tonight. Rain. Smiley face. I almost send it that way, but catch it before it's too late. I correct my name to say Taylor instead, then I press send. Chapter 7, the next morning. The evening came and went and I barely slept. I tried to keep my mind off the fact he still hadn't responded, but I couldn't. I had him back in my life again. Well, sort of, and I didn't want to lose him. Again. Finally, though, at 6 a.m. Hey, sorry I never responded last night. I was so beat from trying to figure out what was wrong with the stupid server that I just came right back to my apartment and crashed. I find that I sigh with relief far too much when talking to him. No worries, did you get it figured out? Yeah, finally around 9:30 after everyone had left for the day. Oh, not fun, not in the least, lol. I smiled at his next message. Anyway, good morning, Taylor, smiley face. How are you on this lovely morning? Better now that I'm talking to you. He responds quickly. I like when he responds quickly, likewise. Once again, my notes are just saying how uncomfortable I am. I decided to change the subject from mushy to practical. I'll be even better when I get some coffee in my system. Yes, coffee does sound nice. I'd say we should meet somewhere and you could let me buy you a cup, but I've got a meeting at 8 on the dot and I can't be late. You can't see me yet anyway. It's not time. That's okay, I've got coffee here. Ah yes, the overworked, underpaid coffee pot. Haha, exactly. LOL, I'm going to shower, talk to you in a bit, same here. I think of him while I'm in the shower. I imagine we are in the same shower, together, not two separate ones on the other side of town. I wash my hair as I imagine the feel of him on my skin, the touch that I've longed for since that awful night when he left, and then crash! I jump and look towards the bathroom door. The sound came from my kitchen. It had to have been a burglar, but why would a burglar be in my apartment at this hour of the morning? Why does the word burglar sound so much like burger? Maybe I should have eaten breakfast before taking a shower. Rain, will you focus? Someone is in your apartment. Maybe it was just a rat. A really big rat. Yes, Rain, because that would be better. A big, filthy, ugly, flea-infested rat with rabies and diseases. Just having in my room would kill me. Ugh, rats. I hate them. My note here, because I can also flex my literary knowledge, Amber Nadine, was, do it to Julia. Sorry about that, my camera died. And I have about 10 minutes before I have to leave for work, so I'm just going to finish this chapter and leave it at that. Not exactly where I want to be, but this is what we have to live with, gang. I step out of my shower, but leave it running so that if it is a burglar, they'll think I didn't notice the sound. I grab a towel off the towel rack and wrap it around my body, bunching it together with my hand at the side. Looking around the room, I can only find one object that could serve as a weapon, the toilet brush. I pick it up and try to open the bathroom door as quietly as I can. I mutter a quick prayer to God before I quickly step out into my room, toilet brush at the ready. There's no one in sight, so I walk out into the kitchen. There's no one there either, but there is what used to be a glass mixing bowl with cake batter and it's shattered at my feet. Hey, a voice says, startling me so much that I scream and grab hold of the toilet brush with both hands. The face I find looking back at me screams too, because in my moment of fright or flight reaction, I fail to remember that my other hand, which was only moments ago keeping my towel from falling down, is now holding onto the toilet brush as well. The towel is now on the floor and I am completely exposed. I quickly pick the towel up and wrap it around me again, and then I scold him. Ollie, what the hell are you doing? Ollie, my big burglaring rat. Me? What are you doing? Thrusting a toilet brush in my face? God only knows how many germs are on that thing. I groan. Actually, there's none. It's brand new. If I held the toilet up to your face, that's when I would start to worry. Can't remember when the last time was I cleaned that thing. My mind is getting sidetracked when I need to focus on the issue at hand. How did you get in here? You let me in last night. No, I didn't. I'm very confused now. Yeah, you did, remember? Jessica and I had a fight, so I came over and asked if I could camp out on the couch. I stare at him for a moment. And did you drug me before doing so?
I don't see a wife in your contacts. What is your wife's first and last name?
He laughs. No, but I think you were so focused on when Adam was going to text you back, they didn't even really hear me. I can't wrap my head around not remembering him spending the night, so I moved to a different subject. And what's with the glass cake? Is it the Grinch's birthday? Kind of, sorry about the mess. I was going to try and make you pancakes for breakfast. You know, pancakes made of cake batter, but I'm horribly clumsy. I was just looking for a trash bag to throw the glass in. Why? Why am I looking for a trash bag? No, why were you trying to make me pancakes for breakfast? You've never done that before. In fact, I don't think you've ever made me any food before. He hands me a card and half smiles. Happy birthday, Grinch! Aw, so you were going to make me pancakes? With real cake batter, he smells. You're too sweet. Hey, you only turned 23 once, right? I giggle. Right. I look at him for a moment, thinking of how great of a friend he is, and then I realize I'm still in a towel. Oh, I should probably go, yeah. I laugh nervously as I walk into my room and shut the door. I'll make the pancakes without glass this time, he shouts. We sit side by side at the island in my kitchen, and after he sings happy birthday to me and makes me blow out the 23 candles that poke 23 too many holes in my cake, we have our pancake breakfast. I didn't want to ruin the moment, but I want to know what happened. I feel bad that I wasn't mentally there for him last night. So what happened with you and Jessica? Oh, he takes a bite of his pancake. Well, remember how you said I should discuss the whole marrying her thing with her? I stopped chewing my bite. Yeah, and I did. And I ended up here. She doesn't want to marry you? I asked, my heart slowly starting to break for him. Oh no, she definitely does. She's had everything right down to the date picked out since 2 Februaries ago. She has everything set so that we could literally have a full-out wedding next week. Oh, Ollie, that's great. I mean, a little soon, but still great. No, it's not great. It's not just a little soon. It's way too soon. Not to mention a wedding isn't supposed to be spontaneous, and she's definitely not supposed to expect it. Ollie, she's a girl. She starts thinking about marrying you the minute she starts dating you. Some even plan it before they meet you. Like I did when I saw Josh Hutcherson on TV for the first time. I saw him when he was 10 years old in Zathura, and right then I knew I was gonna marry that boy. My daydream comes to a halt as I realized he didn't hear a word I said due to the fact I was continuing. He was continuing his rant. It's supposed to be romantic, and when the guy pops the question, she's supposed to be astounded and be like, oh my god, I never thought anyone would want to marry me. Finally, Ollie, it took you long enough. My response to this is, no, discuss the marriage first. The marriage is not supposed to be a surprise. The proposal is, but not the marriage. That's how she responded? I'm taken aback. That doesn't sound at all like Jessica. Well, no, not those words exactly. She was happy and grateful. It's just that she had that it's about time tone to her voice. Oh, I hate that tone. Would you be serious for a minute, please? I am being serious. When I was still living at home and my mom asked me to do some sort of chore, it would take about a week and 10 times a day of her nagging me before I'd actually do it. Then later, when I'd go to her and be like, oh, by the way, Mom, I cleaned such and such, she'd respond with, thank you, but she always had that tone. I'm blaring now, remembering it. Ollie cannot help but smile at the look on my face. Okay, but this is my girlfriend we're talking about, not my mom. Same annoyance applies. I have a thought, which I shouldn't say, but I'm going to anyway. Plus, we as girlfriends, fiancés, wives, act as your mothers because guys never really grow up and always seem to need guidance and someone to clean up after them anyway. Unless you're the girlfriend, then it's the other way around. I look around my apartment at the mail piled sky high on the coffee table next to the multitude of scripts that I still have to read, the dishes in the sink that seem to always be there, and of course, there's that pile of clothes in my room that I keep picking from and spraying perfume on them before I wear them just so they don't smell like they need to be dipped in acid to get clean. Yeah, pretty much, I say, and we both laugh. Then I sigh and look at the clock. 7:15. Okay, we should get out of here. Ready to catch a taxi? Let's do it, he says. I grab my purse and as we walk out the door, I say, this is going to be weird. What is? I'm not used to having you for my full taxi ride to work. Maybe you should walk up to 5th and wait there so it doesn't throw me off. Ha ha, funny. You just want to have alone time so I don't see you blushing the whole tiny message Adam. Not true, I say offended while thinking. So true. He gives me the look that tells me he just read my mind. We catch a taxi, and once we're sitting in traffic for a good 5 minutes, my fingers are itching to pull out my phone, and he knows it. Rain, message him. I look at him speculatively. Hey, look, you get on your phone and I'll get on mine. I won't pay any attention to your reaction while texting him, I promise. I still don't believe him. Look, this is me, scrolling through Facebook, reading all the stupid memes people are posting about Doctor Who and the Hunger Games. Totally not paying attention to you. He looks down and becomes completely engrossed in what he's doing on his phone. So I take out my phone too. Adam had responded and said, showered, had coffee, and am now sitting in a taxi. I reply with, how interesting, same here, what a coincidence. Have I told you about my best friend? Oh, I begin to type his name, but then realize Adam knows him. That would be a dead giveaway. I backspace and try to think of a name to call him, but I'm stumped. Oh, he is sitting right next to me. I could include him in the choosing of a pseudonym. Ollie? He doesn't look up on his phone. I laugh. It's okay to look at me. He looks up. Okay, what's up? What do you want to be called? He looks confused. What do you mean? When I talk about you with Adam, I can't use your real name because then he'd know I'm me. Ah, he says, recognition hitting his face. He thinks for a moment and then says, Superman! No, Captain America! I roll my eyes. Okay, never mind, go back to your Facebooking. He does so without a word. Have I told you about my best friend? Silly. Ollie bursts out laughing, startling both me and the driver. What's so funny, I ask him. He shows me his phone, still unable to speak because he's dying of laughter. Oh, and it's a 6-picture meme. The first picture is of Hannah Montana from her Nobody's Perfect music video. In big white letters across the bottom of the picture, it says Nobody's Perfect. The second picture is of Justin Bieber smiling, and the text on it says, I am. The third picture is the same as the first, and the fourth is once again of Justin, but this time he's angry. Stop saying I'm not perfect. The fifth picture is of Selena Gomez from her Who Says music video, and it says, Who says you're not perfect? The sixth and final picture is again of Justin Bieber. This time he's in tears, and in white letters across the bottom it reads, Hannah Montana. I join in his laughter and say, okay, that is good. I know, right? I hand him back his phone and he goes back to scrolling. He giggles again as though he had the afterthought of the Hannah, Justin, Selena meme before I could ask him what he was giggling about my phone dings. No, I don't believe you have mentioned this to Ollie. He's an amazing guy. Him and his girlfriend had a little bit of a fallout last night and he needed to get out of my apartment. So this morning he spent the night at my place and this morning he made me pancakes. Pancakes? Is that just like normal pancakes? And autocorrect just decided to be stupid and capitalize the cake for you? Haha, no. Pancakes! Or pancakes made with cake batter. He's never made me food before, but since it's my birthday and I let him spend the night, he wanted to make something special. Oh, happy birthday. Why didn't you tell me? I smile. It's on my profile. I thought you'd see it. Also, it sounds like this Sully guy's pretty awesome. Maybe you should be with him rather than talking to me. I feel slightly sad that mentioning him made him think that wasn't what I was going for. I decided to make it humorous rather than sympathetic. Oh no, LL. Sully is my best friend. That's it. We don't feel that way about each other. It's like a brother-sister relationship we have. Him and his girlfriend have been together for years anyway. Nothing could come between these two. After I hit send, I find myself questioning what I had just said. What would have happened if I met him before he met Jessica? Would we still just be in the friend zone? I look over at him sitting next to me staring at his phone, elbow rested up on the brown door handle and chin resting in his hand. I study his features, brown eyes and freckles splash across his face, his long torso and short legs. Even him out to be a perfect 5'10" to my 6'6", and just for a moment I find myself wanting him like I want Adam. Is it possible that I want him both? I shake the thought from my mind as we arrive at Playkind Incorporated. 8 a.m. on the nose. Hello, it is me, the very next day. I have given up on wearing the hard stuff because right now I can't fucking be bothered. But got a full batteried camera. God, I can't word. And we're gonna continue Mystery Date. Ooh. Chapter 8, 5 minutes later. When we get to the 4th floor and the elevator doors open, everyone is standing there in the main office room. They shout, "Happy birthday!" as Jackie takes pictures and Edward sets off noisemakers that send streamers flying into the air. There is a table with cake and presents and a balloon tied to the table that's in the shape of a 23. I can't help but smile as I turn back to Ollie and say, "You did this?" He has a guilty smile on his face. "Happy birthday!" He holds up his arms and shrugs as he says it, and I hug him. I thank everyone for the gifts and the cake, of which they refuse to go without saying happy birthday to me, and then tell them all that sadly we can't party all day. But please feel free to eat as much cake as you want. Just don't get into a sugar coma, because I don't want to have to be taking anyone to the hospital on my birthday. Everyone laughs and I retire to my office with a big slice of cake. Cakes! By the end of this day, I'm going to be so sick. I laugh out loud. Good thing I'm in my office. Hopefully, no one heard. They think I'm crazy, which, I mean, they wouldn't be wrong. I sit down at my desk and I immediately log on to dateme.com on my computer. There is a new message in my inbox, but it isn't from Adam. It's from William Tills, the 500 rummy guy. Now, you said you don't want to meet up for a while, and that's fine, but I wanted to ask if you would be interested in talking. I stare at his picture. He does seem like a kind person. Definitely a potential candidate if things don't work out with Adam. Rain, what is wrong with you? Of course things are going to work out with Adam. They have to. If they don't, you won't be able to function anyway, let alone think about William. I go to respond and another message comes through from William. Also, happy birthday. I smile. He saw that my birthday was listed on my profile as opposed to Adam's. Why didn't you tell me, comment? Before I know what my fingers are doing, I respond with, sure, we can talk. Just then, Ollie walks in. Hey, he says. Hey, did you get things resolved with Jessica yet? No, I'll just go back to the apartment tonight and we'll work it out then. Don't really want to deal with it while I'm at work. He sees the website on my computer. I try to hide it, but I miserably fail. Talking to Adam? He raises his eyebrows twice in an ooh la la sort of way. No, I'm talking to someone else. Really? Who? He comes around my desk before I can protest and looks at William's profile. Oh, he's cute. Wait a minute. He's a cop? Yes, why? What's wrong with cops? Rain, do you not know that all cops are bad guys? God, this... No, they're not. My brother-in-law is a cop and he's a great guy. He's actually probably the only sane person in our family. No, Rain, you can't date him. I won't allow it. I jump. He's never shouted at me like that before. Excuse me, but I'm 23 years old. I don't think you get a say in who I can and can't date. Besides, who said anything about dating him? I was just talking to him. He grabs me by the shoulders. You can't talk to him, Rain. I'm telling you now. Cops are very, very bad. Is this how people think ACAB people are? Because this isn't how anything works. Like, I know this is like the second time I'm reading this, but still. Don't talk to him, don't think about him. In fact, block him right now. Ollie! He's never acted like this before. What is going on? Do it, Ray! Okay, fine! I sit down and put a red flag on William. There, you happy? He breathes now. Going back to the normal Ollie. Yes, thank you. He turns and walks out without another word. I see our coworkers outside my office staring, trying to figure out what just happened. When I look at them all purposefully, they go back to pretending to work on their computers. I look at my computer screen and see the red flag that I put on William. I glance around quick to make sure no one, including Ollie, is watching, then I remove that red flag. Hey, sorry about that. My friend saw me messaging you and he flipped out on me, told me to block you immediately, and wouldn't leave my office until I did. It's so strange. I have no idea why he got so upset. That is strange. Do you mind if I ask what's his name? I don't want to tell him his real name. I barely know this man. I don't mind. It's Sully Willows. Name doesn't sound familiar. Maybe he has a thing for you? That's what everyone keeps saying, but I don't see how. Him and his curly girlfriend have been together for years and they're so happy it's almost sickening, haha. God, Rain, you're so fucking dense. Well, maybe the years of being with her are just memorable as the moment spent with you. A light bulb goes off in my head. Is that really a possibility? I think back to this morning and the fun we had with the pancakes and the taxi ride and all the things we've done together in the past, and suddenly Ollie becomes more of an option than before. He is my constant. He is the one thing in life I can rely on, the one person I always know will be there. I don't message William back. I go over to the Adam messages in my inbox and begin conducting a message to him. Something happened with Sully just now. He saw me on the site and flipped out, caused a huge scene in our office. I'm beginning to wonder if maybe you're right. Maybe he does have feelings for me, and I didn't see them until now. I figured. And how do you feel about him? I wasn't expecting him to respond immediately. I look at the clock on my computer, 10:15 a.m. Didn't you say you had a meeting at 8 a.m.? How did that go? I hope he takes the bait and lets me change the conversation. It got canceled due to a coworker's ignorance. I'll tell you, some days I just feel like I wasn't meant for an office job. The stress and drama involved is just way too much. Haha, yeah, I feel you. I respond, hoping he'll let the question about my feelings for Ollie go. He doesn't. He sends another message. You didn't answer my question. I sit there for a moment, thinking, tapping the keyboard gently with my fingers. I don't know, I finally said. And my notes at the end of this chapter. Character development, please? Amber, come on, I need something to feel in this book. Aside from just continuously yawning. Chapter 9, Friday morning. I walk into my office and find a big stack of papers sitting right in the middle of my desk. On top of the papers is a sticky note that reads, revised per your request. I pull off the sticky note and realize it's the script for Marion Beans and Stranger Things. Instantly, I begin reading. Act 1, Scene 1, the marketplace. We open with a backdrop of London, maybe Big Ben in the center of the backdrop. On top a walk from all different directions of the stage, shopping or just walking and taking a Sunday stroll with their umbrellas in hand. Josie enters from stage right with Farmer Gray. Josie, thank you kindly for the beans, Mr. Gray. I know this is supposed to be in London, but I'm just gonna keep on doing the southern shit. Because fuck you, Amber. Farmer Gray, please call me James. Josie, thank you, James. Farmer Gray, 'twas my pleasure, Josie. Josie, are you sure I can't pay you for them? Farmer Gray, no, I wouldn't dream of taking a penny from you, my dear. I do wonder though, if I could have supper with you? Josie, with me? Why, of course you could! Sanders, a wealthy Englishman, enters stage left and the orchestra plays suspenseful music. When he sees Josie, he brings, but when he sees who she's with, anger crosses him. Hey, Rain, I look up from the script and see Ollie resting his hands on my desk and leaning in toward me, anxious to tell me something. Sorry to interrupt, but there's someone here to see you. He smiles from ear to ear and gestures through my glass windows out into the other offices to show a tall, round man. His hair is white and his mustache breaks in one section where he's had a cleft lip, and instantly my eyes go wide. Mr. Playbill! I look at Ollie freaked out. What is Mr. Playbill doing in my office on a Friday afternoon? What is Mr. Playbill doing in my office, period? He says he's here to speak with you regarding the email you sent to them. He seems very interested. I think it's best not to keep him waiting. Shall I bring him in? No, I mean, not yet. I look at the chair piled with scripts and the desk strewn with random pieces of paper. Help me with this! I begin trying to move the stack of scripts off my chair and find that a lot of paper is heavier than you'd think. They end up sliding off my chair and scattering random pages all over the floor. I utter more curse words than I want to as Ollie helps me collect the papers and shove them in a pile under my desk. That's going to be a nightmare to sort through later. The stack of scripts on my desk actually look kind of professional, so I leave them there and instruct Ollie to do the same. But once I pick up Marion Beans and Stranger Things and slide it into my drawer, we take the rest of the papers on my desk that aren't scripts, just random notes, and shove them under the desk with everything else. I stand straight and look at Ollie. Okay, how do I look? The same as when he looked through that window and saw you 2 minutes ago before I walked in. Only your head is no longer in the script. I roll my eyes and sigh. You know your sarcasm can be a little annoying at times. Yeah, you know though, I've looked, and would you believe there are no therapists in the city that specialize in sad, sarcastic annoyance disorder. Okay, Amber, not sure if you know this, but there is an actual psychological condition called SAD. It stands for seasonal affective disorder. It's also known as seasonal depression. I give him a look. All right, bring him in. We'll get you help later. Mr. Playbill walks into my office as Ollie leaves to get him a cup of coffee. Mr. Playbill, what a pleasant surprise. I offer my hand to shake, and he takes it, thankfully. Okay, what voice should I do for Mr. Playbill? This is like the only scene he appears in, so I can go wild. I know. Miss Parrington, so good to meet you. How are things? My knees are shaking. I'm terrible at small talk. Why does this business have to be so big on small talk? Things are well, thank you for asking. Well, why am I saying things like well? I always hate when people use well instead of good. I can't begin to saying it too. It's too formal. Well, it's too late now. How are things for you? Things are quite good for me as well. Thank you. Quite. Another word that just seems too formal for my taste. All of my notes here are just like, shut the fuck up, right? Right at that moment, Ollie comes rushing in with a cup of coffee for Mr. Playbill. Here you are, sir. Oh, thank you very much, he says as he takes the coffee, and Ollie walks back out of my office. I almost don't want him to stay. This will be a lot less hard with him here. Please have a seat, I say as I gesture to the now cleaned off chair in front of my desk. He sits, and as I walk around to the other side of my desk and sit, he says, now, Miss Parrington, I'm sure you're wondering why I'm here. Am I right? I'm hoping it's for a good reason, I say as my hands begin to sweat. That depends on what your definition of good is. This has to do with Ollie, doesn't it? Did he try to set me up with one of Playbill's employees? Is that why Mr. Playbill is here? To scold me for bringing my personal life into the workplace? Or, oh God, please don't tell me. Did he see my date me profile and somehow find out it was me? Miss Parrington, we received your email application for Playbill, and I just wanted to come and meet you myself for a little interview, so to speak. An interview? I asked, trying to hold back my sigh of relief. That I can do, I think. All right, well, what would you like to know? He pulls a clipboard out of the briefcase he brought with him and a steel professional-looking pen. He jots down a few things and then says, well, first off, what are your aspirations in this business? 50 likes on this video and I will upload a scan of this book with my notes. For myself or for the company as a whole? For yourself. Well, I'm honestly extremely happy where I'm at, but I would love to start working with on-Broadway productions as well as off-Broadway. He scribbles a lot. Is that good? I see. Do you have a 5-year plan? I said, a 5-year plan? Yes, in other words, where do you see this company in 5 years? Oh, yes, of course, I apologize. I misunderstood you there for a minute, because God knows I barely even have a 1-day plan when it comes to my life. Our goal this year is to meet the quota we've been meeting every year since we began back in 2003, and hopefully a little more than that. We've always had good business with places like the Simmons and Earhart Theater, and for our 10th anniversary in 2013, we were hoping we could celebrate by becoming on-Broadway certified. I mentioned becoming an on-Broadway company now twice, didn't I? Don't push it too much, Rain, or he'll walk out the door and never come back. Want to work on expanding and growing a bit. I was thinking maybe a franchise in Chicago and possibly even Los Angeles so we could begin working with Central and West Coast theaters. Does that sound like too big of a 5-year plan for such a small company? Maybe I'm coming off as a girl who dreams too big. But that's if only our quota keeps exceeding our expectations each year. If not, then we will keep working to get our name out there, and hopefully within another 5 years, all of that should be completely achievable. And honestly, we have such a great team here. I couldn't imagine the company going anywhere else but up. He's very quiet, not even writing anything, just looking at me, nodding his head. Is he pleased with my answers or completely disappointed? I can't tell. He crosses one leg over the other and clicks his pen closed. So is the interview over? That was quick. Is that a bad sign? He's only been here 15 minutes. Please don't leave yet. Well, Miss Pennington, this is how I see it. You are a very bright young woman, and for you to be running this company all by yourself at the glooming age of 22 is very impressive. It is, I say it odd, then catching myself, I say, I'm 23 actually. Yesterday was my birthday. Should I not have corrected him? Was it? I wondered why there was cake in the common room. I stole a piece on my way in. I hope you don't mind. Mr. Playbill, stealing a piece of my birthday cake. Incredible. No, of course I don't mind. Take as much as you like. I, of course, don't mention that it is left over from yesterday because who wants stale cake? Actually, come to think of it, I don't know anyone who would turn down day-old cake. He smiles. Oh, don't tell me that. I'll walk out of here with the whole thing. We laugh and I'm grateful that I did correct him because it's taken away some of my anxiety chatting with him like this. We keep talking for a good 45 minutes about everyday things and it is nice. I never thought businessmen could be casual. Even at home, I picture them sitting on their couch in their suits watching television and eating at the dinner table while discussing tax returns with their significant others. But Mr. Playbill changed my view on all that. Although I am relaxed and happy to be discussing everyday life with him, my anxiety is still through the roof for one reason. Does he want the company? By the end of the conversation, I am doing everything I can not to shout at him. So are you going to accept our company or not? Please tell me, he. Anyway, please have your secretary fax 3 of your best edited scripts to my office no later than Thursday morning at 9 a.m. My associates and I will review them and let you know where we want to go from there. Sound good? Sounds perfect, I say. Thank you so much. When he stands from his seat and I stand as well, we shake hands. We'll be in touch. He turns to leave but stops. Oh, and next time you have an important client in your office, don't risk the mishaps of your scripts to clean your office. It is business. We know what mess looks like. I smile and he smiles back, then leaves. An exasperated sigh escapes me, and once he's out of sight, I sink into my chair. Ollie wastes no time bursting into my office, bombarding me with every question imaginable about the conversation. What did he say? Are we officially playbill status? When can we start submitting to them? What script are you going to submit first? You don't look good. Did he refuse your proposal? I wait until the overly energetic Ollie calms down enough for me to get a word in, and then I simply say, I don't know. He said he'll be in touch. What does that mean? 1 hour with a guy and you don't know if we got it? He was very chatty. I had an overwhelmed feeling of exhaustion, like I could just lay my head down around my desk and sleep for hours. Ollie says this. His silence tells me that much. Okay, well, we can talk about it later. He leaves my office without another word. Time skip. Later that evening, Adam messages me and I tell him about Playbill and then Sully's reaction. But of course I have to lie and not actually call Mr. Playbill by his real name. Adam thinks I'm a literary agent trying to submit a client's work to a big named publisher. I figure it's stretching the truth a bit, but not full out lying. Sully wanted to hear more about it, and I felt bad for not going into detail, but my energy level dropped like a poison rat. I felt so overwhelmed and didn't know where to begin thinking. I'm sure he understands, Adam replies. I know, but I should have at least told him more. This publisher wants me to send him 3 of our best manuscripts for review, and once he and his team look them all over, he'll let me know their decision. But they seem very interested. Taylor, that's wonderful. I know, I just wish I had told Sully, but I immediately began thinking of all the preparation I need to start doing. I need to have the writer send me the full manuscripts, edit them, and send them, which is going to take forever. Don't worry, Taylor. If he's as good as a friend as you say he is, he'll understand. Yes, he was probably ready to walk in and pop the champagne bottle right there and begin throwing party streamers everywhere. But everyone knows what it's like to feel overwhelmed. How do you always make me feel better? I ask myself the same thing about you every day. I smile like a giddy teenage girl. I think it's working. Could it be? Am I making him fall for me again? It sure seems that way. He's been talking to me way more than usual, and he's been saying sweet things like this for a few days now. I send back a smiley face and then look at the time on my phone, 10:30 p.m. So due to today's events and what I already told you, I'm going to be that lame person that goes to bed early on a Friday night. LOL. Okay, good night, Taylor. Sweet dreams. I giggle aloud. Sweet dreams to you too, Adam. My notes at the end of this chapter are, and the point of that last text was, what? Chapter 10, Saturday morning. I won't be going anywhere today. I'm stuck in solitude because I need to get to work on these scripts. I really want to send Marrying Beans and Stranger Things to Mr. Playbill, but I haven't even finished reviewing it to sign the writer to our company yet. I know that I should probably just focus on Munchies, a musical we had approved for The Simmons a few years ago, but a food taster for the King of Scotland who lost his taste buds before losing his job. Or Way Down South, a 2-person play about how when you meet someone and you care for them enough, everything else in life that previously mattered to you goes out the window, or Down South in this case. Regardless of my thoughts, Marrying Beans and Stranger Things just draws me in more than the other two. I feel connected to its story. I choose to grab a cup of coffee and curl up on my couch to read it, despite my better judgment. I had finished reading all of Act 1 last night and am beginning Act 2 now. So far, Farmer Gray has proposed to Josie and she accepted. Sanders, who has become one of her dear friends over time, is heartbroken when he hears the news. Act 1 ends with him sitting at a bar, drunk of course, plotting to kill Farmer Gray. Act 2, Scene 1, Josie's house. Josie is on stage as the lights rise. It's the eve of her wedding, and she's standing in her room, staring at herself in the mirror, wearing the wedding gown her family had sent from France. We see Sanders drunkenly enter from stage left. Oh God, I can't do a British accent, can I? Am I not good enough for you? Josie, Sanders, what are you doing here? Sanders, I've always been good to you. Been there for you for everything, and this is how you repay me? Marrying a farmer? Josie, I love him. Sanders, and I love you. Beat. You never knew because I didn't tell you, but I do, Josie. I really do love you, and I don't know why you never loved me back. Josie, Sanders, you've been drinking. I think you need to be getting home now. You don't know what you're saying. Sanders, no, Josie, I know exactly what I'm saying. I want to marry you, and you should want to marry me too, not the pathetic excuse of a farmer. Josie, excuse me, Sanders, but that's my soon-to-be husband you're speaking of. Sanders, I know, and I think that's ridiculous. What kind of farmer only grows and sells beans? I mean, he has to be off this bloody rocker. Josie, well, he's going to be my bloody husband, so I suggest you stop speaking the guardian statement and leave before I tell the bloody servants to call the bloody guards to escort your bloody arse out. I laugh as I take a sip of my coffee. You go, girl. Sanders, we're good friends, Josie. I thought we were going to be more than friends. Now what are we going to be? My reading is interrupted by a knock on my door. I set my cup and the script down on the coffee table, remove the fuzzy blanket from my panda PJ covered body, and go up to answer the door. I look through the peephole before opening it, and when I do, I see Ollie. Who else should I expect? With a stack of magazines in his hands. I open the door and immediately says, "Now what are we going to be?" Remembering the script and the fact that Ollie just said the same thing, Sanders said, I get a little weirded out. For a moment, if I imagined him saying it. For a moment, I wonder if I imagined him saying it. Okay, my bad. So I say, what? What are we going to be for Halloween now that the Sebastian and Ariel costumes have sold out? Knowing now that he is talking about Halloween almost makes me laugh with relief. I walk back over to my couch to sit down. Ollie follows me and flops the magazines down on the coffee table, almost spilling my precious speed juice. I look at them and now realize they are an assortment of every costume catalog known to mankind. Ourselves? He gives me a look. I knew I should have ordered them back in May. I can't believe this! Oh God, I forgot this part. His temper tantrums never last long, but when he has them, I find myself wondering if he has a little bit of Asperger's. I googled it once and read the symptoms, but he didn't have any of them except for the freakouts. So I assume he just has low patience or only a little bit of Asperger's. Can a person just have a little bit of Asperger's? Amber Nadine, that is not how neurodiversity works. Please do your God-forsaken research. Oh, come on, Ollie. Maybe you and I shouldn't be anything. Maybe you and Jessica should be Bonnie or Clyde or Jasmine and Aladdin. The sexy version of the costumes, though, not the regular ones. You know, go out and have some fun with her. Jessica doesn't like Halloween. You know that, Rain. Plus, she and I still haven't worked things out yet. He looks somber. Really? Why not? I don't want to talk about it. I just want to focus on what we are going to be. Any ideas? Where are we going that we have to dress up anyway? The office party on the 31st, duh! Halloween's a weekday again? I ask agonized. It's a Wednesday! He's way too cheery about this. You should know this considering it was a Tuesday last year. 2012 was a leap year. So therefore, Halloween the year before this book takes place was on a Monday, not a Tuesday. Again, do your research, Amber. It can't just jump all the way to the weekend, and if you, the boss, don't dress up, then you're going to be ridiculed and mocked for the rest of the year. I got my notes. I keep saying, like, just don't go in a couple's costume. Get your own fucking costumes. I mean, if I was like Rain in this situation, that's what I would tell Ollie in so many words. I'll be mocked for the rest of the year if I show up in some dorky costume too, I say under my breath. Ollie didn't hear me. Either that or he chose to ignore me. Plus, You win the costume contest every year. I don't want this to stop. That would be like doomsday. The year our consecutive contest winning ends. 2012. It's like the end of the world. It is the end of the world. Didn't you see the John Cusack movie? Again, he gives me a look. I hate this. Every year he panics about winning this stupid costume contest and I have to dress up like an idiot just so I don't hear it for the rest of the year. This is Jessica's job. She's supposed to put up with this harassment. Is it that difficult for her to take Holly from me for at least one holiday? I look at him flipping through a Costume Express catalog and that answers my question. We had originally settled on Ariel and Sebastian because all I would have to do is put on a dress that had a mermaid tail look to it and wear a red wig. Something I actually thought might be fun. But now we are being demoted to last minute decisions. Knowing that it won't go away until the problem is solved, I begin making some choices. What about Marlon and Dory, I ask after sighing. I wish Jessica didn't hate Halloween. She really is supposed to be the one doing this, not me. Yes, I know, I said that already, but be warned, I may say it again. The boy is driving me insane. You want to dress up as a fish? And there it is, ladies and gentlemen, the first of 1,000. What is wrong with you retorts about every single idea I come up with? But then I think about it more and imagine us stuck trying to go in and out of the elevator with huge bulky fish costumes. Yeah, good point. I think for a little bit longer and say, Casper and Wendy! Great idea. You carry around a witch's broom and I'll throw a witch eater in my head. Totally not stereotypical Halloween costumes at all. And there's the second retort. I groaned, sit back and pull the fuzzy blanket over my face. Then I pull it back down and sit back up. I don't know what to tell you, Ollie. I don't have time for this right now. I have so much work I have to do, I think my head's going to explode. Really? Can I watch? I've always wanted to see someone's head spontaneously combust from stress. Now I'm the one giving him a look. Kidding, he says, holding his hands up. How much work do you have to do besides turn to a fairy godmother so you can bippity boppity boop this place clean? Haha, very funny, Ollie. I try. No, the work I have to do is because of Mr. Playbill's visit yesterday. Oh? Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't tell you about it immediately. I just became so overwhelmed with everything he wants me to do that my brain sort of shut down. So it's good then, right? If he wants you to work, that means we are on Broadway now? He looks hopeful. Not yet, his face stinks. But it's not completely bad either, I say, hoping I didn't get his hopes up too quickly. I tell him everything that happened in the meeting yesterday, right down to the punctuation marks. A whole hour later, I had reiterated everything Mr. Playbill said and Ollie sat there in a daze. Wow, that's awesome, Ray! I know, but it's so much work. He wants all the scripts by Thursday. That's only 5 days for me to review and edit 3 scripts to send to him. Do you want any help? Thanks, but I think I'd better do it myself. That way, if anything gets messed up, I'd have no one's ass to chew but my own. How would that even be possible? He then proceeds to find a way to get his face to his butt and fails each time. I roll my eyes. You've got issues, boy. So I've heard. We laugh. And my notes for this bit are, okay, I'm getting really tired, so I'm gonna put this book down. This is harder than I thought. This is a living nightmare. Help, help. Help, help. And we're not even halfway through at this point. Chapter 11, Wednesday evening. I'm stupid. I am a stupid human being. Tomorrow is when we need to have the script submitted to Mr. Playbill, and here it is, almost midnight, and I still have yet to approve Marrying Beans and Stranger Things. I contacted the writer on Monday and told her I wanted to add it to our list of scripts and send it out immediately to a client, but I needed her to sign off with us first. Well, to my dismay, she couldn't get into my office until today, causing a holdup on things. When she arrived, I had her sign the paperwork for us to represent her work. I also had to immediately have her sign the papers to approve the script being sent over to Mr. Playbill. The second she left, I ran over to the notary to have all the documents approved, but the line was a mile long out the door. Almost an hour later, I returned to the office with half my day already gone in my mind in panic mode. William and Adam both messaged me asking how I was. Due to the deadline, I had barely messaged them all week. I feel bad, but this is an opportunity I don't want to pass up. I sent them both a quick message saying, sorry, super busy, I'll message you tomorrow night. I'm now lying in bed thinking of all the things I have to do tomorrow morning in order to get me to the office on time and have these faxes followed over to Mr. Playbill. Sleep will be minimal tonight. My alarm goes off at 6 a.m. on the dot. I take a shower, make coffee, throw on a coat, and walk out the door with 3 huge envelopes full of papers to fax. The air is a bitter autumn breeze that makes even the hairs on my toes stand up. I try to ignore it as I walk, but it's like trying to ignore a fly once it's landed on your food. I catch a taxi and Ollie joins me on Fifth as usual. We arrive at the office at 8 a.m. Typical morning, gone as planned, right? Well, all until I get to the fax machine, of course. Jackie, I call over my shoulder towards her cubicle. What's wrong with the fax machine? It's broken, she responds. Instantly, I hear suspenseful music play in my head as a panic attack begins to ensue. What do you mean it's broken? I just had Allie do a checkup on it a week ago. Yeah, well, you must have missed something because it's broken again. I let out a little panic scream and raced to his office. I bolt through the door and find him sitting at his desk, staring at his computer, casually eating a donut. I walk behind his chair, grab the collar of his shirt, and pull it up as I thought my muscles could actually lift him. Ah! He stands like a dog talking command. A dog taking command, my bad. Come now! He drops his donut on the napkin he was holding it over. Rain, he says with a mouthful. What are you doing? He's confused, but doesn't resist my pulling him all the way through the hallway, past the office, and over to the fax machine. I point to it and say in a sort of demanding / little kiddish voice, help. He looks at the fax machine, then at me. I'm going to need you to form a proper sentence, please. I sigh. I don't have time for Ollie the practical right now. I need Ollie the spontaneous. It's 8:15 and Mr. Playbill said that I was to have these scripts faxed to his office no later than 9 a.m. Thursday morning, and the fax machine is not working, and if I don't get these scripts to him in time, I'll cry. I say it all in one panicked breath that results in me now huffing and puffing. Without another word, he starts looking at the fax machine, trying to figure out what's wrong with it. 10 gut-wrenching minutes go by, and I'm sitting there trying not to bite my nails down to the quick. Finally, he looks at me and says, well, I know what's wrong with it. I look at him waiting for an answer. Is it good? Is it bad? Do I want to know? Or should I go bury myself deep down in a dark hole now? Well, it needs a new fuser. I can fix it, but I can't get the part for a couple days. I look at him and do a little scream. Sort of like a quick, quiet, ow. Then I grab the scripts and run. I run down the emergency steps and out the glass doors as I stop once I see the traffic. Nothing is moving. Taxis, cars, white vans that I wish were kidnapping, so I had a good excuse to tell Mr. Playbill as to why he didn't receive the scripts on time. None of them are moving. I calculate the address in my head. 19th and Broadway. That's only 5 blocks from here. I can make it. I start running on the sidewalk, passing Madison Square Park. When I reach the Flatiron building, I almost get hit by a few taxis and knock a hard-boiled egg out of a guy's hand that is standing at a hot dog stand. I'm sorry, I yell back, not having time to stop to properly apologize and buy him a new egg, or to ask why he had bought an egg at a hot dog stand in the first place. Strange. I don't trust food that comes from carts as it is, let alone an egg coming from a hot dog cart. As I'm running, I trip trying to avoid crashing into a fire hydrant and instead knock over a line of bikes on a bike rack. I thought it was Ollie that was the clumsy one, not me. And then finally I reach it. The big glass door building with a sign that says Playbill in clear frosted letters. I stand there a minute, catching my breath. I looked at my watch. It reads 8:43 with 17 minutes to spare. I casually walk in. The beautiful crystal chandelier hanging right above my head makes me afraid that if an earthquake suddenly occurs, I'll be impaled instantly. Yes, that was the first thing I thought of, and not, ooh, pretty chandelier. I walk straight to the desk where a receptionist with a short black bob, you know, one of those haircuts where it's longer on the front than it is in the back, talking on a Bluetooth earphone. Yes, Mr. Skins, we will send you the scripts the moment Mr. Playbill and his team reviews them. She waits a minute, never once looking up to acknowledge me. Okay, okay, bye-bye now. She presses a button on her earpiece and then with her eyes still fixated on the computer, she says, may I help you? Yes, hi, my name is Ring Parrington and I'm with Pleakine Inc. And she interrupts me. Oh, is that an adult toy company? There is a silence for a moment as I try to think of a proper response to that. Come to think of it, that does sound pretty bad. Maybe we should change our name. No, we are a script distribution company. When she doesn't say anything, I continue. Mr. Playbill came into my office last week and spoke with me about reading some of our work and said to have it faxed over on Thursday before 9 a.m. But you see, our fax machine broke and we aren't going to have it fixed until early next week, so I just came by to apologize for the inconvenience and drop them off personally myself. She has one of those raspy voices that sounds like she has razor blades in her nose. Sounds like I picked the right voice. Sorry, but Mr. Playbill is out of town and I'm not allowed to accept unsolicited material. God, she's annoying. Yes, but you see, I'm not unsolicited. Mr. Playbill was in my office a week ago. You yourself even just got off the phone with Mr. Skids talking about the scripts. They're right here in these envelopes. Like I saw you, Miss Parrington. I'm sorry, but I can't accept this. I am going to begin snapping at her soon. 2 days with no sleep and her annoying voice don't mix well. Okay, but if you would at least call in, you would see that. She cuts me off. Mr. Playbill is a very busy man, and I've been instructed not to contact him about little things such as aspiring writers trying to get their scripts in front of us. Okay, listen here, Razormouth. I have worked non-stop for the past week on these scripts, and I have had very minimal sleep. I even stopped messaging a potential boyfriend of mine so I could focus, and I did not just run 5 blocks and meals for you to sit there and refuse my scripts just because you think I'm a writer off the streets. I have been in this business for almost 6 years now, which would make Rain 17 when she started, by the way. So, that's not a long time, but it's more than what some can say, and I know what I'm doing. So, I am asking you, would you please take 2 minutes out of your precious time to call Mr. Playbill and confirm that he himself asked for my scripts? She glares at me, then after a minute or so, she presses a button on her earpiece. I hear Mr. Playbill's voice on the other end. Mr. Playbill, I'm terribly sorry to bother you, sir, but there's a very, she pauses as though she's looking for the right word to call me, persistent young woman here by the name Rain Parrington. She claims you were in her office last week discussing reviewing her scripts. He says something, but I can't quite make it out. She says her fax machine broke and she ran here to deliver the scripts personally. Should I accept them? All right, I see. Thank you, Mr. Playbill. She clicks off her earpiece and looks at me for the first time. My mistake. I will take the scripts and Mr. Playbill and his team will review them on Monday. I give her a mean smile. Thank you. She takes the scripts from my hands and I turn and walk out the building. What I see before me is a body lying on the ground in the middle of the road, blood seeping from its head. Cars are stopped, horns are blaring, and the woman, who I assume was the driver of the car that hit the pedestrian, is standing over the body talking on her cell phone. She seems horribly panicked. I begin walking toward the person and fear strikes at me as I recognize the face in the body. God, please no! I walk faster and I need to scream, but no words come out. I fall down on my knees beside the body and the only thing I can say comes out like a whisper. So quiet, not even the tiniest mouse could hear it. Ollie. Chapter 12. Several hours later. I called Jackie and told her what happened. I let her know that Ollie and I wouldn't be back in the rest of the day and probably wouldn't be in tomorrow either. My notes for this? No, you cannot have something so serious and have some blasé tone, the same blasé tone that you've had this whole book. That is not how this works. That's what I said. Jesus Christ, my handwriting is garbage. I told her a few other things that needed to be done so she would know have to do, since neither I nor my assistant/partner in crime were there. I'm sitting in the hospital's ER room and have been waiting for what feels like days. When the paramedics arrived at the scene of the crime, so to speak, they told me he wasn't dead. I almost didn't believe them. I've never seen him look so lifeless before. It's honestly the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. According to the taxi driver, Ollie wasn't paying any attention to traffic and ran out into the middle of the road. Thankfully, she wasn't going too fast, but it was still fast enough that even though she hit the brakes, the car still plowed into him. I thought of trying to get a hold of Jessica, but something told me not to. I don't know why. I mean, Ollie is in the hospital. He's been hit by a car. That's something his fiance should know about, but still I don't call her. A nurse walks into the waiting room for the doors, where no one is allowed though, unless you are a patient, and say, you can see, insert name of person you are having a heart attack about now. I'm half tempted to cut myself with my apartment keys just so I can make an excuse that I need to be admitted and go beyond the doors and find Ollie. As per my notes, excuse me miss, but what the fuck? The nurse looks around for a moment, then says, Rain Parrington. I look up. Am I imagining things? She calls my name again. No, I'm not. I hesitate as I stand and walk towards her. I don't know if I'm ready to face the outcome of all this. I reach her and she begins to speak. Are you Rain Parrington? I nod. Hi, I'm Lucy, the head nurse. She has a kind smile. Ollie is pretty beat up, but he's going to be okay. He doesn't have any major spinal or head injuries, just a minor concussion, fractured wrist, and a broken clavicle. Clavicle? Collarbone. That's not major? For getting hit by an automotive vehicle, no. We consider your friend to be very lucky. Most people don't get hit by taxis and live to talk about it. Ollie will. Although I'm only half believing her, I say with relief, did you get a hold of his emergency contact? Lucy looks confused. If you mean you, then yes, we did. I'm his emergency contact? The one and only? But what about Jessica? Who? His girlfriend of like forever? She looks at his paperwork. I'm not seeing a girlfriend of like forever on here, just a Rain Parrington, best friend and fellow colleague. I stare off into the distance. Why would he not put Jessica on his emergency contact sheet? Miss Parrington? I swallow and shake myself back to reality. Can I see him? He's pretty doped up from all the meds, so he's probably not going to wake up anytime soon. That's fine, I need to see him. She looks at me, probably trying to decide if it's healthy for me to see him in the condition that he's in. All right, come on back. I follow her through the doors that I wanted to walk through for so long today, and she leads me back past several rooms with patients either passed up and asleep or bleeding in a way, crying in pain. We turn left past the nurse's station, and then we enter a doorway that says 14, and she gestures for me to go in there. I take a deep breath and enter his room. He's lying on his back, eyes closed, head bandaged with white wrappings, and his arm in a cast. I can see a yellow stain around his collarbone. And in the middle of the stain is stitches where they had operated on him. I love how she says yellow stain, even though I think her target audience should know what iodine. Her target audience should know how hospitals use iodine, right? I had an iodine stain when I got operated on, for God's sake. There's an IV in his arm, giving him fluids, and a little gray clip thing on his finger. Red and white wires running from a machine underneath his hospital gown to hook up to the sticky things that I assume are on his chest. Tears fill my eyes. What was he even doing there in the first place? None of this would have happened if I wouldn't have been so focused on getting those scripts to Playbill. Ollie's in the hospital because of me. I sit down in the chair beside his bed and move it closer to him so I can hold his hand. I look up at the monitor and try to understand what his vitals are. The green line reads 110/74. I'm pretty sure that's his blood pressure. Is that a good number? I've never been good at knowing a normal number for blood pressure. I know that one of them is systolic and the one is diastolic, and one of them measures the rate of blood pumping into our heart, and the other the rate of blood pumping out of the heart. But I can never remember which one is which. The pink line is 79. I think that's his pulse. I don't know if that's good either. So you know how to read a heart monitor, but you don't know that it's iodine that they use to disinfect when they operate? Okay. I watch as the numbers change to 108/68 and I panic. It's dropping. Is that bad? Should I call for someone? I know that anything below 90/60 is bad. His numbers go back 210/74 and I relax a bit. Maybe this is normal. Maybe they're supposed to fluctuate like that. I look at Ollie. Maybe you're just a normal boy. I smile at him even though he can't see it. I watch his chest as it rises and falls with every breath, and I will it not to stop. I glance between that and the monitor until I feel like I've almost been drugged and I fall asleep. Chapter 13, the next morning. I am in the cafe on the first floor of the hospital getting coffee. I am back to my usual little bit of coffee and lots of sugar fix. Around 2 a.m. the nurse came in and said they were moving Ollie to a room on the 4th floor. She said I could come with him, or I could go home and get some rest and come back the next day. I chose to stay with him. Whatever happens, whatever goes on, I want to make sure I am the first to know about it. It's 8 a.m. now and Ollie still hasn't woken up. It's worrying me terribly. I came down here to the first floor to get coffee to settle my nerves. I'm sitting at a table now, slowly sipping away the anxiety, or at least trying to. When my phone rings, it's Jackie. Hello, I answer. Hey Rain, it's Jackie. How's he doing? Tears start to fill my eyes. I don't know. I mean, the doctors say he's going to be fine, but he still hasn't woken up, and it's really scary. I try not to let my voice quiver. What all does he have? Do you know any of that yet? Oh, God. I wipe away a tear that trickles down my cheek and try to sniff the gross snot back up my nose silently. He had a minor concussion, a fractured wrist, and a broken clavicle. That's it, she asks. After being hit by a taxi, I thought he would have been looking like Church from Pet Cemetery by now. Is getting hit by a taxi in New York really that fatal? I don't live there, so I don't know. You're the doctor, so act like it's nothing. My best friend is broken, Jack. He has broken bones. All because of me. I'm sorry, Rain. I know it's hard, but if they say he's going to pull through, then that's good, right? I guess. There's silence. I have so much I want to say, but nothing will come out. I feel completely irresponsible. All right, well, I was just calling to see how he is doing. A lot of people have been asking about him, and I wanted to be able to give them accurate information. I understand. I'm somewhere else, and I think she can tell. I'll keep you both in my prayers, Rain. I'll ask the others to do the same. Thank you, Jackie. I appreciate it. Even though I believe in him, God is the last thing I want in my mind right now. Nice of her to pray, but I don't know if that will help. I'm just so scared, the line clicks and my phone goes back to being a lock screen. Time skip, I go back upstairs to room 412 and sit down in the same chair I spent the night in. I look at Ollie, still in the same position when I first saw him last night. I've asked the nurses several times, to the point of annoying some of them, if he is going to wake up. They all respond with the same answer. He's not in a coma, he's just got high doses of pain meds going into him right now, which causes him to be sleepy. I'm beginning to wonder if that's the truth or if they don't want me to worry. If so, joke's on them because I'm worried no matter what. I pick up my phone and go to the Date Me app. I told both William and Adam I'd messaged them last night and I didn't. I'm surprised they didn't blow up my phone asking why I hadn't messaged them. William mentioned once. So did you meet your deadline for that work thing you were talking about? I responded to him first and she messaged me. Yes, I did, but I have some bad news. You know my friend Sully that I was telling you about? Really got hit by a taxi last night. The doctors and nurses keep telling me that he's going to be okay, but I'm really worried. I go over to Adam's profile. He hasn't messaged me at all since Wednesday night. That is odd. I go to message him, but William responds instantly. Oh no, Taylor, that's awful. I'm so sorry to hear that. Did they say what's wrong with him? A minor concussion, fractured wrist, and broken clavicle. Wow, okay, that's actually really good considering he got hit by it. Fucking hell, stop repeating this! He got hit by a car. That's what everyone keeps telling me, but it's still bad, isn't it? Hey, I've seen people walk away fine from a lot worse. I wouldn't worry too much. It puts lines and places on your face you don't want them. I smile as he sends another message. I'm sure it'll be fine. Thanks, William. I send a smiley face and he sends one back. Then I go over to Adam. I used to lean on him when I couldn't lean on Ollie. Time to see if I still can. Hey Adam, sorry I didn't message you last night, but something happened. My friend Sully got hit by a taxi. Everyone keeps telling me he's going to be okay, but he still hasn't woken up and I'm so scared. I don't think I've ever been this scared in my entire life. He's been like a brother to me for the past 5 years and I can't lose him. I love him. I don't know what to do, Adam. He's so helpless, so lifeless. I've never seen him like this before. Well, I mean, there was that one time at the Christmas party where he had way too much eggnog and everyone had to put him in a taxi to take him home. But that still wasn't as bad as this. What do I do? Ollie stirs and I lean forward, eagerly, on my chair. Ollie, I say softly. Ollie, can you hear me? I wait for him to say something, anything. Give me a dada sound that a baby would make. I don't care, Ollie, just say something, please. Did you get the scripts to Playbill on time? I'm beginning to laugh with relief. I think some happy tears might be showing themselves too. Yes, I did. I rest my head on his chest in a failed attempt to hug him, and I feel his hand gently touch my hair. Hey, you okay? He asks me. Am I okay? Ollie, I think I'm the one who should be asking you that question. You're the one that got hit by a taxi. Is that what happened? I thought it was leprechauns. Leprechauns, I ask? Little evil leprechauns with big sledgehammers. I laugh. Well, it probably feels like you're hit with a sledgehammer. Several sledgehammers. He's still a little groggy and has failed to open his eyes and keep them open for longer than a few seconds, but he talks to me very much alert. So did you find out? Find out what? About Jessica. I'm very confused for a minute and then think maybe he's not as alert as I originally thought. But then I remember, oh, you mean that she's not on your emergency contact list? Yeah, why is that? He waits a minute to respond. I think he's falling back to sleep. She's not with me anymore. Hasn't been for years. I look at him. Okay, he's definitely more doped up than I thought. Should I play along with it or should I let it go and talk to him about it later? I decide to let it go. Get some rest, Ollie. You need it. I pull the blankets up around his neck and he drifts back to sleep. My notes at the end of this chapter, shocker, what a surprise! Why did Ollie keep this a secret? Did he kill her? Is he a serial killer? Who knows? All right, I'm back. It is, I think, day 4 of this bullshit. So, we'll get some coffee. And now we can read! Chapter 14, Monday afternoon. Ollie has been in and out of consciousness all weekend. Today is the first day that he actually woke up and stayed awake and alert. One of the nurses came in around 10 this morning and asked him if he wanted anything to drink. He wanted coffee, but they said coffee would clash with his medicine, so he settled for decaf green tea. I don't know how he drank it on an empty stomach though. Green tea has always made me nauseous without food. So by lunchtime, he had 4 green teas. He must have an iron stomach, a water, and was begging for solid food. So after they ran a few tests to make sure everything was healing properly, they took his order. Now in front of him on a wooden tray is a tuna sandwich with applesauce and peanut butter crackers. His arm slows him down a lot. He's not used to eating with his left hand. The tuna sandwich went over just fine, but every time he tries to get a spoonful of applesauce to his mouth, it either ends up on his lap or on the table. "Do you want me to feed you?" I ask in a kidding tone. Sure, I didn't expect that. I thought I would have gotten a snide remark about how uncool it was to have your best friend feed you, but I didn't, so I feed him. "Here comes the train," I say. "Choo-choo." "Don't do that," I laugh. Okay, once he finishes his applesauce, I open his peanut butter crackers and he's able to plop them in his mouth on his own. "It's good to see you sitting up," I say, after a while of us sitting in silence as he eats. "It's good to be sitting up," he responds. I hesitate for a moment, but then I ask, "What were you doing when you got hit?" He finishes chewing a cracker. "I was coming after you." "Why?" "Well, you ran off so suddenly and I didn't know where you were going. I wanted to make sure you were safe." He smiles at me and I smile back, trying not to tear up. There's more silence and then I ask another question. The question I don't want to ask, but I need to. "When you first woke up on Friday and you were still groggy, you said something to me. Do you remember what it was?" He stops chewing. "No, I didn't tell you I bathed naked, did I? Because that would have been embarrassing." I give him a, "What even look? Not even in the hospital he's witty." "No," I laugh. "You didn't tell me you bathed naked, although that's good to know. Now I know never to be around you when you're bathing. But no, seriously, you told me that you and Jessica aren't together anymore, that you haven't been together in years, and that's why she isn't on your emergency contact list. Is that true?" He stares at me for a minute, really serious, then goes back to chewing. "Of course not. We just had an argument last week that got me kicked out of the apartment, remember?" "Yeah, I remember. I just thought it was a little odd. You didn't have her on your emergency contact sheet when you said that." He snaps at me. "I was doped up, Rain. I'm much more alert now. This is the me that knows what's going on and is telling the truth. I don't even remember what I said. I was so heavily drugged. You're the only one on my emergency contact list because I trust you fully. I trust Jessica too, but she isn't as wise when it comes to doctors. Plus she hates hospitals." Good save! Gonna be honest with y'all, at this point I would have 100% gotten in touch with Jessica if I was Rain. Can't set foot in them without feeling like she's going to pass out, so I figure it's just best for her to avoid them, period. "Okay, well I didn't contact her in case what you said was true. You might not want to let her know what happened and where you are. At least I'm sure she's worried sick." I'm sorry, this is just... Rain, how are you this fucking stupid? How are you this fucking stupid? I will then. I kind of want to enjoy being awake for a few hours before she exhausts me with questions. Guru, she's your fake girlfriend. Stop. I actually get that. I remember back when Adam left and Ollie burst through my door asking all these questions about where I'd been and what was going on and why I didn't have the decency to return any of his phone calls. I remember the exhaustion of it all. However, I had only been MIA for 2 days. He's gone for 5. I let him have a few more hours apiece though. Want to watch some TV? I hear hospitals get all the cool channels. I grin at him, making him laugh. You mean as opposed to Netflix? That's all he has. He refuses to pay for cable. Says it's too expensive, which I completely agree with. Why pay for something you rarely use anyway? Everything we want to watch is right at our fingertips through Netflix. It's a beautiful thing. Oh, you sweet summer child. I take the remote and start flipping through the channels. Nothing looks really Good, and then I see Ellen DeGeneres talking and holding a vinyl copy of Taylor Swift's newest album. And now here to perform her #1 hit single, We Are Never Ever Getting Back Together, here's Taylor Swift. The camera pans to show Taylor standing outside on a red stage, because I guess red is the name of her new album, judging by the poster hanging behind her. Ugh, please no, Ollie says disgusted. What? I thought you liked Taylor Swift, I asked him. No, I do. That's not Taylor Swift. That's a pop singer who's abandoning her country roots. If I have to hear We Are Never Ever Getting Back Together one more time, I think I'm going to go insane. This has aged so horribly. I know she's taking on a new sound, but I like it. I think the song is super catchy. He rolls his eyes at me. You would. I turn the volume up louder and start singing along with the TV. God, please, no, rain. This isn't good bedside manner. I can't even cover both my ears. I sing louder. Fine. Go ahead. Watch your pop princess while you can. She won't last long now now that she's leaving country. It's only a matter of time before everyone stops listening to her. Criticize her all you want, Ollie. That girl knows what she's doing. I wouldn't have to criticize her if you wouldn't be forcing me to hear that song. He closes his eyes to see if that will drown out the sound. It doesn't, so I reluctantly shut the TV off. Thank you. That song hasn't been out long. I don't get how you're sick of it already. I say, kind of bummed I didn't get to watch the rest of her performance. It's just everywhere you go. That's the song that's playing. Coffee shops, shoe stores, or office, he glares at me. So on a Wednesday in a cafe, did you begin again? I smiled, thinking it would annoy him. Now that song is okay. That sounds more like the old Taylor to me. Yeah, it does, but who cares? I think it's cool that she's changed it up a bit. She shouldn't have to stick to one genre her whole life. If you were a songwriter, would you want to be stuck to playing the same genre forever? I'm not a songwriter. I know, but if you were... He sighs. I hate it when you make sense. She's a big, sassy black woman named Shantice. Her and I were chatting earlier while Ollie was resting. She's super nice and super funny, but I think I like her even more now, because guess what song she's humming? Oh no, not you too, he groans. You're complaining. That's a good sign. She looks at me. Means he's getting better. She winks. I smile and Ollie just lays his head back on the pillow. So done with the both of us. Time skip. Ollie wants more food, but the nurses say he's not allowed to have much more just yet. They want to make sure, since he hasn't eaten anything in about 4 days, that he will be able to keep down what he's already eaten. I go to head down to the cafe to get something for myself, but before I leave, Ollie whispers to me, Hey, Ray, have I ever told you that you're my favorite best friend? I know what he's trying to do, and it's not going to work. I'm your only best friend, and I'm not sneaking you food. The nurses are right. You need your nutrition, and if you puke, I'll just eat more. I roll my eyes at him. If you puke, that's not good. Your body can go into a refeeding syndrome, and your metabolism will speed up, and it can cause you to have a heart attack. And we can't have that happening. Well, look at you, Dr. Parrington. I laughed. I only know about the refeeding syndrome because of the play The Simmons did in 2010 called Skin Tight about anorexia. It wasn't pretty. Come on, just something small. A muffin. Call Jessica, I say with another laugh. I reach into the hospital bag they put all his belongings into and pull out his phone. I hand it to him and then walk out. As I walk down the hall and to the left, I get to the elevators and press the down button. As I'm waiting for the elevator to arrive, I pull out my phone and get on the Date Me app. William and I have been chatting quite a bit over the weekend, but Adam hasn't responded once. I sent him a few other messages, but still no reply. I hope he's okay. It's almost as if Ollie is Adam. The elevator dings as the doors open and a lady with 2 little boys no older than 4 get off. I smile at them, get on the elevator, and press the number 1. The elevator's empty, so I get back on my phone and type, haven't heard from you all weekend. Don't tell me you got hit by a taxi too. I get off the elevator and walk over to stand in line at the cafe. There are a few people ahead of me, but the line goes quickly. I buy a pre-packaged Cobb salad, and another coffee. I am surprised that after me being there all weekend, they have any coffee left. I sit down at a table and pick the onions and tomatoes off the salad. I always thought the onions smelled too bad to ever consider putting in your mouth, and tomatoes I never really trusted to be safe to eat. I don't know why. Maybe it was because of that one time I got a salad at a fast food restaurant and the tomatoes on it were frozen. I don't fucking care. I pour the dressing over top, and just as I'm about to take a bite, my phone vibrates. It's finally Adam! Hey, sorry, I've kind of been out of it all weekend. Had a touch of the flu for a bit, but I'm fine. Much better off than your boy, Soli. Sorry to hear about what happened. Is he doing any better? Hey, nice to hear from you. Yeah, I think he's doing a little better. He's awake now and his spirits are high, which is good. Been cracking jokes with me all afternoon. That's good. Yeah, I wish you'd have been there when he was out of it. I was so scared and I didn't have anyone to talk to. That was sort of a lie. I had William, but I really wanted Adam. I'm sorry, Taylor, frowny face. I slept almost all weekend. It's fine. I'm sorry you got sick. No worries. I'll pull through. I smile and sit there thinking. I don't want to make any plans until Sully's better, but when he gets out of the hospital, if he's doing all right and doesn't need my help with anything, would you like to go get coffee with me sometime? Wait, you mean to say I'll actually get to see your face? Ha ha ha, yes you will, but don't get too excited. You might be disappointed. Doubt it. We talk while I finish up eating, and then I say, well, I'm going to go back up to Sully's room. I'll talk to you later? Yes you will. He sends a smiley face, and shortly after, a heart! I send a heart back and then head for the elevators. It's working! I smile giddily. Is it in your time skip? Is it in your purse, he asks, all too eagerly when I get back to his room. Is what in my purse? The muffin! Ollie looks like one of those wild animals ready to attack its prey. I told you, I'm not bringing you food! He looks upset and disappointed. Rain! Ollie! It's not fair! Now he's pouting like a child. I look at the clock and it says 3:30. Don't worry, it'll be dinner time soon and they'll let you have more food then. How do you know? It's been 3 hours. You kept your food down. That's all they wanted to see. Oh, good, he sighs with relief. Did you call Jessica? Yep. Is she coming in? No? What? Why not? I told you, right? She doesn't like hospitals. Plus, I reassured her that I'm fine. Just a few minor injuries and I'll be home soon. You know you won't be going home today, right? I know. So then why didn't you tell her to come in? Don't you want to see her? Look, Rain, if you don't want to be here, you don't have to be. I know you've got things to do. He gestures toward my phone. People in a message. I'll be fine. No, I don't want to leave. I just don't get why your bride-to-be won't come. We're probably not going to get married. We have a lot of things to work out first. Like, for instance, putting each other as your emergency contacts. That pisses him off. I thought you'd be happy you're my emergency contact. I am. Then what's wrong? He glares at me, eyebrows raised. I just don't understand it, that's all. I'm sorry. It's not my business. I'll keep my nose out of it. Thank you. Rain, you fucking idiot. Just then, Shantae walks in. All right, Mr. Haggard, what do you want for dinner? His eyes light up like a kid in a candy store, and I give him a told you so look. Chapter 15, Thursday evening. 2 things happened today. The first was that Jackie called me and told me Mr. Playbill stopped by and was interested in speaking with me. She told him what had happened and said she didn't know when I would be back. I didn't tell her to call and tell him otherwise because I didn't know when I'd be back either. All he is my first priority right now, and since I get the feeling I'm not going to have any help from Jessica, I'm going to keep my life totally clear for him. The second thing that happened was the nurse came in and told Ollie he'd be going home tomorrow. It was very exciting, but also very scary, at least for me it is. Ollie has been up and walking around pretty well over the past couple of days, but he still has a sling on his arm and the doctor cautioned him several times not to move it. Ollie has failed to listen twice and had to have his wound restitched because it tore open. I, being the warrior that I am, feel he needs to stay in the hospital for at least another week, but the doctors insist it's not necessary. Every day when I go down to the cafe to get food, Adam messages me. Things are going back to normal. I've stopped talking to William because Adam and I have kind of declared our relationship to be girlfriend-boyfriend status. I talk to him about everything, even the old lady sitting across from me at the table who takes her teeth out and soaks them in ginger ale before eating. We also enjoy our usual bouts of flirtatious banter. It makes me giddy and giggly, so I try not to do it too much in public, but sometimes I can't help it. It's the best feeling in the world to be in love again, and to be in love with Adam again. Hey Adam, hey Taylor, I think I might be falling in love with you. That's good because I already fell in love with you. You did it! It worked! He loves you! Now you just have to show him the real you! My notes for the end of this chapter: 1. Jesus Christ, this is manipulative. And 2. Ollie is pretending to be Adam. I know it. Chapter 16. Friday morning. I call a cab to pick us up while Ollie is signing his discharge papers with his left hand. I look at his papers when he's done just for comical amusement and find that he writes better with his left hand than I thought. Are you ambidextrous? I ask, mock shock in my voice. Maybe. I don't know. I've never been forced to use my left hand before. One thing's for sure though, if I'm not ambidextrous now, I will be after I'm healed. Why is that? Because I'm going to have to learn to use my left hand for everything. Writing, eating, flipping people off. I laugh. Who will you be flipping off? No one. I was going to say I don't think I've ever seen you flip someone off. You haven't, because I don't, and I won't. But if I did, I'd have to use my left hand for it. I laugh again. Okay. The nurse takes his discharge papers and we leave the room so he can get dressed. I brought him a spare outfit that he keeps at my house for emergencies. A few minutes pass and he still hasn't come out. I call into him. Everything okay? Yeah, but I'm having trouble getting my shirt on. Minimal use of my right arm is a huge hindrance. Can you help me? Without thinking, I step into his room and there he stands in a pair of jeans with a brown leather belt. Shirtless. I think I'll stare at his bare chest for longer than either of us is comfortable with. He's perfect. Beautiful even. His bare chest is smooth and muscular, and I imagine touching it would feel like touching a baby's skin. Soft and warm, and his voice is what snaps me out of it. Rain? Little help here? I swallow and now realize if my mouth would have been open, I'd have drooled. Oh yeah, I walk over to him and help him fit the gray t-shirt over his head through his left arm, and with a little trouble and some oohing and ouching, we fit it over the sling. Now fully clothed and much easier to hold a conversation with, I look into his deep brown eyes and say, what would you do without me? He responds with, not get hit by taxis. He insists on going back to his apartment. I don't know why. I told him he could stay with me until he gets better, but for some strange reason he wants to be in his own place. I guess he needs to check on the body. We're riding in the taxi now and I ask him, isn't Jessica really squeamish? She is. Well then how is she going to be able to take care of you? She doesn't need to do much, just make sure I don't tear my stitches again and dress me. And you know very well the hardest of those two things is dressing me, because I am just so good looking, I don't even need clothes. I roll my eyes as he starts thinking I'm too sexy for my shirt. He's mocking me, which is understandable, but he caught me off guard. I'd never seen him bare-chested before. Isn't that a natural thing to stare at someone when you see them half naked for the first time? Never seen before, so naturally it comes as a shock to you, especially when they look so good. I shut him up by resting my head on his chest and he puts his arm around me. I don't think I'd feel okay having him out of the hospital this soon, but now that we are in the taxi, I'm grateful to have him back. Life without a normal, healthy Ollie is scary. I didn't know how to handle it. We stay that way in silence the whole way to his apartment. I make him use the elevator, which he hates because you can literally see his apartment from the first floor if you look up the stairs, but I don't want to take any chances of anything slipping inside of him or going out of alignment. The doctor said that if he's not careful, something like that can happen because of the jarring of him being hit. When the elevator doors open at the top, we walk straight to the hall and end at 42B. He turns to me. Okay, you can go now. What? But you just got home? Don't you need help getting settled in? And you should really go straight to bed once you're settled because, Mom, I'll be fine. My other mom, Jessica, is right inside and she'll help me with everything I need. Oh, right, Jessica. If I go in there, I'll be stepping over my boundaries. I'm not his girlfriend. It's not my job to take care of him from this point on. My notes here are, Rain, how are you not seeing through this? Oh, okay, well, just be careful, okay? Yes, ma'am. Just as he opens this door, a little old lady in the apartment across from him opens the door. Ollie, you're back! She walks over and hugs him. I was so worried. You were gone for days and I didn't know what happened. She gasps and caresses his arm in her hands. What smiles. I'm sorry to have worried you, Josephine, but I'm fine now. Just had a little accident is all. Well, a little accident is still an accident, am I right, dear? She looks at me and I nod my head in agreement. You've got to be careful. Who's going to fix my water heater if you're gone? I assure you, Josephine, I'm not going anywhere for a long time. I'll always be here to fix your heater. He smiles at her. This is nice. You never told me anything about sweet little Josephine. Oh, before I forget, a box came for you. It was in the hallway for days and days, so I picked it up. Didn't want anyone to take it. She pushes the box out into the hallway that's half the size of her. It's a lot lighter than it looks. He stares at him for a minute, then his eyes grow wide with excitement. Rain! Do you know what this is? A really big box? Yes, but do you know what's inside this really big box? A smaller big box? No, it's our costumes! Our costumes? What costumes? We never agreed on a costume choice. No, we didn't. But I did. The look on his face scares me. My notes here. Ollie is a serial killer. Run! Okay, well, I'll leave you two lovebirds alone. Josephine giggles and closes the door before I have a chance to object. Has she never met Jessica? I ask him. She's a senile old woman whose hearing is bad. She thinks I'm the old tenant who used to live here, Ricky. He was the one who fixed her water heater. I've never even been in her apartment. But she calls you by your name, not Ricky. Yeah, that's pretty much the only thing she can remember. And I drew like a little thinky face for this part. He begins to drag the box into his apartment. Wait a minute, let me help you. You shouldn't be pulling that box in your condition. I'm fine, it's super light. It's basically a box of feathers. He smiles a mischievous smile that worries me. Even little old Josephine can handle it. What's in the box? Well, do I at least get to see the costumes? He and the box are fully in the door now, just his head peeking out. Yes, Wednesday, see you then. I open my mouth to protest, but he shuts the door before I get the chance. I sigh and reluctantly head home. My notes at the end of this chapter. Oh, Halloween is this coming Wednesday. If only this book had the semblance of a plot so I could get the fucking dates correct. Because when the playbill thing happened and Ollie got hit by a cab, I thought that was like Halloween. But because, you know, the dates are very weirdly done, I didn't get that right. And I drew a little angry face of me. That was me while reading. Chapter 17, Halloween. A chicken. I'm dressed as a chicken. I'm very unamused, as I said, awkwardly I might add, because of this stupid costume on a chair in the common room. Actually, I'm a chicken rooster if you want to get technical. You're a hen. Both of those are fucking chickens. Ollie says cheerfully. I glare at him. The things I do for a friendship are ridiculous. You do realize you just called yourself a chicken, right? Yes, I'm fully aware. He straightens his costume with pride. I groan. Why are we dressed as chickens? Because I'm Chicken Little and you're Henny Penny. He smiles, so proud of his costume choices. My note here, by the way. My first frame of reference for this was the 2005 movie by Disney, which would have been absolutely fucking hilarious. I know it didn't have Henny Penny, but there was the ugly duck. Imagine if they dressed up like the characters from Chicken Little. Imagine if this was just the novelization of Chicken Little. That would have been a lot more entertaining. I smile mischievously. If we are getting technical here, wouldn't you be Rooster Little? I think that stumps him, because he has no idea what to say. And were these really the best costumes you could come up with? Jackie is over there, dressed as the flapper, with her husband, the speakeasy owner, and I'm dressed as a freaking avian. Oh, another note. Didn't Wreck-It Ralph come out that year? And Spider-Man? Skyfall? Definitely Skyfall. Not quite sure about the other two. Actually, chickens are fowls. I glare at him as he continues. Okay, I get it. Not the time for analytical facts, but if it makes you feel any better, I think we are totally going to win this thing. The only other couple whose costumes are decent are everyone's, Ollie. No one's costume is as ridiculous as fowls. Exactly. They're all pirates or ghosts or Frankensteins. Or James Bond or Wreck-It Ralph or Vanellope Run. What the fuck is that noise? I have no idea what that was. Or flappers, I say in a melancholy tone as I rest my chin on my hand. Nothing says Halloween better than Henny Penny and Chicken Little. Rooster little, I mutter under my breath just to annoy him. Chicken! I roll my head towards him, giving him a look. Hey there, Miss Grumpy Feathers. Don't do the Dory voice with me, I say in monotone. Who's a grumpy little hen? He's trying to make me smile, and I hate it, but it's working. My notes here is, I want death. I laugh. All right, fine, I smiled. You happy? You have achieved your goal. Look down the ridiculous thing on my body and fluff its feathers. Guess this costume isn't that bad, but how long do I have to keep the thing on? Until they hand us our trophy, he says triumphantly. But that's not for another 2 hours. I lay my head on the table in front of me. I'm tired and cranky, and there's a nice soft bed waiting for me at home, and I don't want to keep him waiting. Yes, my bed is a male. Don't judge me. I really need to just do away with this annual Halloween party thing. If you do that, then everyone here is going to hate you. Not me. In fact, I may even love myself a little more. Cheer up and I'll buy you ice cream afterwards. I lift my head up from the table intrigued. Do I get to choose where we get the ice cream from? I raise an eyebrow at him. You betcha. I'll drive all the way to Jersey if you want. I smiled jealously. You know, I've always wanted to be a hen. Sure you have. No, really, I mean it. These are such great costumes. Hey, I just thought of something. We can finally play Run from the Farmer. I get up from my chair energetically. Come on, Ollie, we gotta hurry or else Farmer Pete is going to cut our heads off. Now, he's the one glaring at me. I gesture over to Pete, who's wearing bib overalls and a straw hat, all while holding a pitchfork. He's eating a Halloween cupcake and stops chewing mid-bite when he hears me reference him. You really want to play that game, little missile? He sets down his cupcake and holds up his pitchfork in a joking and threatening manner. Okay, I think I liked it better when you were complaining, Ollie says. Tie your pipe! Do you want my grumping or in Run from the Farmer mode? Because either way, I still expect ice cream. He rolls his eyes and starts running. We play Run from the Farmer through the whole office and actually get a lot of people to not only laugh, but applaud us for having so much energy. 2 hours later, we win for the 5th consecutive year in a row. Best couples costume. We also win a new award, which was most energetic couple for playing Run from the Farmer all night long. I have to admit, although the costumes are humiliating, all in all, it has been a fun night. On the way home, we make a taxi stop at the supermarket. This is your choice of ice cream shops? I smile and nod. Yeah. Out of all the ice cream places in Manhattan, you choose to go to a supermarket for ice cream. Well, all the ice cream places in Manhattan don't have a gallon of ice cream now, do they? Whoa, that's not part of the deal. I meant I'd buy you an ice cream cone, not a whole gallon of it. Well, getting a gallon at the store is about the same price as like a cone in Manhattan, though, isn't it? But then again, I don't think Amber knows how New York economics work. I think she's from Pennsylvania. The next part he says under his breath. I wanted to give you a sugar rush, not put you in a sugar coma. Well, you didn't specify that earlier, so it doesn't count. I look at the driver, who I thought would be concerned to have 2 chickens in his taxi, but it turns out he said he'd seen far stranger things. I mean, he lives in New York City. He's probably seen like a methed up rave person threatening him with a knife. We'll be back in 10 minutes, he nods as Ollie exits the cab, shaking his head. My notes at the end of this chapter. So this is the payoff for the Halloween subplot? 2 chicken costumes and victory? What a fucking waste of time. I have learned nothing except more of Ollie's toxicity and the author's Autism-Phobia. Chapter 18, 1/2 hour later. We are at my apartment now and I'm finally back in normal clothes as I walk out of my bedroom and toward the couch where Ollie is sitting, now wearing his emergency spare clothes he keeps here. He's like, you know, I never thought I would say this, but those feathers give me a serious rash. He laughs. That makes 2 of us. He has the gallon of ice cream sitting on the end table in front of us with 2 spoons and is flipping through the channels on my TV. When are you going to get the flat screen like the rest of the millennials in this century, he asks me. I've never liked flat screens. They're too flat and screeny. I have the perfect little box TV with bunny ears and antennas and it works perfectly fine. I've never seen a reason to get rid of something if it works perfectly fine. When this one decides to quit working, she says. And my note here. Wow, OMG, Rain, you are so quirky and special and not like other girls. Wow. But it's so old-fashioned. I feel And while I'm watching, I feel like I could be sitting on a shag carpet and getting ready to watch David Cassidy in the newest Patriots Family episode. I laugh. Well then perm my hair and call me Farrah Fawcett because this TV is staying until it dies. Stop with these fucking obscure references! He rolls his eyes and smiles as he keeps flipping through the channels. So what are we watching tonight? I don't know, anything good? I open the ice cream, dip my spoon in the fudge, ripply goodness and take a bite. Not unless you consider Family Guy or My 600-Pound Life to be good. Ew, what is wrong with the world? It's Halloween! Aren't there supposed to be good movies on, like Casper Meets Wendy? I mean, they're probably showing the Family Guy Halloween specials, and not all of the Family Guy episodes are garbage. Or Friday the 13th? No slasher films! They're too scary. But seriously, they can't even have Hocus Pocus on? Something that's not scary, but enjoyable at least. Now you know why I don't pay for cable, Ollie says. Hindsight is 20/20! I sighed. Well, it's not a Halloween movie, but what about The Vow? I recorded it last night because I was too tired to watch the whole thing. You know I'm a guy, right? A straight guy? Yeah, so I can't watch a girly movie like that. It will make me seem less manly. Fuck. Plus, it's Halloween. We're supposed to watch something scary. Let's put on an apocalyptic zombie movie with blood and guts. If you want blood and guts, you should watch, Sallow. I'm so sorry. Oh please, if you can sit through this and actually enjoy it, you'll be more of a man to me than any man who chooses to watch an apocalyptic zombie movie like the rest of the world on Halloween. There is silence as he just looks at me. Why is there silence and why is he looking at me like that? I can't even read what he's thinking. I always know what he's thinking just by looking at him, but right now in this moment, I'm totally clueless. I break the silence by standing up. I'm going to make some coffee to go with our ice cream. Do you want some? That seems to bring him back. That was weird. It was like, he wasn't even there for a minute. Coffee at 7 o'clock at night? Yeah, why? Because ice cream and coffee is the perfect combo. Not as much as ice cream and ice cream. I laugh. Do you want coffee or not? Sure, why not? Let's just get a buzz on a Wednesday night so we can stay up all night and go into work the next morning looking like zombies in the apocalyptic movie that we didn't watch. Well, right now it's almost 1 o'clock and I'm still drinking coffee. I need like an IV of caffeine. Sounds perfect. Speaking of the movie, do you want to get it set up? I ask as I walk over to the kitchen. He groans. Is there really nothing else for us to watch? Oh, don't be such a Grinch, I say as I put a filter in the coffee maker. I never said anything about not liking Christmas. I just don't want to watch a girly romantic comedy. You'll like it, I promise. And if I'm wrong, what would you like me to do? He thinks for a moment, then says, you have to do my job for a week and still pay me. You're on, yes. It's not like you could do anything at work except eat donuts anyway. I could totally pull that off, I smirk. Hey, says offended. I walk back over to the couch, and now that I turned on the coffee maker on and sit down next to him, you know I'm kidding, I say, nudging him. He rolls his eye and smiles. Look at us, I laugh. In elementary school, if you wanted to make a deal, you would say you would do your friend's homework for a week. But in the adult world, we do each other's jobs. I laugh again, and so does Ollie. Yeah, pretty crazy, isn't it? Yeah, I wipe a tear from my eye from laughing so hard. Okay, start her up! I'm so going to regret this. I can only see presses the play button and Channing Tatum's voice begins to speak. Oh boy, gamers, are you ready to hear a summary of The Vow starring Channing Tatum and Rachel McAdams? I'm familiar enough with this movie to have an idea of what it is, but I'm guessing Amber here is assuming that her, her readers don't have access to Wikipedia. We're at the part of the movie now where Channing Tatum's character marries Rachel McAdams' character and they're reading their vows off the menus from the little cafe they met at. Ollie is in tears, just so you all know. He has been since Rachel McAdams' character woke up in the hospital and didn't remember that Channing was her husband. He always gets emotional when he's high on sugar and caffeine. One or the other is fine, but combine the two and he's a mess. You okay over there? I ask him. He sniffles a little before he responds, yeah, it's just so sad. They love each other so much, and now she can't even remember him. Oh, Ollie, you old softy. Don't worry, it gets better, I promise. I don't think this is a romantic comedy. This is me and Jessica. What did you just say? Ollie, what do you mean? I reach forward to grab the remote off the coffee table and pause the movie. He falls apart. I'm a total stranger to her reign. Truth, I should have never mentioned the marriage thing because it caused this huge fight and now it's like I'm a stranger living in the apartment with her. I don't think she remembers anything we had, anything we used to be. The fun part is that Jessica's dead. She actually isn't, but I love how like Ollie is just trying to like phase Jessica out of his fake narrative in his master plan to get into Rain's pants. Did I say Rachel? I meant Jessica. Apologies if I said Rachel. Holly, why didn't you tell me this sooner? I say while I slide closer to him and comfortingly put a hand on his knee. Thought we were going to be fine. I've been trying to work it out, but she's not. I don't know what to do. He cries a little more, and I move my hand from his knee to put my arm around him in sort of a bear hug. Tell me what happened. Start from the very beginning of when things began to go wrong, I say, still hugging him. He calms down and is able to start speaking without tears now. It started when I asked her if she had ever thought about marrying me. And that's when she brought out the wedding planning book and started talking about how we could have had it scheduled within the next few months. Right, and he came over here totally freaked out because it was too soon. Yes, and that girl, I love her, but sometimes she could drive a person up the wall. Well, when it comes to the twist in this book, the writing's on the wall. So I take it things didn't go so well that night. Ooh, they went on and on all night long. Oh, baby. No, not that kind of went. I mean, we argued all night long. Oh, I made a sad face. Things aren't the way they used to be. We used to have so much fun together, and now it's like we as a couple don't even exist anymore. I feel the distance between us growing more and more each day. Aw, Ollie, don't say that. I stare at the coffee pot as it makes a noise that sounds like it's dying. It's been off since I poured our cups about an hour ago, so I don't know why it's making noises suddenly. Darn thing needs to be sent to the coffee maker afterlife. But it's true. I don't think things are going to work between us, Rain. It just scares me. It really scares me. I hug him tighter and rest my head on his shoulder. It's going to be okay, Ollie. You and Jessica are great together. I've never seen anyone stay together for so long. You've just hit a rough patch. It will be okay. He stares off into the distance. What if she leaves me, Rain? I said up and force him to look at me. She won't! But what if she does? Beside you, she's the only person who makes me feel I can trust her. I don't have anyone else in the world. What happens if I lose her? Give me a second. Ollie grew up in Southern California in a trailer park full of druggies. Any drug you can imagine was being used in the neighborhood. His parents were never really the most suitable people to have a child. Their relationship was pretty much identical to the story behind the song Love the Way You Lie by Eminem and Rihanna. My notes, as per my notes, 1, it was Eminem featuring Rihanna, and 2, this is too deep of a cut for many people to know about. I only know about what Rain is talking about here because my brother was obsessed with that music video when he was a kid. Like, I have like memories of all of like the late 2000s Rihanna and Katy Perry music videos because of my brother. Oh, and also she misspelled Rihanna. And their parenting skills were much better. They tried making Ollie move out when he was 16 because they didn't want him living with them anymore. Their motto was, if he can drive, he can survive. But that went against the government's child labor laws. They didn't ever abuse him, just didn't really act like he existed. So when he turned 18, he moved as far from them as he could without leaving the United States, to the good old Big Apple. And he hasn't talked to them since. They don't care, and he never really seems to care either. But sometimes I wonder if there's still a child inside of him missing the parental care he never got. I think for a minute, unsure of what to say, and then, ever since I moved to New York, I've been alone. I've had nobody but you, and I know it's been the same for you too. Even when I was with Adam, our relationship wasn't like yours and mine. We were close and I was beginning to trust him. I was beginning to feel like him and I could be as close as you and me, but then he left. You've always been there for me over the past 5 years, and I've always only had you. I've learned from you that as long as I have you, nothing's as bad as it could be. We sit in silence for a moment, just looking at each other. You may not always have Jessica, but you will forever have me. He looks at me for a moment, and then kisses me! For some strange reason, I kiss him back. But then I realize what is happening, and I push him away. Holly, I look at him through disappointed eyes, shaking my head. I understand you're upset and confused, but you need to go back home and work things out with Jessica right now. He looks at the floor as though he's lived in a bad little boy. He ate his dessert before dinner, and then he nods. I'm sorry, Rain. I don't know what came over me. Are we okay? I almost can't breathe. I didn't want to push him away, but it was the right thing to do. I wanted us to be able to finish the movie, but I feel like it would lead somewhere else if he doesn't leave right now. Yes, we're okay. Just go home. He gives a nod as if to say, okay. Then he stands grabs his chicken costume, and leaves. I stare at the door for a minute after he leaves. I look back at the pause TV and pick up the remote and press the off button. Just as I do, Adam messages me. Hey, pretty lady, happy Halloween. I smile and giggle. I would love to know how he does that. It's like this magical superpower he has to make me happy no matter how bad life is. Haha, you haven't even seen my picture. How do you know that I'm pretty? Your personality makes you pretty. I literally cannot stand his awesomeness. I literally cannot stand how stupid Rain is. He sends another message. How's your day? Did you celebrate this extremely fun holiday in any way? My day was great. I'm not saying anything about what just happened because I don't want him to get mad. You don't happen to like this holiday, do you? I say in plain sarcasm. Actually, yes, I love Halloween. It's the one day of the year where it's acceptable for you to be someone that you're not. You can put on a mask and walk around town and no one will know that it's you. Wow. I never thought about it like that before. He's right. I feel a pang of guilt in my chest as I realize that's what I've been doing with him all along. No, Rain, you haven't been. You have been 100% yourself. The only thing about you have changed is you and all these things. You're not lying. This is okay. Wow, I never quite thought of it like that way before. That's pretty cool. But yes, I did celebrate today. Sully and I dressed up for office as Henny Penny and Chicken Little. Seriously? Seriously, we won best couples costume too. Couples costume? I know what he's thinking. No, not like we're a couple. You were just a couple of idiots who happened to win a prize because we dressed up together, LOL. Oh, okay, LOL. Wow, I would have paid to see that. Trust me, it wouldn't have been worth it. Oh, I think it might have. I smile and change the subject to him. What about you? Did you celebrate? I dressed up as Spider-Man and walked the streets pretending I was really him, but on a lunch break, the little kids love it. That totally sounds like something Adam would do. He always loved superheroes. He loved pretending to be superheroes too. He never needed to pretend to be mine though. I feel like Ollie knows enough about Adam to say stuff like this. That sounds like fun. It was. He sends another message. Are you and Sully still hanging out? No, we had a bit of a dispute, so he left. Oh no, everything okay with you two? Yeah, I mean, as long as he forgives me, I think we'll be alright. I told him everything is fine between us, so I hope he knows that I meant it. I'm sure it does. Do you want to talk about it more? No, to be honest, I'd actually just like to forget about it altogether. I never want to talk about it with anyone again. Not even him. Everything is fine between us as long as he knows that. I think it will be okay. Okay, Taylor. Well, I hope he does know. He's an idiot if he ruins things with you. You know that, right? I smile again. I feel all flowery inside. Yeah, I know. But he's such a great friend. I honestly couldn't imagine my life without him. From the way it sounds, I don't think you'll ever have to. Subtle! I hope not. Anyway, I think I should get to bed. Gotta work tomorrow. Saying, good night, Henny Penny. I smile and cover my face with my hand. Oh gosh, no, don't call me that, LOL. Okay, good night, beautiful. Okay, now I know I'm blushing. My cheeks hurt from smiling so much. Is that better? Hee hee, yes, much better. Good night, Adam. Heart. He sends a heart back, and then I go to bed and dream of him. The next 5 pages are an extended dream sequence that is really... Okay, so there's basically a dream sequence at this point. And it's not well written. It's basically written the same way as and the rest of the book is written, except it has those bits where it's it's a dream, so you kind of accept it, but it's really weird. And in the end, and basically Rain is dreaming that she's with Adam at the moment, and she takes Adam to the bedroom of her dream house, and then Ollie, who is a doll in this dream, comes out of the closet and kills Adam, which I think is what happens IRL without the doll part. But yeah, so that was the dream. Pretty long, and we are going to skip it because I really, really don't want to read it. My heart is racing too fast for me to fall back asleep, so I just decided to get up and start my day. The entire time I'm in the shower, I keep playing the dream over and over again in my mind. I don't know why, but I feel like it's more than just a nightmare. I feel like my mind's trying to tell me something. But what? It's telling you to run from Ollie. I keep telling you to run from Ollie. These thoughts continue throughout my day. When I get Ollie on 5th, I almost tell him, but then I remember how it ends. Something tells me I shouldn't. Hey Taylor, and the messages. Hey Adam, how's it going? Okay, I didn't get the best night's sleep last night. Aw, why not? Just had a lot on my mind. I can't tell him the truth. I'd love to tell him the truth, but I can't. I can't tell Ollie either. Who can I tell? We arrive at Playkind Incorporated, and when we reach the 4th floor, I see exactly who I can tell. I walk past her cubicle after getting my sugar and caffeine mix as I say, "Hey, Jackie, could I speak with you in my office for a minute?" A look of shock passes over her face. I never call her into my office, but I'm in serious need of some girl talk here and there's no one around but her. "Sure," she says, as she stands from her swivel chair and follows me. I close the door behind her and then pull down the blind in case any prying eyes are trying to read our lips. I need this to not get out to anyone. Rain, what is this about?" She looks nervous. "Nothing work-related, I promise. I just really need a friend that's not Ollie to talk to and you seem like a worthy candidate. Is that okay?" A look of relief washes over her as she smiles. "Of course, Rain, I'm happy to be here for you. What do you need?" "Well, you remember Adam, right?" Yes, I do. Well, I've been talking to him again lately, and we're trying to work things out. I'm not lying, I'm just not telling the full truth. "Oh, Rain, that's great to hear. Thank you. However, last night I had a dream that was rather disturbing. I don't know what to make of it. I tell her the entire dream from beginning to end, the whole thing where, she's with Adam, they're happy-dappy, crappy-lappy, and then, Ollie does the whole murdering thing. And she says they're like the wide-eyed ginger she's always been, completely focused on every little detail I'm saying. Wow, she says, well, first off, you do have to remind yourself that it was only a dream. It could just be your mind playing tricks on you. Right, I say. But what if it wasn't? What if I'm being told something? Like what? I don't know, it just doesn't feel right. I've never dreamt of Ollie like this before and it's scary. We sit in silence for a moment. Maybe it was just the fact that it was Halloween. Did you watch a scary movie last night? No, I watched The Vow, she laughs. I love that movie. Me too! We both laugh for a minute and then it's back to awkward silence again. I'm sorry, she says, but I'm not really good at helping people with these sort of things, but I can give you the name of my therapist. She's super great. She interprets my dreams all the time for me. She pulls a business card out of her pocket. You think I need to see a therapist? I say in disbelief. She stops midway of handing me the card. Everyone in this book needs to see a therapist, and I hate how therapy is stigmatized. Oh gosh, no, I'm not implying that at all. I was just saying that if you wanted someone who can interpret this better than I can, then maybe you should think about seeing her. There is silence again. Do you want the card? She asks kindly. After a minute, I nod and say, sure, thank you, Jackie. Thanks for listening. Anytime she smiles and her curly hair bounces as she walks out the door. I look down at the card, Dr. Elise Yerner, specializing in dream therapy, which is a real thing. I Googled it. What have I got to lose? I pick up the phone and call the number on the card. Hello, I'd like to schedule an appointment with Dr. Yerner, Rain Parrington. Okay, thanks. My notes at the end of this. Okay, so at this point I noted something. Despite a selling point of this book is that Rain should fear for her life and shit, we have under 50 pages left and nothing suspenseful has actually happened. So we'll see if something suspenseful happens later. I didn't really work on the video last night because I was just really exhausted from work and I just passed out. But I'm back and now it's time to read. Oh Lord, I have a lot of notes for this one. Chapter 19, Friday morning. I step out of the shower onto the soft carpet rug I got at Big Lots for $3 and I grab my pretty pink towel off the silver rack hanging on the wall. It's been one of those mornings that you just wish you could call in sick to work and go back to bed. You know, the kind where absolutely everything that can go wrong does. My alarm never went off, so I had to eat breakfast while I was in the shower, but granola bars aren't waterproof. I know, crazy, right? OMG, Rain, you're so quirky. Oh my god. So at the moment I stepped into the white tub with a beautiful warm waterfall coming down, the granola bar that was hanging out of my mouth disintegrated before my very eyes. So now, not only am I hungry, but I have a very nice size of granola clog in my drain of which I will have to clean, because if I leave it there for too long, the ants in this apartment building are very smart. They'll come marching one by one, hurrah, before we can predict Donald Trump becoming our next president. Don't argue with me, people. You know what's going to happen one day. Jesus Christ, that was super ham-fisted. For reference, once again, this book was published in 2017, but most of it takes place in 2012. Anyway, I now have to add cleaning the tub to my to-do list before I get out the door this morning. Just pour some fucking Drano down, and you'll be fine. I know what you're thinking. Rain, what kind of person gets in the shower with a granola bar in her mouth? A person who is very tired and very late gets into the shower with a granola bar in her mouth. Thank you for asking. Just in case there is some sort of chip in my head that the government monitors and you get every thought I think, like in some scary sci-fi movie, would you guys please contact Nature Valley and tell them to make their bars waterproof? I'd really appreciate it. Thanks. I actually don't have any Nature Valley bars with me at the moment, so I can't really test to see if this is true. Nature Valley is garbage anyway. They put so much fucking sugar in their bars. Get a Lar bar instead. I'm pretty sure they are waterproof as well. Anyway, I'm now getting ready to wrap another pink towel around my wet hair so that it doesn't drip everywhere while I brush my teeth. But because I'm in such a hurry, I do the stupid thing and whip my hair forward really fast instead of gently pulling it to the front of my head, and instantly I hear a popping sound that makes me drop and scream. I look up at the mirror, and above it, where there used to be 3 working light bulbs, there are now 2 working light bulbs and a broken one. I look around me on the floor, afraid to move. There are probably sharp pieces of it everywhere if I need to stop my feet the moment I take a step in any direction. My fear suddenly turns into anger as I mutter a bunch of curse words. Could this day possibly get any worse? I pick my phone up off the sink and call him. Who? Oh yeah, Rain? Ollie, I broke a light bulb. Okay, and this affects me how? He asks, confused. I don't trust myself to change it. I don't even trust myself to move. I'm afraid I'm going to step on invisible pieces of broken bulb. Rain, you have 2 towels on you. Take one of the towels off and put it on the floor. Walk on the towel out the door. Change. Get rid of the towel and sweep. Why am I smarter than you? He laughs. You're kidding, right? No, why would I kid about something like this? I say, offended. A light bulb just shattered all over my bathroom. And you want me to? Come change it, I say, almost demanding him. Seriously? Please, I'll be your best friend. You are my best friend, he says, laughing. Well, then get your butt over here and fix it for me like best friends do. He giggles. You just said do. Oh, what are you, 12? Yes. He says it so seriously it makes me laugh. Could you please come fix this? He sighs. Okay, fine. Thank you. My notes at the end of this chapter. 1. This could have been shorter. 2. Stop with the excess letters. They look like cringe when in text. They really do. Don't do that. Chapter 20, 12 minutes later. I hear a knock on my door. Now he knows I can't move. Why would he knock? Oh, my note here. Your door is locked, lol. Ollie, just use the spare key. I yell as loud as I can so that my voice carries through the bedroom and out into the hallway. I hear him jiggling the doorknob as though he's trying to get in without the key. Why would he do that? It jiggles some more and I wonder if it's not him, but someone trying to break in. Ollie, the doorknob stops jiggling and there's silence all around me, but the sound of my heart beating is making it feel as though I'm in a nightclub with the flashing lights that suck the light from your eyes and the writhing bodies all dancing way too close to comfort for comfort. My heartbeat is interrupted by another noise, the sound of a key in the lock being turned, and then the sound of the door opening. I have my phone in one hand and I grab my razor off the sink with my other hand. Not like the razor could do much damage anyway, but I could maybe scrape an eyelid off with its 5 blades of death. Ollie? I call once more, hoping for an answer that won't terrify me. A few way too long seconds go by before I hear anything, and then finally, yeah, Rain, it's me. I let out a huge sigh of relief as he shuts the door and I put the razor down on the sink. I hear him put the spare key on the island in the kitchen. He comes walking into the bathroom with me, still in the same spot I was when I called him. Pink towel wrapped around my body and pink towel wrapped around my head. I assume I'm quite a sight. Why didn't you answer me? I asked him. I just did. I said, yeah, Rain, it's me. No, I mean before you came in. Why were you jiggling the doorknob? I don't know if you had unlocked it for me. I couldn't hear you. You're all the way in here. Why would I hear you in the hallway? My note. Bitch, she told you she couldn't move. In the call. I never unlocked the door for you, I say confused. Why would I do it now? Look, do you want my help or not? Yes, please. Okay. He says, then let's skip the chit chat and get to work. He goes out into my kitchen and grabs the dustpan I haven't touched like ever and begins to wipe the floor around my feet, getting all the little shards of bulb he can find. You know there were cobwebs on this thing? He's referring to the dustpan. I don't clean, you know this. Yeah, and you wonder why you're always sick. I roll my eyes. He walks out to the bedroom and grabs a pair of flip-flops and sits them on the floor in front of me and smiles, just in case there are a few shards I missed. I smile back at him as I step into the shoes. Just when I think he's getting ready to lecture me, he turns around and does something sweet. Thank you. Our eyes meet for a long romantic moment, but I quickly think of Jessica and what happened the other night, so I force myself to look away. So, I'm going to get dressed. Are you okay to finish this up? Yeah, I think so, he says, still coming out of our gaze. Okay, thanks, I say and walk back into my bedroom. As I am changing, I think back to a scene in the script of Mary Beans in Stranger Things, aka the Bean Play. Act 1, Scene 4. We are in Josie's house during a flashback to the banquet to which she and Sanders have become acquainted. Although she finds him charming, her heart still belongs to Farmer Gray, though her parents see it differently. Sanders. Beautiful night it is. Josie. Oh yes, quite. Sanders. Could I ask you to dance? Josie. You could, but I guarantee you'd regret it. Dancing has never been a strong skill of mine, or anyone's in my family for that matter. Sanders. Well then, you shall step on my feet and we shall see how much of a man I truly am, judging by how many tears of pain fall from my eyes. Josie, smiling. All right. They dance in her parents' seat. Mother. Oh, look at that one, Norman. Who is he? Father. That would be Sanders. He's next in line to be King of England. His stepfather is King George VI. Fine match he's chosen. Not quite sure if that's how it works, but okay. Mother. Ah, a king! Can't you just imagine it? Our daughter married to the King of England. Should we introduce ourselves? No. Let them bond for a bit. We don't want to ruin it. He's a much better choice than that filthy farmer she's always talking about. Music ends. Josie. Thank you, kind sir, for the dance. It seems as though you're more of a man than we both thought. Sanders. And you're more of a dancer than we both thought. You barely stepped on my toes once. Mother. Oh, I can't help it. Josie, dear, who's this charming young fella? Josie. Mother, this is Sanders, Prince of England. Mother. A prince? Ah, well, he's quite a nice one you picked there, my dear. When shall we begin prepping the festivities? I know this takes place in England, but this entire scene just reads as antebellum South, so I'm going to keep on reading it as if it takes place in the antebellum South. Josie. Festivities? Sander. Excuse me, madam. Festivities for what? Mother. For the wedding, of course. Josie. Wedding? Mother, I told you I want to marry James. Mother. Oh, don't be silly, my dear. Sanders here seems much more deserving of a young, beautiful woman such as yourself. Besides, that filthy farmer is never going to propose to you anyway. He doesn't have the money to afford a ring, let alone support you, my dear. Josie. How dare you insult him like that? Mother. I'm just stating a fact, my dear. It's nothing personal. He's just a little lower class than you. Your father and I knew this banquet would be to your advantage. Josie. So that's what this whole let's have a banquet was about. You were intending to find me a husband? Well, Mother, I already have one. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd best be going. Josie runs to her room. Mother. Josie, dear! Sanders. Please, madam, allow me. Sanders runs after her and finds her crying on her bed. Sanders. Are you all right? Josie. Yes, I'm sorry. It's just they don't understand. I love James. Isn't that enough? Sanders. They're your parents. They just want what's best for you. Josie. No disrespect to you, Mr. Sanders, but isn't what's best for me what makes me the most happy? Sanders. Yes, I believe so. He looks at her the same way Ollie looked at Ray moments ago in the bathroom. Josie. Why are you looking at me like that? Sanders. Because you're beautiful. Josie. Beat. Thank you. Okay, Rain, it's all fixed. Ollie comes walking out into the bedroom and I am in my short black skirt and black blazer, an outfit he's seen me in several times. But for some odd reason, he can't stop staring at me. Geez, you kissed the guy once and it's like he's been poisoned with a crazy love potion. I decided to quote the play. Isn't November in New York City pretty fucking cold? I'm pretty sure it's pretty fucking cold. Why are you looking at me like that? I ask him. He waits a moment to reply. I'm not sure if he's pausing for dramatic effect or if he just can't find the words. Because you're beautiful. What is going on? I feel all butterfly-like in my stomach. This is far from right. I decide to turn it off and act as though he's joking with me like he usually does. Okay, you obviously have too much mercury in your lungs, so I'm changing that light bulb. Those kinds of light bulbs don't have mercury in them. Okay, regardless, I've worn this outfit around you and to work tons of times before. Speaking of which, I look at my watch. You're going to be late. Come on, let's go. I'm going to be late, he asks. What about you? Aren't you going to be late to work too? I'm not going to work today. Jackie is covering for me. I have a few errands to run, I say as I walk out to the kitchen, grab another granola bar from the pantry and a spare key off the island, then walk out the door. Errands? What errands? I leave the door open, but Ollie isn't following me. Ollie, come on! He comes running out of the bedroom and into the hallway, and we shut the door and lock it, replacing the key in my secret hiding spot under the mat. Okay, so it's not that secret. Then we walk down the 4 annoying flights of stairs that we've had to use since I moved in because the elevator needs repaired and the elevator repairmen are 5 years late. Errands that are none of your business. Okay, let's see. It's not my birthday, so we can rule that out. Thanksgiving comes before Christmas, and that hasn't happened yet, so we can rule that out. And Halloween is over, so we can rule that out. What surprise are you planning? He smiles at me. God, could he not do that to me right now? I can't be distracted. I have too much to do and he has a girlfriend. I look over at him and he's still smiling. Damn that smile. No surprises, just errands. I don't want to have to lie to him. Like ordering a cake and sending out the invitations. I'm stressed and I have to be angry at him so I don't keep feeling this way towards him. So that's why I lose it. Gino! I'm going to the Gino! There! You happy? Ew, he recoils. I tried not to tell you because I knew you wouldn't want to know, but you wouldn't let it drop, so now you know! That shuts him up. But I just lied to my best friend. I've never done that before. My notes here. It's okay, he's been lying to you this whole time. 5 minutes later, I'm back at the apartment using the spare key again because yes, that's right, I walked out the door without my purse, which has my first set of keys in it. I walk inside, spend at least 5 minutes looking for my purse, and then finally find it stuffed behind a pillow on the couch. I have no idea how it got there. I walk out the door, relock it, and re-hide the spare key as I mutter to myself, this day is cursed. Honey, this book is cursed. Time skip. I'm sitting on a squeaky, uncomfortable leather couch in Dr. Yerner's office. I told her all about my horrific dream and how I just feel like it's so much deeper than a dream. So far, she seems like a quack, just like all shrinks do, but this quack may actually know what she is talking about. Jesus Christ, can you, not be anti-therapy for 5 fucking seconds? It seems to me that maybe the claustrophobic feeling that you were having when you were in the pool is a symbol of pressure you feel from others to date and see other people when you really just want to be with Adam. Okay, but why am I having that now when no one is really pressuring me to be with anyone anymore since Adam and I have started talking again? Shouldn't I have had that part of the dream a few months ago? Not necessarily. Emotions can hide within us for years without us knowing and cause all kinds of damage. True. It could be that you're so used to dealing with those feelings that even though there's no need for them anymore, they're still being subconsciously transmitted. Makes sense. I'm not unsure of what to say next. Or it could be the fact that you were drowning in something perilous and Adam came along and not only protected but saved you from whatever was trying to drown you. That makes way more sense. And now that you and he are starting to take things seriously again, you're starting to feel at peace, just like you were when he and you were laying by the pool. Okay, that makes a lot more sense to me than the first scenario. However, if he saved me from whatever was making me drown, why is the house in my dream haunted by the malevolent Ollie doll? Because Ollie is a serial killer. We've gone over this. The house in your dream represents you. Your body is your home with all these memories and windows leading into gardens where you're learning and growing. The child's bedroom represents the part of you that's still young at heart. The part of you that's naive and makes mistakes just like everyone else. And when you brought Adam into it, that part of you, the childless naive part, got jealous and chased Adam out. I cut her off. No, Ollie chased both of us out. Did he? I think about it for a minute and then realized when Ollie came out of the closet, he tried to attack Adam first. He didn't want me, he wanted Adam. But why? Oh my god, Rain, are you this fucking stupid? And I'm not saying that in like a hindsight way. I figured it out like before the halfway point. Although, I don't know if I mentioned this before, but I was wrong about Jessica being dead. Jessica is alive. Okay, so the childish part of me got jealous, and that's why Ollie chased Adam and stabbed him. She looks at me very serious, as though what she's about to say is the most important part of this whole story. Here we go. This is a long one.
Ollie chased after Adam because the feelings you have for Ollie want your feelings for Adam to die.
I have this image of a light bulb, a volcano, and an earthquake all erupting inside my head at once. I never knew emotions could be so malefic, not to mention deep and metaphoric, especially mine. Look at her dumbfounded. So what do I do?
You have to choose someone who you truly love.
I reply without question. Ollie is my brother. He's never been anything more than my brother. I feel the little Ollie go inside me turning to rage, but I fight it. There's a part of me that completely argues with the statement I just spoke, but Ollie and I are best friends. We can't be anything more than that.
And I believe you've made your decision,
she says as she pushes her 70s styled black framed glasses up to the bridge of her nose. Not going to read that part because that's a Harry Potter reference, and Harry Potter does not exist in the Flowerverse. I nod as I stare off into the distance. Thank you, I say as I stand.
That'll be 98.72,
She said with a fake smile. I look at the clock on the end table next to the annoying leather couch. It's been 15 minutes. That's a typical shrink for you. Stalking with the anti-therapy stuff. Do you take Visa? I'm walking out of Dr. Yerner's office just as someone is walking in. I'm not really paying attention because I'm on my phone trying to check my bank account and see if the dream interpreter was worth not eating for the next month. Sorry. To see if the dream interpreter was worth not eating for the next month. Rain, you run a fucking company. Also, it's New York. That's probably like your expenses for a week. Apparently the person who's walking in isn't paying attention either because we run right into each other. We both start to say we're sorry as we look up and see each other face to face. Ollie? I look at him confused. What are you doing here? Hey, Rain, I'm picking up a note for a friend. What are you doing here? I thought you were at the Chino? He gags as he said it. I was. I stopped here after. What friend? He asks. He seems very caught off guard. What friend are you picking a note up for? Oh, it's Jackie. Oh, really? I didn't know you two were friends. I look at him suspiciously. Well, I mean, we're obviously not as close as you and I are, but she said you were with Una at the office today and she had too much to do and wouldn't be able to get a doctor's note and asked if I would just pick it up for her. That's odd. She knew I was coming here. I wonder why she didn't just ask me to pick it up for her. She knew you were coming! He's probably wondering why I didn't tell him I was coming to a shrink's office. I clear my throat. Yeah, she referred me to Dr. Yerner. Why? Oh, just some family issues. Mom and Grandma complaining to me about Dad and Grandpa, and I just couldn't take it anymore. I needed to talk to someone and get a professional opinion. Why didn't you tell me? He asks, seeming a little offended. Because it's her life, dumbass. Because it's just a whole bunch of family drama that I didn't want you to have to deal with, and to be honest, I'm not even entirely sure what's going on. They're just driving me up the wall, and I'm hoping they can all have it all resolved by Thanksgiving, because if not, dinner is going to be a total nightmare. At least it said nightmare. Kinda told him why I'm here. If you go through everything I just said in circle letters and words, you can find the cryptograms and the truth. And what I just said, and I just completely lied to my best friend for the second time today. I feel awful. Stop caring. And don't fear the Reaper. Well, hey, just let me know if things don't get better. I could go to Thanksgiving dinner with you to help distract from it all. What about Jessica? Won't you be spending Thanksgiving with her and her family? Nah, she's got another fashion show shoot in Madrid. She isn't even going to be back in the US until Christmas. How fucking convenient! Oh wow, I say, totally shocked. Yeah, so just let me know. I'll be glad to come along. Would be better than spending it alone anyway. I smile. Actually, truth be told, it would be really nice to have Ollie there to help relieve the stress of typical family drama. But shouldn't I invite Adam instead? No, Adam still can't see me yet. Okay, sounds good, Ollie. Alright, well, I need to get this note and get back to the office before Rain 2.0 docks my pay for being away for too long. I laugh. Okay, see you later. I walk away, smiling like a giddy teenager. Rain, you have such a long way to go. Run. Chapter 21, Thanksgiving Day. Thanksgiving. What is the meaning of Thanksgiving anyway? I mean, I know the story about the Pilgrims and the Mayflower and the Native Americans and all that, but we don't celebrate it that way. When you're a kid, you make crafts in school of hand-shaped turkeys and cornucopias as the teacher tells you to think about what you're thankful for. But when you're in first grade, most of the time that's ice cream and television. But when you get older and there's no one there to remind you to think of what you're thankful for, it's just another excuse for us all to get together, eat a lot of food, drink a lot of alcohol, and watch a lot of football. Ah, geez, I love alcohol. I haven't been drinking in a couple of days though. We don't remember how thankful we are for weekends or holidays where we don't have to spend those few extra days at the same old job, that we spend so much time at day after day surrounded by the same old people. We don't remember how thankful we are for Fridays or air conditioners or coffee. Oh my god, coffee, I could really use some of that right now. My notes here. Wow, how fucking philosophical. Oh, I mispronounced that. Wow, how fucking philosophical. This is so deep, so brave. But that's not my point. Aren't we all supposed to be thankful for important things? Everyone has different ideas on what their definition of important is, but I mean the stuff we all know that we should consider important, like family and friends and good health and life and love and happiness and coffee. No, not coffee, Rain. Stop with the coffee. I could just really use a cup right now. Rain, shut the fuck up. I was up until 5 in the morning last night editing scripts and I had to get up early to drive home today. Yes, you heard that right. I drove 3.5 hours this morning after only 4 restless hours of sleep to now be sitting in my family's living room listening to the NFL Thanksgiving special. Me! Or whatever it is they call the football show. I'm not very up to date on football language. I'm waiting for Mom and Grandma to finish getting ready to go Black Friday shopping. Because who doesn't want to get run over in a mall full of crazy people wanting to buy a Tickle Me Elmo for their cousin's brother's niece's daughter? I didn't want to go this year, but Mom was like, honey, it's tradition. You can't not go Black Friday shopping with your own mother and grandmother. Normal human conversation. Yeah, and who knows? Not sure, I might be dead. This artificial hip ain't going to last forever, you know. Added my grandmother. The grandmother sounds amazing. We had this conversation earlier after dinner, all while forcing our stomachs to expand just a little more so they could fit in a mammoth slice of pumpkin pie and a mountain of whipped cream into them. So despite my desperate need for sleep, I agreed to go. That was 2.5 hours ago. It's now almost 8 o'clock and I'm still sitting in this man cave with a snoring father and grandfather and an over-anxious Ollie who has seen football for the first time. To my demise, loving it. Oh, what's that? I forgot to mention that I did decide to bring Ollie home with me? Well, I did. God only knows why. The entire ride he asked, are we there yet? I swear I almost made him walk. But now my mother is picking out wedding invitations even after the 37 times I've told her we are not dating and Grandma keeps trying to remember where she put her wedding dress so that I can wear it, even though she keeps forgetting that I'm getting married every 15 minutes due to her Alzheimer's. Wonder how this book is going to completely misinterpret Alzheimer's. Wonderful. Just one sounded like a family holiday to be simple. No stress, just happiness. Haha, yeah, I don't think that's ever going to happen. Honey, is your fiance? She pauses to giggle. Coming with us, because if so, we could shop at David's Bridals and get you both fitted. We could probably get 1,000% off considering it's Black Friday. This is so fucking stupid. I apologize. No, Mom, I say through gritted teeth. Ollie is not coming and he is not my fiance. What are you talking about? Of course I'm coming. Ollie says way more cheerfully than I'd like. Perfect! My mom squeals and runs off into another part of the house before I have the chance to object. I just remembered, Rain, you said you had a brother-in-law. Doesn't that mean you have like a sister? Couldn't you have just spent Thanksgiving with your sister? I guess your sister might live in like, I don't know, Tennessee or some shit, but you run your own goddamn company. You can probably afford a plane ticket. I turned to Ollie. What about you and your football epiphany? He puts an arm around me. And miss out on getting 1,000% off our wedding outfits? Yeah, right. I'm going to put my face down flat in my hands. I hate how he's encouraging this. He's supposed to be helping by diverting the attention from Mom and Grandma's issues, which to be fair, he kind of is, but now they're on on a whole new topic. A very stressful topic. My wedding topic. Mom and Grandma finally walk out, purses in hand, and say in unison, ready to go? I stand far too quickly, ready to get the whole thing over with and say, yes, let's go. Can we stay until they finish this quarter, Ollie asks. I walk over and grab him by the back of his shirt and gently pull. He stands in response to it as I say, if you want to come, you come now. I'm not waiting another second to start this night because I need to get it over with. He sighs and reluctantly follows me out the door. We all pile into my mom's 2001 Ford Expedition, and just as she's about ready to pull out of the garage, she says, oh shoot, I forgot to print out the coupons. I'll be right back. Mom, can't you just have them scan the coupons from your phone? I ask, desperately, not wanting her to walk back into the house. Oh, I can, but I prefer paper. My notes here. I'm so tired. This book is taking forever. I want this to end. Why won't the pain end? Are coupons really necessary during Black Friday? Ollie asks. Now I'm sort of grateful for his presence. Yes, thank you. Why print out coupons when all the sales are already happening, with or without fancy barcode covered papers? Oh, don't worry, kids. I'll just be a second. And with that, she gets out of the car and walks back into the house, never to be seen again, or at least for the next half hour. Yep, this is my family. Do you see now why I'm confused in the whole important things to be thankful for the situation? I fall cheek first into Ollie's lap. If I'm not allowed to lie down and sleep in a bed, maybe I can at least get sleep in this car. But then Grandma starts talking. Rain, honey, what are you doing? Sleeping, I reply with a muffled voice from my cheek being pressed against Ollie's jeans. Shh, I roll my finger up to my lips. She's silent for a moment and then starts talking to Ollie. So Ollie, what do you do for a living? I sigh and sit up. I should have known that wouldn't work. What's your problem, she asks. My problem is I'm super tired and all I wanted to do was take a little catnap while you were waiting for Mom to come out. But you just have to talk to Ollie. My notes. No, your problem is we've only seen here it is. No, your problem is we've only seen one character so far in this book that actually behaves like a human. Jesus Christ, my handwriting is so fucking terrible. I'm so sorry. I was just trying to make conversation with the boy. I figured since I can't talk to you because you're trying to sleep, I could talk to him. Of course you did. She's going to be back out here any minute, so you wouldn't get any sleep anyway. Grandma, this is Mom we're talking about. Yeah, so? I give her an annoyed smile. She's just like Mom, so she doesn't see her issues. Neither of them do. Never mind. I put my face back on Ollie's jeans as Grandma continues to ask him questions. My notes at the end of this chapter, 40 pages left. I am so tired. I am so tired. I am so tired. I am so tired. Chapter 22, 9 p.m. at the mall. We are standing in the longest line I've ever seen in my life at the Starbucks just inside the mall doors. Why do we need Starbucks coffee when there's a perfectly good coffee stand right next to the Starbucks that has no line whatsoever? Makes no sense to me. My note here, that's bad mall economics to put a coffee shop next to the Starbucks. But when Mom and Grandma said they wanted to get coffee to help them survive the night, I decided not to argue because it might be the only thing that helps me survive the night too. A half hour goes by and we get to the front of the line. Mom and Grandma go first, then finally me. I'll have a black venti house blend, I say, while I search my visa. Oh, I'm sorry, miss, the barista says, but we're out of coffee. This is like the one part of the book where I actually laughed. The words hit me like a knife to the stomach. What? Is that a joke or something? Because if so, it's not very funny. No, miss, I'm sorry, it's no joke. Just go to the other coffee shop, Rain. You have your own money, you have your own finances. You're not being forced to go to the Starbucks. This shouldn't be an issue. No, miss, I'm sorry, it's no joke, the barista says again. He has long blonde dreadlocks and this big hoop earring shoved in his nose. I fight the urge to grab it and pull hard. But they got their drinks. How can they get their drinks when you're out of coffee? I gestured to Mom and Grandma. They got a half cup They got a half calf double whip low fat soy milk caramel macchiato. When we make those drinks, they only take shots of espresso, not real coffee. Do they have their cold brew espresso at that point? It's like the one thing in Starbucks that can drink without vomiting. I fucking hate Starbucks. They got some crazy long named frou-frou drink and I can't get a simple cup of black coffee? What, can't you make coffee out of espresso? Isn't espresso made from coffee? In a sense, yes, but that's not how we do things here. I'm sorry that we're out of regular coffee, but if you want, I can give you a venti decaf on the house. Honestly, at this point, just give Rain an Americano. Isn't that like an espresso shot with like diluted by water? Hang on. Hey Siri, what's an Americano? Cafe Americano is a type of coffee drink prepared by diluting an espresso with hot water, giving it a similar strength to, but different flavor from, traditionally brewed coffee. In this situation, just get a fucking Americano. Decaf, your Starbucks, how can you be out of coffee? I reach for his collar, and at that point Ollie pulls me away, apologizing to the barista. I look at Mom and Grandma, who are completely obvious to my meltdown as they happily drink their overly priced and intensely sugared drinks. My life is unbelievable. Just get a fucking Americano! Why am I smarter than you, Rain? Ollie's having the time of his life. I'm glad for him, really, I am. But he isn't helping me get through this disaster of a nightmare in the least. 3.5 hours of walking through David's bridal, repeatedly telling my mother Ollie and I are not getting married, only for him to contradict my statement every time I swear he's tried on every suit they have in the store. They made me try on most of the wedding gowns as well, which I'm not going to lie, it is fun, but it would be more fun if I was actually getting married. And not go to David's bridal. I think half of their dresses have urine stains on them. This is a joke, don't sue me. Mom hands me another gown. Promise me this is the last one, I say half ready to walk out the store. I promise. She smiles at me, still completely overjoyed that I'm getting married, quote unquote. I shake my head, roll my eyes, and reluctantly walk into the dressing room. The dress I'm trying on is completely unlike the others. They were all lazy and itchy with pearls where pearls should never be. But this dress is something most girls dream of finding. If it isn't a simple white A-line dress I can wear without shoes, I don't want it. That's like my dream wedding dress. It is sleeveless and has this sort of translucent prism-like look to it around the waist. As the light, from what I assume is a crazy expensive chandelier that not even Elvis himself could afford if he was still alive, it reflects off the dress. It gives off an almost rainbow look. The length of the dress is full and fluffy. I feel as though I'm living in a cloud, and the best part of all of this is that I actually look good in it. There's a silk terracotta ribbon that I tie in a bow at the front, and as I do, I am met with a reflection of myself I never thought I'd see. I look in the mirror and I feel magical. Well, how does it look? My mother beams from the outside the dressing room. Perfect, I reply, almost whispering it, for fear my words will change the dress. Well, come out and let us see it. I step outside the dressing room, still in awe of the dress and its beauty, but as I do, I am caught off guard by the man standing in front of me. He's wearing a black suit with a pearly white shirt and a silk terracotta tie that matches the bow on my dress. It's Ollie. 5 years. 5 years I've known him, and never in all that time have I ever seen him look so handsome. We both stand there just gazing at each other for a minute, and then in unison we say, "Wow, you look amazing." Mom whispers to Grandma, "That's the one!" That magical moment quickly ended as we got back into our regular clothes and left without buying anything, because for the 60-second time, we aren't getting married. I think it left both Ollie and me thinking about an alternate universe where he wasn't with Jessica and I wasn't trying to get Adam back and we were together. There are times as we're walking in the mall that I wonder if he's going to try and hold my hand, but then he walks a little farther behind or a little more in front of me, and I realize it was just a moment. Two people in a bridal shop dreaming of the happiest day of their lives. I've always hated that cliche. Wow, how quirky, man, how fucking quirky! If that's the happiest day of your life, then you may as well die after the reception. It's not going to get any better than this, then why bother trying? Rain the nihilist. Anyway, the entire atmosphere of the shopping trip quickly goes back to stressful. It's almost 1 a.m. and the Gilmore girls are still too energetic for me. I'm trudging along behind them at a snail's pace and they don't say anything, but you can tell they're getting annoyed with me for it. Ollie is still Ollie. Walking along, overjoyed to be here, and I don't get why. Oh no. I remember this part. We pass by Victoria's Secret and Mom says she wants to go in and get some underwear. Okay, you have fun. Ollie and I will stay out here, I say, not wanting to scar my best friend for life. Nonsense, you can both come in and Ollie decide which designs to get. My mom is never like this. Mom, Ollie's a guy. We are not looking in there, much less helping you decide what underwear to get. I respond, not believing I'm having this conversation right now. Rain, honey, Ollie is a guy. She said guy so seductively that I cringe. I'm sure she's seen plenty of women's underwear before. She turns to Ollie. Am I right? She gives him a little wink and I almost gag. I begin to protest, but Ollie cuts me off. Yeah, honestly, Rain, you leave your underwear all over the apartment all the time. It's not like it would be my first time seeing it. It certainly won't be my last, considering we have the honeymoon coming up. He opens me gently. I hate how he's encouraging this. It's like a nightmare fresh out of a Kate Hudson movie. You mean like Glass Onion? A Knives Out mystery? With Kate Hudson? I groan and follow them both into the store. Click, 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 the sound of a mid-30s teen wannabe woman's high heels ricochet as she walks to the beat of the music. She sorts through push-up bra after push-up bra, not stopping to take the time to decide if she would actually like the bra itself. She moves on to the thongs and I can barely watch as she picks up about 5 pair of underwear that look like they're nothing more than a piece of string. She stops though when she sees me staring at her and then tries to go back to what was she doing as if she never saw me. If you're wondering why I'm describing another woman's actions to you, it's because I have to. I blocked out Ollie, Mom, and Grandma all together, and I'm currently taking myself to another world. Amber, you really aren't good at writing metafiction. Stop. My fight or flight actions have left, and I just stand frozen, staring at the other people around me, pretending I am them. I can only deal with Mom and Grandma for so long without Ollie. With Ollie, it's even worse. They're trying to talk to me, and I'm purposely staying in my own little world, humming along to the song that's playing, wishing it would be loud enough to drown out their voices, but sadly, oh God, oh God, oh God. Rain, are you even listening to me? My mother is her upset tone now. No, Mom, I'm not. I'm stopped listening to you, Ollie, and Grandma about 40 minutes ago when you all wanted me to have that sales clerk give me a breast exam. I bark at her. She wasn't going to give you a breast exam, Rain. She was going to feel how the bra fit you. Oh, God. Okay. I apologize in advance for having to say this, but I'm reading this word for word as it is written in the book. The bra that I didn't even want to try on in the first place. And do you know that almost 80% of the women that work here are probably lesbians? She gives me a shocked look, but I don't stop. Yeah, they are. And I can tell you that they don't feel you up to help you figure out which size is best for you. They probably don't even need a background check to work here. They all probably live in a whorehouse. So, these were my notes for that part. Anyway, that homophobia earlier. What the fuck, Amber? Lesbians aren't perverts that use their job to feel others. That kind of rhetoric is the same as those on the right that they are using to try to justify discriminating against people like me and my friends. I don't care if you're tired, fuck you. I should just finish this chapter. Oh, honey, now you're just overreacting. Overreacting? Mom, you never listen to me. That's not true, honey. Of course I do. No, you don't. I have told you 69 times that Ollie is not my fiance. Yet you are trying to buy lingerie for our honeymoon. I grab the lacy red nightgown out of her hands and shake it in her face to get my point across. She giggles. 69. Oh my God. I roll my eyes and turn to walk out of the store, trying not to think of how my mother knows what 69 even means. Rain, wait! Ollie runs after me, but I keep moving. I'm walking through the mall, and there's these annoying little carts in the middle of the aisle with salespeople trying to sell me some magic puffy eye cream. Poor guys catching me at the worst possible time. Excuse me, miss, would you like to try a free sample? I can show you how easy it works if you come take a seat. I don't stop us to say offended. Are you trying to imply that I have puffy eyes? He gets a worried look on his face. No, miss, that's just sometimes in the mornings. I stop now and look at him. Excuse me, but have you seen me in the mornings? He looks confused. No, exactly, and you don't want to. I know, Rain, this is a good time to shut the fuck up. I leave him confused and pissed off, which now makes 2 of us. Ollie is still on my tail, trying to catch up with me, but I'm moving at a pace that's too fast for him to keep up with. I'm a city girl, so I'm used to walking. That's why I take the cab all the time. He's a city boy, so he's used to sitting in traffic while eating 2 hot dogs and a mystery burrito. Another annoying salesperson tries to approach me by the looks of it. He seems to be selling some sort of Miracle Grow shampoo. He opens his mouth to speak, but I beat him to it. Try to sell me something, and I guarantee you'll be going to the dentist to buy dentures, I say with venom and malice. I'm so proud. Ollie caught up to me enough that he heard what I said to the guy, so he offers a quick apology that continues trying to get to me. I feel him on my tail, and I want to walk faster. I want to leave. I want that magical emergency button that I can push and have myself randomly appear back in my little New York apartment. But instead, I get a hand grasping around my waist, keeping me from moving anywhere. Scotty, where are you when I need you? Rain, what's going on with you? I thought we were having fun. Fun? You call that fun? Ollie, you've known me for how long? You're supposed to help me in situations like these. You're supposed to be like that. Oh, stop with these fucking Princess Amber! You're supposed to be that one person like in the Wreath Witherspoon and Vince Vaughn Christmas movie where I can say one word and that tells you we need to leave now, and you're supposed to say, okay, let's go. You're supposed to be my Vince Vaughn, but instead you're back there playing Jonah Lawrence and I'm friggin' Melissa Joan Hart. I don't know what movie that is. I am way too young. Wait, are you seriously comparing me to Jonah Lawrence? I give him a look. Baseball, look at me, look at my lazy locks. Why are you encouraging that? I don't care about stupid hair. He really has no clue what I'm dealing with. I can't deal with my mother, and I can't deal with my grandmother. My whole life, I've never been able to deal with either of them. Why do you think my sister wasn't at Thanksgiving dinner? Exactly! Spend Thanksgiving with your fucking sister! It's because you can't stand them either. I thought bringing you with me would help, but all you're doing is encouraging them. I was teasing you. I thought it was all in good fun. I give him a baffled look. Good fun? Unbelievable. Could you not tell me before we left the house? Could you not tell before we left the house that I was already so done with him in this entire situation? I thought you were just tired. I laughed. Just tired. Ollie, I'm so much more than just tired. I sat down on the black metal bench next to a houseplant that's way too huge to fit in the house. Ollie sits next to me as tears begin to roll down my cheeks. I'm running off 4 hours of sleep in the past 24 hours, no caffeine, and my mother and grandmother constantly breathing down my neck. Why are you encouraging them anyway? You and Jessica are getting married. Why make them think that we are, you know? He sighs. It seems as though he wants to tell me something, but is hesitant. I killed Adam. The wedding is off. Yeah, for now, but you told Jessica you want to wait longer than a week, so it will happen eventually. No, Rain. It's off for good. What? Ollie, why didn't you tell me? I feel bad. Now, all this time I've been wrapped up in my own emotions when he was hurting from something much worse, because I don't want to talk about it. It just hurts too much. But I mean, what happened? I thought she had everything planned. She did. So then why is the wedding off? He has that same look on his face that he did back when we were in the bridal store and I feel something flip-flop inside of me. He doesn't answer me, at least not verbally anyway. He just slowly leans in closer to me and I find myself leaning closer to him too, and suddenly his lips meet mine. That only lasts for a second because there you are. Oh, look how cute they are, Mom. Get a picture of them. Ollie and I quickly pull away as Grandma gets out of camera and I roll my eyes. We wonder where you two went. You were running faster than that time you thought you saw Ed Sheeran at Walmart. I want to die. Grandma, I say with mock embarrassment, but inside I am actually really happy. I just kissed my best friend and this time was better than Halloween because I was expecting it. I wanted it. This is right. The rest of the night isn't so bad. We walk around the mall holding hands, and not all 4 of us, just Ollie and me. We figure if Mom and Grandma want to think we're getting married, then so be it. Who knows where tonight will take us anyway? I mean, if Jessica and he are really over, then what's to stop us from becoming something more? We get home around 4 a.m. to get some shut-eye because Mom and Grandma say the rest of the good sales don't start until the afternoon. They, of course, give us the guest bedroom, 1 bed. I'll go take the couch, I say, and start to walk into the hallway. Before I get there, I'm stopped by this gentle tug on my wrist, the same tug that stopped me at the mall. I turn to see Ollie and his big eyes staring back at me with that same amazing look that both scares me and melts me at the same time. I find myself walking toward him, and what happens next, I can't believe, but it is beautiful. I don't know if it is the lack of sleep or lack of caffeine or the fact that I feel so incredibly safe when he's around. But now, in this moment in time, everything is perfect. He's perfect. You're so beautiful, he says as he caresses my cheek. And then we make love! Okay, we're almost there. 34 pages left. I will finish this tomorrow, I guess. All right, we're on the last day of this hell. Yay! I got my coffee. I gotta go to work in like about an hour and a half. Let's do this. Chapter 23. My note, 34 pages left. Come on! 7 a.m. in the morning. I awake with this awful feeling in the pit of my stomach. Something isn't right. I'm wrapped in the warmth of white cotton bed sheets, but I feel something other than bed sheets around my waist. My bare waist. I put my hand there to feel what it is and realize it's another hand. It's Ollie's hand. Instantly, the memories of last night, or should I say a couple of hours ago, came flooding back to me. No, Rain, what did you do? This was all wrong. I mean, it all felt so right, but if you look at it logically without feelings involved, it is so wrong. How could I have let this happen? Well, to be fair, I really wanted it to happen. I subconsciously loved Ollie for years and just never let myself acknowledge it. But it was never supposed to happen like this. We never clarified the whole Jessica situation. Are things completely over with them? And if not, what does that mean for us? I think Ollie saying that the wedding is off for good means that they broke up, honey. And what about Adam? Oh God, Adam, he still doesn't know it's me talking to him, and we just recently considered ourselves boyfriend and girlfriend, so doesn't that mean I just cheated? I feel sick now. I get up and race to the bathroom. I get to the toilet just in time. I flush it and look in the mirror, completely disgusted with myself. What have I done? Time skip. I haven't said a word all morning. I'm standing across from Ollie at the kitchen, and he's the happiest I've ever seen him, shoveling spoonful after spoonful of cereal into his mouth. I study him, and he's got this sort of glow about him. I don't want to take that away, but I know this can't continue. What's the harm in letting him be happy for just the day? I see a flash of what would happen if I did that in my mind. One day would turn into 2, then a week, then a month, and a year before I know it. Jessica will walk in on us one day and storm out infuriated, and I'll have ruined their relationship. Motherfucker, you know they broke up. Ollie told you multiple times. Or Adam will find out and I'll lose him all over again and I'll be miserable. Ollie will be miserable and everything would be gone. I may have already lost him as a friend. I can't lose him as a friend, but I can't let this continue. I have to tell him now. You okay, honey? You haven't touched your breakfast, Grandma asks as you sit down at the table. I don't acknowledge her comment. Ollie, can I talk to you for a second? I catch him off guard as he's just put another bite of cornflakes in his mouth. He stops mid-chew, knowing, by the way, I'm acting that something is wrong. He swallows. Sure, we leave Grandma alone at that table with her half-grapefruit old people food and walk out the glass door to the patio. I make sure it's shut so nosy ears can't hear what I'm about to say. Rain, he asks. Everything okay? I love you, I say, but stop. Unsure of how I should continue. My note, if you make Ollie mad, he will kill you. Well, I love you too, he says, smile slightly concerned. You know I love you. But, he asks knowingly, but not like this. And there it goes. The happy Ollie glow is on a one-way ticket to Fiji. I see. He says sound the old rusty glider my parents have had since I was a kid. It's probably a health hazard, so I wince when he sits on it. I hope he's had his tetanus shots. I don't care. Rain, would you focus? Look, last night was amazing, but we never really talked about this about us, you know, and you belong with Jessica. Look at how long you two have been together. You're so great together. I don't want to mess that up. Rain, how are you this fucking tense? You have a higher density than a lead ball. You should have figured it out by now that Ollie and Jessica have long parted ways, and that Ollie has been in love with you all along. I can't even. I know it's like the widest thing to say, but I can't even. You haven't. I told you that the wedding isn't happening, he says upset. Right now, it's not, but give it time. I can't even write my notes. Rain, how the fuck are you this tense? I go to rest my hand on his shoulder for comfort, but he shakes it off and stands. No, Rain, I don't want to give it time. I've given it enough time. Jesus, Rain, you are so blind. Don't you get it? I don't love her. I've never loved her. I love you. I've always loved you. Why can't you see that? I've always loved you too, but as a friend, I lied. We work great together as friends. Can't that be enough? Is this lying thing going to become a regular thing with me? Because if so, I don't know if I like it. He stomps outside and slams the patio door without a word. I just heard my best friend, but it had to be done. Didn't it? And now Ollie is going to kill you, Rain. Chapter 24. Later that evening. My first note for this chapter is, Rain, you fucking deserve this, you prick. Let me see what that's in context of. Neither one of us was up for more shopping after that, so Mom and Grandma just went by themselves. Ollie was so infuriated with me that he didn't want to look at me, didn't even want to ride back to the city with me, so he took the train back instead. I cried pretty much the entire drive back, wishing, no matter how annoying it was, that I had my best friend sitting beside me asking, are we there yet? Every 10 minutes. But there was nothing but silence in between my sobs. He was the only one that knew how to calm me down when I was like this. Not even Adam got close enough to know me like Ollie does. Did I do the right thing? I keep saying like, Ollie's gonna kill you! Ollie's gonna kill you, Rain, run! Pretty much the same thoughts ran through my head the rest of the night, like they were on a tape recorder that kept playing on loop. I'm currently sitting on my couch eating a pint of ice cream. It tastes salty because of all the tears that keep dripping into it. Ice cream isn't even helping right now because I'm so used to him being next to me, eating a pint with me. He was always there. I try not to look at my phone for the message I know won't be there, but I can't help it. There are no messages from Ollie, but there is a message from Adam. Can we meet soon? Ollie might never speak to me again, and I don't think I can handle losing him and Adam at the same time. I don't know, Adam. Sully and I just had a big argument, and I don't think he's ever going to speak to me again because of it. I just don't know if I'm emotionally ready to meet you right now. I'm sorry, Taylor, but maybe we could chat about it over dinner. It always helps to have someone to talk to during these situations. I smile. Wait, did I just smile? Yeah, I did. Maybe I should meet him. He might be able to take my mind off it, but he thinks I'm Taylor. He doesn't know it's me. What if he gets pissed? He sends another message. Please? I look at my clock. It's 6 p.m. Do I really want to do this now? I look down at the pint of ice cream melting in my hands and realize, although I tasted it, I barely touched it. I do need solid food, and cooking has never been an option. Named the time and place. There's a restaurant on 9th Avenue called Jameson's Tavern. Do you know it? That's the place. The night we sat on the balcony in the snow and looked at the Christmas lights. Remember? It was earlier in the book. Remember? Yeah, I know it. Good. I'll be on the balcony wearing a yellow rose. 7 o'clock work for you? 7 is perfect. Wonderful. I can't wait to meet you, Taylor. I don't respond because I don't know what to say. I don't know how to feel about this. Actually, I do, and it sort of feels like my rear end is going to explode. But regardless, I try to fight it in the sadness and figure out, without Ollie's help, what I should wear on my second first date with Adam. My notes at the end of this chapter. So my theory right now, Ollie is indeed pretending to be Adam. However, there's no way he's secretly a serial killer and murdered Adam and Jessica, right? He's just an emotionally immature man in love with his best friend. Right? Chapter 25, 6:50 p.m. I'm clinking down 9th Avenue in the annoying 3-inch silver heels that I was stupid enough to wear. They aren't comfortable, you can hear me coming from a mile away, and with every step I feel a new blister forming. But they're cute, and they matched my black maxi dress perfectly. Oh my god. Continuing. Ollie would have talked me out of these shoes, but I was going for something in between sexy and cute. If you were doing that, I would, if you wanted to wear the heels, you should have worn a little black dress instead. Just saying. Not full-on sexy, and most certainly not you remind me of my little sister cute. I figured the shoes put me somewhere in the middle of the two, and the updo with my hair shows sophistication. At least I hope it does. I couldn't really see the back of it too well when I was styling it. That's why you get 2 mirrors, dumbass. I get to the front door of the restaurant where a waiter in a black and white tux asks how many. I'm meeting someone on the balcony, I say a little too eagerly. I'm suddenly glad I came out tonight, even if things don't go so well with Adam. Getting out of the apartment and being able to dress up for an occasion has really lifted my spirits. Here we go. It's the reveal. On the balcony, says the waiter, but it's almost winter. The balcony will be awfully cold. That's all right, I say, smiling. I brought a sweater. I gesture to the long, warm fluffiness that's on my arms. My brother in Christ. It's late November in New York. The average high for New York weather in November is... The average high for New York in November is 54 degrees. Average low is 42 degrees. That's 12 degrees and 5 degrees respectively for my European mates. So you should have been wearing a sweater regardless, right? That's my point. The waiter looks at me a little bewildered, but then says, follow me, as he grabs 2 menus. I walk through the doors and feel a burst of heat attack me so intense I almost get a little drowsy. The stairs are right there as soon as you walk through the door. Most people are just sitting in at the bar to the left, and if you're eating in the dining room on the right. The waiter leads me up the stairs to a room they usually rent out for parties or meetings. When Adam and I were dating, I always wanted our reception to be in this room if we ever got married. Maybe now we will. The waiter grabs a key that's hanging by the door on the balcony to unlock it, but finds it's already been unlocked, and there's someone already out there. It's him. Thank you, I say to the waiter, but I'll go out on my own. He nods, hands me the menus, and heads back downstairs to stand at his post, I assume. I just stand there for a very long time, staring at him with his back to me as he stares out over the city. He's taller than I remember him, and his hair is a little lighter. I begin to panic. A little what-ifs start clouding my brain again, and I'm scared. I'm scared of what might happen if what? The worst he can do is get mad at you and leave before you have a chance to explain. You don't have him now, Rain. What's the difference? I take a deep breath and step forward towards the black-framed French doors. I don't want him to hear me coming. I want my voice to be the first thing he hears, though in these shoes that might be impossible. But I still try my best to be super silent. I I slowly push down the door handle and gently push it open. As a rush of cold air hits my face, shocking me. I step out onto the balcony, wishing there were white fluffy patches of snow to muffle my steps, but to my surprise, my shoes make no sound. I silently close the door and take a few more steps toward him before I dare to speak. This is it. Hi, I say softly so as to not completely startle him. He slowly turns around and I can only imagine the look on my face when I realize the person standing in front of me isn't who I was expecting. I think it could just be a coincidence, but when I look down to his jacket and see he's wearing a yellow rose, still in shock, I look back into those familiar eyes. Ollie? My notes. Ha ha ha! I called it! I fucking called it! I knew it! Hello, Rain, he says as though nothing is wrong, as though we haven't just had the biggest fight of our lives, and as though he's not standing there right in front of me, now dressed as Adam. He asks like He acts, my God, like we're in the office saying hi to each other in passing. Well, I decided to speak my thoughts. I did not expect for Ollie to actually dress like Adam, though. I was right about him being Adam. What? I don't understand. What's going on? I ask him in complete total shock. Here, he says, gesturing to one of the black iron chairs next to him. I'm sure this all must be very confusing to you. Why don't you have a seat and I'll explain. No, I don't want to take a seat. I want you to look at me and tell me what's going on. He doesn't speak. He just looks to me. He just looks at me, my bad. Right now, Ollie, I have the tone that he knows to be my don't mess with me tone. I'm Adam, he says. What is he talking about? No, I say, you're Ollie. No, I mean, I was pretending to be Adam online. My heart drops to my stomach. Ha ha ha, I called it. I have the biggest brain in the world. No one can compete with my 700 intellect. What? That's impossible, I say, doubting my own words. I did tell him everything about our relationship, including that night on this very balcony. No, it's not, he says. Anyone can pretend to be anyone online, Rain. You, of all people, should know that. Or should I call you Taylor? I'm freaked now. All this time, in the hospital, in the taxi, Ollie was never around when Adam messaged me. Why didn't I make this connection before? Because you have the density of a lead balloon. Think back to something Ollie said to me in the beginning of all this. Pretending to be someone else online? This isn't like you, Rain, but it was always like Ollie. Why? I ask. Why what? He replies. Why did you do this, Ollie? Why did you pretend to be Adam? Adam. Not Autumn. Adam. I didn't. It was always me talking to you. He reaches for my hand, but I step back and pull my arm out of his reach. No, Ollie. It was always me talking to you. I never pretended to be someone else. Yeah, my name was different, but that was it. All you did was tell me what I wanted to hear. Because you knew! You knew the whole time! I trusted you! Tears are now forming in my eyes. How could he do this? Hey, don't stand here and make me feel like the bad guy. I waited for you for a year. He goes to say more, but I cut him off. A year? But you were with Jessica, weren't you? He sighs as though he's hesitating, telling me something, and then finally, she left me a week after Adam left you. I start to sympathize with him, but then snap back to the current situation. Why didn't you tell me? Because you were still dealing with the whole Adam thing. I didn't want to dump more sadness on you. Besides, I didn't want to talk about it. I just wanted to forget about it. He doesn't get it. We could have laughed together about the whole thing. We could have been happy through all the miserable tears, just because we had each other and we both related to each other's situations. But he chose to keep it a secret. And even worse, he chose to lie. So all those times that you came over saying Jessica's annoyed with me, or Jessica and I had a fight, those were all excuses to come spend the night? Yeah, pretty much. I almost forgot I have to put my note bookmark back in. I put both my hands over my mouth and shake my head while looking at the floor of the balcony. I never realized that it was that plastic like wood before. Is it actually durable enough to hold us up, or will we go crashing down just like our friendship seems to be? How fucking metaphorical. I just kept telling myself just to be there for her more than anyone else. She'll come around eventually, but no, all you ever saw was Adam. I needed you to see me. This was the only way I knew how to do it. Please don't be mad at me. These two manipulative idiots are just perfect for each other. They could be like the alpha couple and the mountain goats. And I hope you die. I hope we both die. I hope that our few remaining friends give up on trying to save us. I shake my head. Don't be mad at you, Ollie. I don't even know who's standing in front of me right now. I'm thinking of all the things that I've gone over these past few months between me and you and between me and who I thought was Adam. But it was really you, and I can't even keep count of all the lies you told me. I pause and then think of more to say. You used to be the only one who was there for me, the only person I could trust. I'm here for you, Rain. I have and always will be here for you. I love you. I shake my head again and back away, ready to bolt if necessary. No, if you really loved me, you would have waited forever. You wouldn't have done something like this. The Ollie I know never would have done this. Rain, he says, sadness filling his eyes as he steps toward me. I step back. You let me feel guilty for sleeping with you, even though you and Jessica have been over for a year. What kind of person does that? A very stupid one, I'll admit. Yeah, no, just let me explain. If I didn't want to lose you and I was afraid if I just told you how I felt, how I feel about you, that you would hate me and never speak to me again. I couldn't live with that. I thought if you saw how you felt about me without knowing it was me, then maybe you would see that we are meant to be together. I was trying to do the same thing you were trying to do with Adam. Everyone in this book needs a heaping amount of therapy. Unbelievable. I really am living in a game of mystery date. Yes, but there's a different Ollie, and what's that? I never lied. Not once. I changed my name and I changed your name, but that's it. Oh yeah, speaking of which, Sully? Really? That was the best you could come up with? I'm not a big fluffy purple and blue monster, Rain. He almost laughs. How dare he joke right now? No, you're right. You're not purple and fluffy, I say. He stops smiling as he realizes what I just said. If you didn't want to lose me, I say, while putting my hand on the door handle, you should have told me the truth from the beginning. I pull on the door to leave, but he says something that makes me ask myself why I ever thought he was smart. I mean, no one in this book is fucking smart. Rain, wait, where does this leave us? I look at him floored, and matter-of-factly, I say, never talk to me again, Ollie. Notes at the end of this chapter, neither of you are smart, both of you are manipulative, and both of you need a shit ton of therapy. Chapter 26, That Night. Well, here I am again, back where I started, literally just as Ollie said I would end up. But this time, although I'm in the same apartment, in the same bed, with the same tears, they're for a different person. Never in a million years did I think Ollie would lie to me like this. That's why he was so insistent on me going on dateme.com. He wanted me to find the fake Adam profile. He wanted to play a game. Oh my god, this is sick. I think to myself as I tossed to one of the throw pillows. As I toss one of the throw pillows off my bed and onto the floor, the tears come like a flood. I have a foul taste in my mouth that won't go away. It's like all the evil and the lies in the games. They're in my mouth. I try to swallow them, spit them out, and flush them down with soda. And then when I finally realize nothing is going to take them away, I drink. Straight from the bottle. I've never done this before. Hell, I've never drank before, because Rain is a pussy. There's a bottle of red wine in the sink from when I was with Adam, and he'd have a glass here or there, but I never did. I always thought if I began to drink, it would turn into a habit that I wouldn't be able to control. I was right. The wine bottle is empty in no time, and I feel really weird. I'm giddy one minute and crying the next. I thought it would make me forget the night's events, but instead it makes everything worse. Ollie sends me 49 texts and calls 19 times trying to explain. His texts say things like, I'm sorry, Ray, will you please call me so we can talk this out? Or, where'd you go? Are you home? He's acting like he's worried. I giggle hysterically. I listen to his voice messages, which basically say the same thing. When I hear them, I cry. Not because what he's saying hurts, but because the person whose voice I hear no longer sounds like my best friend. It sounds like the voice of a psychopath. No one in their right mind does something like what he did. A voice echoes in my head. You did. I shake it from me. Another voice. Going online and pretending to be someone else? This isn't like you, Rain. More voices echo in my head until I hear hundreds of them, as though I'm in a room full of people talking all at once. I scream in tears for the voices to leave, but I swear they just get louder. I throw the wine bottle across the room and watch it shatter. I don't care. I don't want to clean it up. I want it to stay there. I want it to be a hazard just like my life. How fucking metaphorical. I get off my couch and walk in the direction of where the glass is. I'm so dizzy I see two of everything, so I plop down on the floor next to the glass, pick up a big shard of it and just stare at it for a long time. I'm not... Anyway, Rain contemplates suicide. We're not going to read that bit. Anyway, she passes out. I wake up the next morning face down on my floor at the foot of my bed. I slowly try and sit up, but my head feels like it weighs 1,000 pounds, so I roll over onto my back instead. The light coming through my window hurts my head on a level of pain that's off the charts, and I make a mental note to myself to never drink again. You drink too much, bitch. Moderation is the key. I somehow get myself into a standing position just as there's a knock on my door. Ouch, loud noises are just as painful as light. I stumble out into the living room and I see the shattered glass from last night and everything comes back to me. What was wrong with me? Did I really almost attempt to kill myself? Rain, nothing is worth taking your own life. Never forget that. Apparently, according to Amber Nadine, drinking a lot of alcohol makes you suicidal. I remember my mission of getting to the door and keep walking, or should I say stumbling. I get to the door and look out the peephole. My vision is blurry from last night's events, but I can make a figure of someone holding something. Flowers, maybe? Who is it? I ask at a volume that my head could take, but that must not be loud enough, so I ask again, this time feeling the cymbal banging monkey inside my head. Edible arrangements? Edible. I look down my stomach and almost as if that was a cue, it growls. At that moment, nothing else matters. I need food. I open the door to find a short Chinese lady holding a yellow paw filled with delectable-looking fruits in the shape of flowers and covered in chocolate. She mutters something about who it's from and hands me a card that goes with it, but I don't care. I thank her, then slam the door in her face and don't even make it to the island before I begin eating. I devour all the strawberries first and the pineapple, the honeydew goes next, then all that's left is the mango. That disappears too. The only thing that is left now is the pot it was delivered in and the card. I open the card and see it's from Ollie. I don't read it. Instead, I shove it in the drawer and walk back into my bedroom. I pull the covers up over my head and go back to sleep, trying to dream away this nightmare of a life. It's Saturday. I don't have anything to do until Monday, and that's exactly what I intend to do. Absolutely nothing. All right, we're on the last chapter before the epilogue, gang. This is the longest chapter. It's like almost 20 pages. Chapter 27, December 5th, 2012. Monday came and went and I still wasn't ready to see Ollie. I decided to avoid him as long as possible by cashing in my vacation days. I hadn't heard from Ollie since the edible arrangements delivery, so I'm assuming he's gotten the memo that I don't want to talk to him ever again. As per my notes, both of you fucking suck. I decided that today was the day to man up and go into work. I've still been editing scripts from home to try and take my mind off the situation, but nothing has been helping. I'm sitting in a taxi now and we're getting ready to pass 5th. Part of me wants the old Ollie to jump in with me, but all of me screams that if he does, I'll call the police! He passed 5th without even seeing him, so all is going according to plan. When I get to the office, I almost forget to pay the driver because they always insisted on paying. I'm not used to it. In 5 years, I've never paid a taxi that makes me go to work. Guess I better start saving up my cash. I'm standing in the elevator, and as it approaches the 4th floor, I find that I'm holding my breath. I try to let it out, but it doesn't come out all at once. It's like a slow deflating balloon. The elevator dings and I jump. I can't be this scattered in front of everyone or they'll know something is up. The doors open and I try to keep my cool as I walk out casually and go get my usual coffee from the common room. I went to Edward first. Oh God. So at this point, Amber Nadine decides to explain what Edward looks like. And it's the last chapter. He wasn't really a relevant character. So anyway, he's basically a dude that looks like George Lopez but can't speak Spanish. How was you and Ollie's vacation? I stopped pouring my coffee and looked at him shocked. Excuse me, did you and Ollie enjoy your vacation? Ollie and I didn't go on vacation together. Now he is the one who's stunned. Oh, I'm sorry, we all assumed you went on vacation together because when you called in your vacation days, he never came back either. Wait, you mean Ollie's not here, I asked him? No, he hasn't been here since Thanksgiving, since the last time you were here. I leave my coffee sitting on the counter and rush down the hall into Ollie's office and sure enough, he's not there. I walk back out into the hallway and over to Jackie's cubicle. Hey, Jackie, I ask. Oh, hey, Rain. She was way too bubbly for me right now. How was your vacation? I don't want to talk about that right now. Can I ask you a question? Yeah, sure. Everything okay? No, not really. Edward says Ollie hasn't been back in since Thanksgiving. Is that true? Yeah, it's true. Why don't you know this? I thought he was with you this past week. No, I mean, he was with me during Thanksgiving, but not for the vacation. Oh, is everything okay with you two? Would you like to talk about it? No, I can't right now. I hate this part of me. I hate so much, but I'm worried about him. I'm sure he's just been avoiding me like I was trying to avoid him, but why wouldn't he call in his vacation days? Why just disappear? Ollie can lie to me and pretend to be whoever he wants, but that still won't stop me from caring, and I hate that. But if I don't make sure he's okay, I might just have a heart attack. Jackie, I'm sorry, but I have to go. Can you hold down the fort for just one more day? Yeah, of course, Rain. Anything you need. I think as I rush to the elevators. It's 9:15 and I'm outside my apartment building, getting yelled at by the taxi driver because I forgot to pay again. Just take the fucking train! Why are you so anti-train, Rain? Since I arrived at work this morning, the snow began coming down hard and it's actually lying on the ground pretty fast. I don't care. I rushed into the building and up the 4 painful flights of stairs. I don't think I ever had a harder time getting my keys in the door. Once I finally do, I turn the key and rush inside with the keys hanging in the door. I open the door and grab the card that came with my delectable fruit pot, and this time I open it. I read it. Dear Rain, I'm sorry. I hope you know my intentions were never to hurt you. I love you with all my heart, and I knew that I wouldn't stand a chance unless I was Adam, the one person you can never let go of. I can't just be friends with you, Rain. It is clear that you can't be any more than friends with me, so consider this my letter of resignation. From work, from our friendship, from your life. I'm gone, Rain. I'll leave you alone. I'll never bother you again. Just please, for yourself, find someone who will love you and care for you the way you deserve to be loved and cared for. All my love, Ollie. A slow, silent tear rolls down my cheek. Yes. What he did was remarkably unacceptable. No, I don't know if I'll ever be able to trust him again, but I can't just let him leave. You two are toxic for each other. I love it. He has been my lifeline for these past 5 years. I know him like the back of my hand, and he didn't mean any harm by it, did he? I slip on my big winter coat. People do crazy things when they're in love. Grab my keys out the door. They think they're invincible and can jump off buildings and live to tell about it. Some can, but those are usually only fictional characters in books, hats, gloves. Holly hasn't done something nearly as crazy as flinging himself off a building to declare his love for me, but I know he would. He truly loves me, purse. And maybe, if I'm being 100% honest, shoes that I can walk in the snow in. Maybe I love him a little bit too. Are y'all ready to see me be proven right? Here we go. I hesitate just a moment before I pick up my phone and call him, but he doesn't answer. I try again, nothing. What the hell? I fling open the door and run out into the hallway. I have to double back though, because I forgot to lock it. And then proceed to run back down the 4 annoying flights of stairs and out onto the sidewalk. I breathe in the brisk cold air and look around at the snow-covered streets of Manhattan. The city that never sleeps is just that. Taxis hidden amongst the tourist cars that are stupid enough to drive into the city are all just sitting in the middle of the road, not moving an inch due to the snow suddenly coming down so fast. Horns are blaring, angry drivers are yelling, and there is a bird sitting on top of a building across the street watching and seeming rather amused by his choice of reality television. He looks down at me and chirps as if to say, sweetheart, you're better off walking. I take his advice and rather than call a taxi, begin the 4-block walk to Ollie's place. 4 blocks? That's 100% walkable, monsieur! Time skip. I'm pounding on his door, the door of apartment 42B. I've never noticed before, but this place is a little more run down than my apartment building is. I call his name, no answer. Still pounding and making noise, and I'm having a flashback to 2 years ago when he was outside my apartment doing the same thing! Now I know how panicked he felt after not hearing from me for those 2 awful days. It was just 1 year ago, dumbass. The old lady, Josephine, comes out of the elevator at the end of the hallway. Each hand has a bag of groceries in it. She walks toward me and smiles. I smile back at her and then she sits down her bags right at the door to her apartment. I see her fiddling in her pocket for her keys, and then when she gets in the door and opens it, she turns to me and says, if you're here to help him move, you're a little late. I turn towards, what? Ollie, she says. We started loading his things up in a trunk last night. Poor dear looks so sad. I don't know what happened. He was always so happy. A family member must have suddenly passed or something because he was out of here by 7 this morning. 7? I ask in shock. Do you know where he went? No, sadly. He was such a nice young man too. Always helped me with my groceries. Best part was when the maintenance man couldn't figure out what was wrong with my water heater, he came over and fixed it within 5 minutes. After a while, anything that went wrong that I couldn't fix, I'd call him before calling the maintenance man. That boy could fix everything. Except a broken heart, I muttered, thinking aloud to myself. It reminded me of a once dear friend of mine. His love for me turned him evil, though. It was such a sad story. I did not predict this part, but I am not surprised that Amber Nadine went this route. I wrote a play about it, you know, sent it to my granddaughter to read. She said she submitted it to an off-Broadway production company and they want to use it immediately. Can you believe it? No. I, of course, let her put her name on the script because I don't need the credit for it. I'm an old woman. I don't have much longer to live as it is. If the play is going to be a success, I want my granddaughter to get all the fame and fortune. I hear her words, but I'm not quite sure she's saying them. Am I imagining things? Now that I realize it, she does sort of have a slight English accent about her. Josie, I whisper. What was that, dearie? Forgive me. My ears haven't been on keen as sound as they used to be. Josie, I say louder. You're Josie. Yes, I am, but no one has called me that in ages. How did you? I'm the head of Play Pine Inc., the off-Broadway production company your granddaughter submitted your play to. What are the fucking odds? Oh my, she seems so happy. What a small world. Thank you, dear, for accepting my play. And also, they mean so much to me. Don't thank me yet, Josie. It's not actually a show as of right now. I'm trying though. So is Marrying Beans and Stranger Things based off a true story? I ask. Yes, sadly. Sanders and I were such good friends. We love me more than that. Be careful, dear. Love can be wonderful, but it can also turn some men evil. It can turn some of the most sane men evil. Like Ollie, who murdered Adam. I stare into space. Fear filling the inside of me. No, Ollie isn't Sanders. Yes, he is. I figured that out like a long time ago. I figured out like a long time ago that the bean play was like a metaphor for Rain's love life. Like, come on. It was so fucking obvious. He's nothing like him there's nothing like him in any way. He just loves me. He's not crazy. His love of me certainly was going to make him crazy. Run, Rain, run! I wheel myself to not entertain the idea of it for another second. Josie is just a senile old lady. No, she isn't. She doesn't know what she is saying. No, yes, she does. Ollie said it himself. Brawley's a liar. She thought he was Ricky. No, she didn't. The previous tenant. Shut the fuck up. I shake myself back to reality. You're sure you don't know where Ollie went? It's real important that I find him. No, I'm sorry. She looks just as sad as I feel. I thank her for taking the time to talk with me as I run down the stairs and out the door, doing the only thing I can think of next. I call Jessica. Now, this leads me to a couple of questions. Why did Ray not really have any excuse to call Jessica in the years following Ollie and Jessica's IRL breakup? Wouldn't, like, either of them have reached out to one another? And considering what Jessica's about to say, why didn't Jessica warn Rain about this in the first place? Because if Jessica really is that good of a person, then she would have done it, right? I just realized my water bottle is in the frame. Ignore it. She answers up to the fourth ring. Hello, Jessica. Yes? Hi, it's Rain. I'm half expecting her to be mean to me. I mean, Ollie said she left him at the same time Adam left me, and assuming he was telling the truth about that, he wasn't. She might not want to talk to me either. But to my surprise, she's incredibly sweet. Oh my goodness, Rain, how are you? It's been so long. It's so great to hear from you. It is? Yes, of course it is. It's been what now, 4 years since we've talked? Wow, has it really been that long? I know, it's almost as if this was a contrived coincidence to put together this garbage conflict. Oh no, yeah, I guess it is. I'm sorry, you and I haven't really chatted much over these past few years. Oh, no worries, dear. I know it was kind of awkward considering the situation and all. How is she so calm about this? Yeah, I never really had someone until Adam, so I didn't feel right hanging out with you guys since before then. But then Ollie said he weren't comfortable double dating anyway, so that's why we never really saw each other after that. Adam? She sounds confused. Yeah, my ex. I assume Ollie told you. I know you left about a year ago, but even before then, I still talked to him about Adam a lot. And I'm sorry, looking back on it now, I realize I sometimes spend more time with Ollie than you did. I know at the end of this I'm rolling so hard. I didn't mean to keep dragging him away from you. That was never my intention. We were just friends, but now that since you've been gone and Adam's been gone, Ollie and I have grown closer, but now he left, and I don't know where he is, and I really, really need to talk to him. I was just wondering if you happen to know his new address or where he might be. Rain, I don't know what Ollie's been telling you, but he and I broke up the night you last saw me. What? But no, that's not possible. He told me you left the same time Adam left me, and that was only a year ago. My heart is racing now. When he's in the hospital when he was doped up. Was that the truth? Yes, it was. Rain, how are you this fucking stupid? Sorry, Rain, but if he told you we were still together, he's been lying to you. I left the night after the 2008 office Christmas party. She waits a minute as if she's unsure she should actually say what she's thinking. I need to warn you about something. At first, I thought it was sweet how much he cared for you. He never stopped talking about you and how you two were so close, but something changed. Something happened that made him different, obsessive. It got to the point where even at night, I would wake up to the sound of him screaming your name in his sleep. But it wasn't out of fear or love, it was sinister. That night, at the Christmas party, when I saw the way he was looking at you, I had had enough. I wasn't going to live like that anymore, in the shadow of someone else, so I left. And you didn't warn Rain about that because? But if he's still the way he was, Rain, he's not safe to be around. Stay as far from him as possible. I drop to my knees and the phone falls down on my hands and onto the snow. It has stopped coming down now, but there's a good inch or two, I'd say, covering the ground. I scream and cry and beg for it all not to be real. I can hear Jessica's end on the phone, asking if I'm okay. I'm not. I am so far from okay that I don't even know the meaning of that word anymore. I am scared, shaking, I'm shaking, literally crying and vomiting. Oh my god. This is like the only like chapter that has any semblance of like intrigue for me, by the way. I pick the phone back up. Jessica? I say, my voice is shaky as my body. Yes, I'm still here. You left before I knew Adam, right? Yes, I've never heard about him. To be honest, I think if there was someone of significance other than Ollie in your life, he'd have killed them. Oh my god, he was, I was like shook, and like I was right all along about Ollie murdering Adam. Yandere Ollie. Oh my god, Jessica, you don't think he'd killed Adam, do you? Have you heard from Adam recently? No, but I thought that was just because he wanted nothing to do with me. I can't say for certain, Rain, and I know this is awful to say, but it honestly wouldn't surprise me if he did. I forced myself to breathe, trying hard to get rid of this lump in my throat, but like the evil taste I had in my mouth a week ago, it doesn't go away. Jessica, you don't think Ollie is going to kill me, do you? Why would I kill you? I spin around to find Ollie standing behind me on the sidewalk. He is surprisingly calm. I, however, am not. My pupils dilate to the point where I think there's barely any color left. I'm holding back every fiber in my being that's screaming run, which I have been telling you since like the halfway point. I want to say something, but my mouth won't form words. Rain, what are you doing out here on your knees in the cold? Let's get you inside before you get sick. Come on. He walks toward me as I try to get up and turn around, but he grabs back my head and slams it face down into the sidewalk. Everything goes black. When I come to, my head is pounded and I feel a wet liquid dropping from my forehead down my cheek. It's not until I notice my hands and feet are tied to a bed that I realize the liquid on my cheek is blood. My blood. I'm still dressed, but my big heavy coat has been removed, as well as my shoes, hat, and socks. I try to move my arms and feet to release them, but the rope is tight, and moving seems to make it even tighter. The room I'm in is dark, but there's a bright light shining on me, and from the shadows beyond the light, Ollie emerges. He's wearing the same outfit I saw him in outside, a black hat with a blue scarf, but his face is different than I remember. His eyes, they're as black as night. Despite my failed attempt before, I try again to wriggle myself out of the rope that binds me to the bed, but no luck. An impending doom washes over me, and I begin to sob. Aw, come on now, Rain, don't cry. I'm here, you're safe. He comes out right beside me, sits on my bed, and cradles me as best he can. Since I'm stuck in one position, spread out flat on my back, I see death. I know it's coming, but what concerns me is how painful is it going to be. Through my tears, I manage to say something. Why are you doing this? He looks up and sits at me, emotionless. Why? He pauses a moment as though he's confused. Rain, I've wanted you for so long. The day you walked into the office to apply for a job, I knew I had to have you. Keep in mind that if you use the mathematics that have been consistent throughout this book, Rain would have been 17 when she first applied for the job. Make of that what you will. And yes, I know the age of consent is New York is 17, but still. Ew. He closes his eyes, comes really close to my face, and inhales deeply. He opens his eyes, and I see anger raging through him. But that bitch, Jessica, stood in the way of everything. She said I couldn't have you too. I had to choose. Finally, she left, but you never saw me the way I wanted you to, no matter what I did. I was always the brother or the best friend, never the boyfriend. And then Adam stepped into the picture, and my chance to make you mine was gone. He stands up and walks over to a table that's too tall for me to see what is on it. It's Adam's body. I knew I didn't stand a chance with him around. When he came to me and told me he was going to ask you to marry him, I threatened him, told him to leave you, and never contact you again, or I'll kill him. Objection! Adam left instead of telling Rain everything. Jeez, like everyone is so fucking stupid. Like if I was in that situation, I would say like, hey, your best friend like threatened to murder me because I was gonna propose to you. Maybe you should like talk to him about that, and maybe like we should move very far away and change our names. Just saying, everyone here is an idiot. Adam was going to ask me to marry him? I'm sobbing so hard my chest hurts. Josie was right. Love has made all the evil. But then you couldn't get over him. You cried, and no matter how much I was there for you, you still only saw him. Can you imagine what that was like for me? I kept trying to set you up with other men who I knew were douchebags, so you could see that no man in this world could be as good as me, but you refused to even look at some of them. He picks a huge knife up off the table that comes to a perfect shiny point, and that's when my eyes grow wide with terror. I became thrilled when he joined DateMe.com because I thought, well, maybe she'll find my profile and we could talk about being more than friends. His tone changes from happy to evil in a matter of seconds, but no, you found his profile instead. He picks up a white towel and starts polishing the other already spotless knife. So I tracked him down, knocked him out, brought him here, tied him exactly to who you are now. He asked why I brought him here. You were wrong, by the way. The message that you sent him told him it was actually you and not Taylor, because Rain's an idiot. That clever little simile of yours didn't work in the least, because Rain's an idiot. He was smarter than you thought, because Rain's an idiot. That boy, he was going to stay away. Was? What does he mean? Was? Rain, you fucking idiot. Adam is dead. Ollie killed him. My 800 intellect predicted it. I tortured him until he told me the password for dating me. I make a sound somewhere between a scream and a sob. Because of this, he walks over and sticks the white towel in my mouth, gagging me. Got to admit, you picked a good one. He knew why I wanted the password. He loved you so much that he went through losing every finger and still wouldn't tell me. I can barely see now from the tears in my eyes. My chest aches from the pain Adam endured for me. I see flashes of what he went through in my mind, and I don't want to imagine it. I can't imagine it. It was all Ollie's fault. All this time I was aching, wondering why Adam left, when I should have been aching at the fact Ollie was going to do all of this. I watch him, sweat and tears mixing together on my face as he comes toward me slowly. He sits down on the bed, puts the knife to my chest, and cuts my sweater off, leaving me in my bra. He puts the tip of the knife gently on my chest and slides it in a swirled motion as he says, when I began to carve into his chest to remove his heart was when he finally told me. I squeeze my eyes shut and try to force myself to keep breathing, but it's so hard. Do you know what his password was? He pauses like he expects me to try and answer with this towel in my mouth. Move on, save Rain. He pauses and looks at me with an evil smile. He loved you. I know, I've always known he loved me, which is why I was so completely confused and hurt when he left me. The words I hear next almost kill me. I left for an hour, messaged you for the first time as him, and came back. But he was still bleeding out. He was tough as nails, that boy. I told him he wasn't needed anymore. I was now him, and you now had me. Then I put the poor soul out of his misery. Oh, this time, even from the very beginning, I was talking to Ollie. That's why he freaked out when I began talking to William. He was afraid of getting caught. I wonder what I would have found out had I told William Ollie's real name instead of using his pseudonym. My prediction at this point, William is going to save Rain. Stay tuned to find out. Spoiler alert, yes, it is William that saves Rain. He's still playing with the knife. Rain made it up and down my chest. Sent this knife straight, then I threw him right here. He stops right at my heart and presses down just enough for there to be a small puncture in my skin. My scream is muffled from the towel as I feel a small pinch and a small dot of blood begins to run down my chest. Realization hits as I associate the knife with glass and cake. He didn't really spend the night in my apartment. He broke in! His face was close to mine, far too close. He looks me over as if contemplating letting me go, but I know he won't. He does, however, remove the towel from my mouth and press his lips against mine. It's nothing like the kisses we exchanged over Thanksgiving in my family's guest room. That night, it almost felt like he loved me. Now it's far from passionate. It's hard and lacking love. It's sheer perversion! Oh, Jesus Christ, I only have 10 minutes left on my camera battery. On my camera. Okay. Let me see how fast I can read this. When he pulls away, I speak in a whisper. You broke into my apartment on my birthday. Why? It wasn't the first time I'd been in your apartment without you knowing. I would go there and lay on your bed, wear your clothes. Thinking about what we could be, but I slipped up, left my phone there the night before your birthday, and waited to get up before you found out. Plus, I wanted to be a good boyfriend and make you breakfast in bed, but you were already in the shower when I arrived. Before I can speak, he's kissing me again, this time running his hands all over my body. I was beginning to get control over my tears, but now they come back fast. Ollie pulls away. Oh, don't cry, Rain. Remember how good it was on Thanksgiving? It can't be that good all the time. I can give it to you much better than that little shit Adam, don't you think? He presses his lips to mine once more, but what he said infuriates me, so I bite down hard on his bottom lip. I taste blood and feel satisfaction that I made a puncture. He pulls back quickly and slaps me. I don't hesitate a second before I begin screaming. I'm not going to actually scream this because I don't want my neighbors to think that I'm being murdered. Help. Someone please help me. He's trying to kill, and the towel is shoved back into my mouth. You're a real piece of shit, you know that? He wipes his lip, which is dripping blood down his chin. All I ever did was love you, and this, he gestures to his lip, is how you repay me? He takes a towel and wipes at his mouth. It's sick! You're the one who's sick. He spits blood out on the bare concrete floor. I hope you know that I never wanted it to come to this. If you had just loved me after Adam left, everything would have been fine. Did you ever think maybe I didn't love you for a reason? I was going to let you off easy. But with this little stunt you just pulled, I'm thinking you'll go the same way Adam did. He grabs the knife again and starts towards me. If I can't have you, at least I can have you. At that moment, I close my eyes and do the only thing I know left that I can do. I pray! To the best of my ability, I speak loud and say, Jesus, save me. Although it comes out more like Jesus, not even 5 seconds later, I hear a loud bang, which stops Ollie in his tracks and makes them turn around again. Bang! Ollie walks out into the darkness and I hear one more bang and then a crash before I see light coming down where the door to his apartment had just knocked down. I heard his voice say, Officer William Tills, NYPD. Told you William was going to save Rain, because of course he fucking was. He was, you should have expected it, is what I'm saying. Mr. Oliver Haggard, you are under arrest for the murder of Adam Lanes and attempted homicide of Miss Rain Parrington. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. I sigh, relieved, and start sobbing again as the police arrest him and walk him calmly out of the apartment. He goes without a fight. No cursing, no protesting, just walks out in handcuffs. William walks over to me and he yells back into the hallway. We need an ambulance on site and a gurney in here. He takes the towel out of my mouth. Thank you so much, I sob, as he cups the ropes on my wrists and ankles. I didn't realize until he cut me loose that I had lost all feel in my hands and feet. The rope was so tight it cut off blood circulation. I go to set up to hug him, but he stops me. Whoa, you better not try sitting up just yet. You're bleeding pretty badly. Just relax and we'll get you on a gurney soon, okay? I look down my chest to see so much more red than I had thought would be there. I touch my chest and though I have minimal feeling in my hands, I can still feel the sticky, wet, warm blood. I begin to shake with fear. The officer notices as he grabs my hands and he says, hey, don't worry, it's going to be okay. You're going to be okay. I look up at him. His face is kind and very familiar. 500 rummy guy. Gin rummy guy. The gurney comes rolling in and 3 people, including him, help lift me onto it. They patch my chest wound so I won't keep bleeding, and then they cover me in a soft blanket so I'm not exposed when we get out into the cold. They begin to wheel me out. When we get to the hallway, I see Josephine watching, alarmed. The whole time she's muttering things like, oh no, Ollie would never do such a thing. He's such a nice boy, to an officer that's questioning her. But when she sees me in my condition, her eyes widen in horror and she goes silent. Other than waiting for the elevator, they carefully take me down the stairs to the first floor and then out to the frigid air. Several people that I assume to be Ollie's neighbors all stand outside shivering and watching in terror as they load me to the back of the ambulance. And then I see her, standing there in a leopard print blazer and her long brown hair curled at the tips. Jessica ex machina! She gives me a sad smile and I mouth a thank you. I know by just looking at her that she's the one that called for help. She's the reason I'm out of here and alive rather than inside and dead. She nods a reply, and I hope she knows just how grateful I actually am. Before they close the doors to an ambulance, I say to William, do you know a Taylor Jones? I see him think for a moment and then recognition hits his face. He nods. Yeah, I'm her. I smile as I look as shock comes over him. The paramedics close the door, the sirens go on, and before I know it, we are speeding down the road. I never thought I'd travel this fast on the road in a vehicle in Manhattan. Rain, when the paramedic says, my name is Lucy. Don't you worry, sweetheart, you're going to be just fine. Oh my god, Lucy! Lucy from the hospital is also back. Everyone's here. So sit. You've been through a lot today, so just sit back and relax and we'll take care of you, okay? She's the same paramedic that brought Ollie in. No shit. I smile back and mumble a thank you, but for the first time since Adam, I feel safe. Maybe it's because I subconsciously knew all along who Ollie was, and now that I know he is far away from me, he won't be able to touch me ever again. I'm remembering the scene from Marion Beans and Stranger Things and just realized how scary it is that Josephine's story is so similar to mine. It's almost as if I predicted it! Oh, we're almost there. Act 2, Scene 6. Church scene set for former Gray and Josie's wedding. The pews are filled with ensemble and Josie and Sanders disguised as James. I'm assuming that's supposed to be Gray. Stand at the altar. The James disguise can be whatever the director thinks suits the character best. It can be a farmer hat or big overalls or whatever would work easiest for the show. Preacher. And now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride. Sanders and Josie kisses, but she knows immediately it's not James. She takes off the disguise he's wearing. Josie. Sanders? Sanders. Finally, Josie, my dear. Now we can live our happily ever after. Josie. What did you do, Sanders? Where's James? Sanders. Oh, you can't possibly tell me you still care for that pathetic excuse of a farmer. Josie. Sanders, where is Hyde? Sanders looks crazy. He's not the man she once knew. Sanders. At the bottom of the river, my dear. He's fish food now. Josie begins to cry. Josie. No! Sanders. But don't worry, my dear. You have me now. I'm all you'll never need. Sanders grabs Josie by the neck and puts a pistol to her head. Josie's father starts to move towards Sanders from the pews. Don't move him, Sanders. Don't move a muscle or I'll pull the trigger. Her father says back out. Josie is my wife now, and I intend to live happily ever after with her forever. Sanders forces Josie to walk toward the doors of the church to leave, and he follows, pistol still pressed against her forehead. Before they make it through the doors, a policeman busts through the door, which gives Josie's father the opportunity to catch Sanders off guard. They tussle a little bit, and then a shot goes off, and then everyone on stage screams. At first, we all think Josie's father was the one who was shot, but then we see it's Sanders, who is laying lifeless in a pool of blood. Josie runs to her father in tears. Act 2, Scene 7, Election Day. King George VI stands at a podium. Basically, King George VI is like, yeah, Sanders is dead. Here's Queen Elizabeth II. She's the new Queen of England. Yeah. Epilogue, February 14th, 2013. Ollie was sentenced to death a few weeks later. New York does not have the death penalty. He pled guilty to the murder of Adam Lanes and attempted murder of me. Also, if he pled guilty, guilty pleas don't usually lead to a death sentence, even in states that have a death sentence, right? Like, wouldn't he, get 25 years, life without parole, something like that? I don't know. I don't know how New York law works. I'm more familiar with Texas and Louisiana law, but still. Oh shit, I have 2 minutes left. He was executed by a lethal injection 8 days after. Average wait time for election is 20 years. I try not to think about the good times with him because I can't. The minute I do, begin to fall apart. I hope one day I'll be able to move on and remember the beauty that was once our friendship, but for now I have to remember the Ollie I never knew. I think of him as the sweet, kind, caring person I thought he knew, and I imagine being sentenced to death. Well, anyway, work has been good. Playbill sent me an email 2 days after the incident saying they were pleased with the scripts I had dropped off and went to have the Bean play published and set for public release immediately. Anyway, so yeah, they do that thing. William and Rain date. They go to the Broadway premiere because now they're Broadway certified, and Rain is still slightly traumatized. The end.